Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities, pursuant to the order of reference on Monday, June 19th, 2017, Bill C-49, an act to amend the Canada Transportation Act and other acts respecting transportation and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts. I welcome our witnesses that are here to help us get through C-49 and let us know what your thoughts are, and we'll open it up by everybody introducing themselves. And Cereals Canada, would you like to start off?
Certainly. My name is Cam Dahl, and I'm the president of Cereals Canada. Cereals Canada is a value chain organization covering the entire country, and going from the development of seeds and, of course, including farmers right through to the grocery shelf.
Okay, thank you. Chemistry, you want to introduce yourself? Chemistry Industry Association.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Bob Masterson, the President and CEO of the Chemistry Industry Association of Canada, and I'm joined today by Ms. Kara Edwards, who's our transportation specialist and an expert in all matters related to Bill C-49. Thank you.
That's going to be interesting. And Grain Growers of Canada.
Good morning. I'm Jeff Nielsen. I'm a producer in Knowles, Alberta, President of Grain Growers Canada. I'm here with my Executive Director, Fiona Cook.
Okay, back to Mr. Dahi. Would you like to lead off with your presentation?
Certainly, and on behalf of Cereals Canada, I do want to thank the committee for the invitation to appear before you today. It's not usual for a committee to be holding hearings like this when Parliament is not sitting, and it's definitely not usual for a committee to be holding marathon sessions like you have been holding. And we recognize this, and thank you for the high priority that you are placing on this legislation. It is absolutely critical for Canada's agriculture sector. As I mentioned, Cereals Canada is a national value chain organization. Our membership is comprised of three pillars: farmers, shippers and processors, and crop development and seed companies. Our board has representation from all three of these groups. All parts of the value chain look for transportation reform as a key requirement for the success of our sector. Canada exports over 20 million tons of cereal grains every year. This is worth about $10 billion. Virtually all of this grain moves through export position by rail. The profitability of every part of the Canadian agriculture value chain depends on this critical rail link to our markets. Agriculture has a strong growth potential. The Barton Report indicated that Canada has the potential to become the world's second largest agriculture and agri-food exporter in just a few short years. The report set a target of $75 billion in exports in 2025. This is up from $55 billion in 2015. Modernized transportation legislation is critical if Canada is to meet this growing demand and maintain our reputation as a reliable supplier. Agriculture is not just about exports. The industry employs Canadians. 1 in 8 jobs in Canada depends on agriculture. Our ability to meet these growth targets, our ability to increase the number of Canadians employed by the sector depend upon moving production to market in a timely manner. And I want to stress this next point. Timely manner must be defined by the international marketplace. We will not achieve these goals if transportation providers limit our ability to satisfy world demand. And these are the implications of Bill C-49 that is before you today. My first message on C-49 that I want to deliver is quickly return this bill to the House for third reading. The bill will help introduce better commercial accountability into the grain transportation system. It will help improve grain movement planning, and it will improve transparency and reporting. I do not want to leave the impression that the grain sector has received all that it requested in this bill. There are provisions that the industry had requested, continuation of the extended interswitching provisions from the Fair Rail for Farmers Act is an example. These provisions that have not been brought into the legislation. However, no piece of legislation is perfect, and we believe that this bill should proceed. Cereals Canada does have some suggestions for technical amendments to C-49 that are outlined in detail at the end of the written brief that you have received. I want to touch briefly on why we're here and why we have the need for legislation. Flaws in the grain handling and transportation system were highlighted in 2013 and 14 when the system suffered a significant breakdown. The systemic failure impacted the entire value chain and damaged Canada's brand and reputation as a reliable supplier of agriculture products. This resulted in lost sales, and it resulted in decreases in price. The crisis cost farmers, grain handling firms, exporters, Canadian value-added processing, and ultimately the Canadian economy. This was not the first time that the transportation system has failed one of Canada's largest sectors. This is clearly demonstrated by the multiple past reviews and commissions, such as the studies conducted by the late Justice Este, Arthur Kruger, the report from the senior executive officers. The list goes on. It is a long list of reports on grain transportation. History shows that if the underlying structural issues are not addressed, transportation failures will recur. Canadian agriculture and the Canadian economy cannot afford to let this happen again. Railway monopolistic power is a key reason why the grain transportation environment does not function to maximize the profitability of the entire value chain. Virtually all shippers are served by one carrier and are subject to monopolistic pricing and service strategies. Therefore, the government has a critical role to play in establishing a regulatory structure that strikes a measured and appropriate competitive balance, and I stress the word competitive. System reform will be successful only if the legislated and regulatory structure for grain transportation is adjusted so that it mimics the conditions of a competitive environment. It is worth noting that the record size of the 2013 crop, over 70 million tonnes in Western Canada, is often cited by the critics of reform as the cause of the breakdown in 2013-14. However, this level of production is not an anomaly. It is the new normal. Grain production in Canada continues to grow, as does world demand. This year, 2017, I'm sure many of you have heard, and Ms. Brock, who's in the part of Saskatchewan that's suffered a drought, was a drought in many parts of Saskatchewan. And yet Western Canada is still going to produce one of the largest crops we have ever seen, between 63 and 65 million tonnes. We have to be able to meet growing demand and growing supply. And just a summary comments, I'm not going to go into the details of our amendments, you have them, but in summary, C49 will move us towards a more accountable and reliable grain handling and transportation system. This is good news for everybody involved, including our customers. The grain, oilseed, and special crops industries have been united in our call for measures that will help ensure railway accountability for performance. C49 will help correct the imbalance between the market power of the railways and captive shippers. The legislation includes the following key positive elements: tools that will allow shippers to hold railways financially accountable for their service performance; improved processes through the Canadian Transportation Agency if issues do arise; clarification of the railway responsibility in the Canada Transportation Act by better defining adequate and suitable service; and increased requirements for reporting and railway contingency planning. If passed, C49 will help balance railway market power and will help mimic what would happen if we had open competition. This is good economic and public policy. While the most important part of the railway legislation is the increase in railway accountability, all of these provisions are important. Improving CTA processes are important to ensure that problems are caught and addressed before they snowball into major failures. Together with clarification to the meaning of adequate and suitable, this will help ensure that the Canadian transportation system meets the expectations of our customers, both within Canada as well as internationally. As I mentioned, no piece of legislation is perfect, and C49 is no exception. Cereals Canada has presented a number of technical amendments. The adoption of these amendments should not significantly delay the passage of the bill, and the adoption of these amendments will significantly improve the legislation in terms of transparency. And these are the first 4 amendments that you have in the brief in front of you. It will also help align North American regulations between Canada and the U.S. And again, these are the first 4 amendments in the brief that you have. The amendments will also help improve operational planning. This is the 5th amendment in the brief that you have. And it will also help give access or improve access to competitive tools to help improve the imbalance between market power. And these are amendments, the last 3 amendments. I think we'll pause there. I welcome any of your questions, either on my verbal remarks or the more detailed written brief that has been circulated.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dahl. On to the chemistry industry. Mr. Matterson.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. It is an honour to be among the witnesses to appear before this committee as it conducts this very important business on the review of Bill C-49, the Transportation Modernization Act. In our brief time with you today, we want to share 3 key messages on behalf of Canada's chemistry sector. These are included in the submission, the brief before the committee, and provide additional details on our thoughts on Bill C-49. But briefly, our 3 comments. First, it's important that you recognize the chemistry industry plays an important role in the Canadian economy, and efficient and competitive rail transportation is critical to our business success. Second key point I wish to emphasize is that we enthusiastically applaud the work of Minister Garneau and his department. They've listened, and both the Transportation 2030 Agenda and Bill C-49 are highly responsive to the long-standing concerns expressed by our industry with regards to Canada's freight rail system. Finally, while we do want to see Bill C-49 advance promptly, and we do not wish to introduce any new measures, we do believe that some amendments are necessary to ensure the provisions of the Act will indeed meet their intended objectives. Let me begin by providing you a bit of information about our sector to underscore how important Bill C-49 is to the growth prospects of our industry. Canada's chemistry industry is vital to the Canadian economy. We are the 3rd largest manufacturing sector with over $53 billion in annual shipments. Nearly 73% of that is exported, making us the 2nd largest manufacturing exporter in the country. And probably like many people in the country, you don't give much thought to the role of chemicals in the economy, but it's important to note that 95% of all manufactured goods are directly touched by the business of chemistry, and that includes all the key sectors of the Canadian economy: energy, transportation, agri-food, forestry, mining, and metals. Likewise, the goods the industry produces are also critical to communities and to the quality of life for Canadians. This does include some dangerous goods, products such as chlorine used to purify drinking water, sulfuric acid used in the manufacture of agricultural fertilizers. Equally important, chemistry is a growing sector both globally and in North America, and during the past 5 years, more than 300 global-scale chemistry investments with a book value of more than 230 billion Canadian have been announced in the United States alone. Unfortunately, Canada has missed out on much of that initial wave of investment, but there are some promising prospects for capturing a share of the next wave of investments. More than 3/4 of the chemistry industry's annual shipments in Canada move by rail. That accounts for 14%, or nearly 1/7 of all freight volumes in the country. This makes rail costs and service 2 of the most important factors when investors are deciding whether to locate that next new facility or expand operations in Canada or not. Making a well-functioning and competitive rail freight market vital to this makes a well-functioning and competitive rail market vital to the competitiveness of our industry and its investment prospects. As mentioned earlier, we wish to stress that we do applaud the government's efforts and are supportive of the rail freight measures to advance, and I quote here, a long-term agenda for a more transparent, balanced, and efficient rail system that reliably moves our goods to global market, as outlined in Transportation 2030. With regards to the Bill C-49, we believe the government has struck a balance between the needs and concerns of both shippers and rail carriers. We also believe the provisions of the bill are highly responsive to concerns we've shared during consultations, both with the Emerson panel and more recently with Minister Garneau leading up to the publication of Transportation 2030. Specifically, Bill C-49 addresses the important issues of data transparency and timeliness, market power, shippers' rights, reciprocity, fairer rates, and extended interswitching. The bill also proposes important measures to incorporate best available safety technologies by incorporating in-cab video and data gathering systems that have been used for many years in other transportation industries. Taken together, the package of measures in Bill C-49 has the potential to make a meaningful contribution to a more balanced relationship between shippers and carriers, where the realities of today's transportation system mean a normal market environment cannot exist. As such, we believe that Bill C-49 presents an instance, a rare instance, where our sector welcomes government involvement in creating market conditions. The key word I want to stress in what I've just said, however, is the potential. Again, we do believe Bill C-49 is responsive to shippers' needs. We do believe it makes an important effort to establish a more balanced relationship between shippers and carriers in an otherwise non-competitive marketplace. And we're not here today to propose a suite of additional measures for your consideration. Nevertheless, we are concerned that specific measures outlined and described in the bill may not achieve the desired outcomes. Specifically, with respect to the data transparency provisions in the bill, we would strongly recommend these provisions include commodity-specific information on rates, volumes, and level of service that would support investment decision and assessment of fair and adequate service. In this regard, we also recommend the availability of information to shippers be expedited by establishing a firm early timeline for the implementation of the regulations. On a closely related note, we recommend the Act include specific requirements for railways to provide the highest level of service that can be reasonably provided. We see ambiguity in the current language that stops short of equating adequate and suitable with the highest reasonable level of rail service. This should be clarified for all parties. With respect to the CTA, Canada Transportation Agency's powers and informal resolution process, we recommend the agency's powers be increased and provide it with the ability to independently investigate issues of its own initiative and ensure informal resolutions are implemented and effective, and that policymakers and stakeholders are then able to measure and analyze the broader trends in freight rail performance. Finally, and perhaps most importantly to us, the intent of the long-haul interswitching provisions in the bill are most welcome. As noted in the government's own discussion paper, the previous competitive line rates measures were little used and provided no appreciable contribution to establishing a more balanced environment between shippers and carriers. We are, however, concerned that the range of limitations and specific exclusions on long-haul interswitching in the bill will likewise lead to its underuse and ineffectiveness. Many of our members are captive shippers. For many, trucking is not an option. And for over 50% of our members, trucking becomes economically unviable at a distance of over 500 kilometers. As such, we recommend the elimination of those limitations specifically related to toxics by inhalation products, to traffic originating within the 30-kilometer of the interchange, and to exclusions pertaining to high-volume corridors. Madam Chair, in my brief time with you, I'll stop here and we welcome any questions you may have. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Masterson. Now on to the Grain Growers of Canada. Mr. Nielsen.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. Thank you to have the opportunity to provide comments on this important bill. Grain Growers of Canada represents 50,000 grain, pulse, corn, oilseed, and soybean farmers from across Canada. We have members from Atlantic provinces to the Peace Country of British Columbia. We are the only national farmer-run group representing all the grains which are exported around the world. Given our dependence on export markets, farmers like myself are highly dependent on a reliable, competitive rail system. I run a family-owned incorporated grain farm in south-central Alberta near Olds. I grow wheat, malt barley, and canola. Right now we're in the middle of harvest. Luckily we had rain today and I got the day off and I came here. It's important, but it is important for me to come here personally to speak as a farmer on my thoughts on Bill C-49. We greatly appreciate the work this committee has done in the past, including the excellent study on the former Fair Rail for Grain Farmers Act and the recommendations he made to the government. As Cam mentioned, the release of the Barton report just brought to light through the government how important agriculture is and how the government views the goals, how agriculture can grow to $75 billion in exports by 2025. We're thankful the government has that recognition and had the Barton report presented to Parliament. Such as Grain Growers Canada welcomed the announcements in this news legislation back in December, and we are hopeful for third reading of this bill in Royal Assent as soon as possible to avoid any of the handling issues with this year's crop. As we are heading well into fall now and winter's on the way, my entire crop is shipped by rail. I need a rail system that will not only perform for me, but for our customers. These customers, we know, can go elsewhere. It is imperative for Canada to have a rail system that is effective, responsive, to get our crops to export position. With that, I see opportunities within Bill C-49. When you look at the ability to hold railroads financially accountable for service provided, I want to give an example of how this works for my farm. Currently, there's no avenue to penalize the railroads for poor service. This lack of accountability impacts all players in the supply chain and ultimately farmers. I market my crops throughout the year when I see best price opportunities for my farm and my financial needs. So let's say I decided to sell 200 metric tons of canola in February because I saw a price signal there. And also in February, I have an input bill that I need to pay, my farm needs to pay. It's not that I like choosing February because it's minus 20 and I might have to shovel snow. I'm quite willing to haul grain at any time of year when I have signed contracts. So here comes February. It's cold, it's snowy, I'm out there ready to haul grain, the auger's in the bin. I get loaded up and the elevator calls me, the train's not here. So it's been put off a few weeks. And then I call again, the train's been put off for another few weeks. Now it's late April and I'm getting my machinery ready to seed this year's crop or the next year's crop. I have delayed paying my farm account because I hadn't had the grain sales that I thought I had contracted for February made yet. So it's been a great effect to me personally and my farm. My grain company's been affected too. They had sales booked for that canola for an offshore customer. That canola did not reach port in time, and those ships may have had to wait in Vancouver Harbor for a lengthy period of time. That costs money too. It's called demurrage, which sooner or later will be passed back to myself as a producer. On the flip side, my grain company is fined by the railroads if the train is not loaded within a certain set period of time. Yet my grain company cannot fine the railroads for not supplying the train on time as scheduled. I've seen cars sit there for well over a week after they've been filled. Yet there's no penalty to move that, no penalty issued to the grain rail company's end. But that delay of moving that train for that week also delays the next train that's coming in, and it just starts the snowball effect of delays. We are all very familiar with the mess that happened in winter 2013-2014. I, as a grain producer, experienced it in many ways. I believe I lost marketing opportunities because I could not sell into certain markets because there was no grain opportunity deliveries. We saw contracts that were set for December not delivered upon until well into the spring. That, of course, then affected farmers' financial marketing or financial cycles on as far as paying their bills and such. We saw customers, and I'll point to oats here specifically, that lost business. And those customers in the U.S. that wanted Canadian oats went to Scandinavia to fill their needs. As I mentioned before, our customers have other choices. If we continue to allow the railroads to provide irregular, spotty service, we will lose those customers forever. Winter on the prairies happens, sometimes more severe than others, but it happens every year. One of the other provisions that we welcome within Bill C-49 is the increased requirements for reporting and railway contingency planning. It is hoped that our rail companies will quickly adopt and publish sound contingency plans and demonstrate that they have the capacity to get our products to wherever on time. In the fall of 2013, farmers, grain companies, and Stats Canada knew that we were going into a large crop, which, as Cam has pointed out, is not the norm anymore. We are producing more grain continually. Yet our rail companies in the fall of 2013 were not ready. And yes, winter hit, and things literally went off the rails. Data collection is also another key point. It is crucial that it is important that we have complete data set. I commend the work of the Ag Transportation Coalition and Quorum Group for the information they provide, which has filled in significant gaps to help us work with the railroads to hold them more accountable the last couple of years. In Bill C-49, we also appreciate the ability of the Canadian Transportation Agency to play a larger role in areas such as improved dispute resolution, and we see increased clarity of railway responsibility within the Act itself when it comes to the adequate and suitable service, definition of adequate and suitable service. One of the clear benefits I see of these two items is a much-needed assurance to me as a producer that these are issues, they will be identified, if there are issues, they will be identified and hopefully dealt with prior to any severe impacts and potential loss of sales to our customers. We do, as Grain Growers Canada, have a few recommendations that we feel will strengthen the bill, but I reiterate, it is critical that we have this legislation passed soon as possible to ensure smooth movement of this year's crop. Grain farmers have support maintaining the current maximum revenue entitlement, MRE. With the adjustments for capital spending as proposed in Bill C-49, the MRE is working well at this time, and by changing it slightly to recognize the investments made by each railroad should be, recognize and incorporate the investments made by each railroad should encourage more investment and will gain infrastructure for the future as a result. The point there is our hopper car fleet, I believe. As we know, it's aging badly. One glaring omission under the grains under the MRE is soybeans. On behalf of our members, we ask that soybeans be included as one of the crops under MRE Schedule 2. Soybean acreage is increasing year over year in the prairie provinces, and naturally those products are shipped by rail. This update reflects the current needs of an industry which were not anticipated in the former or the time that MRE was set. If you will, this will be truly a modernization of the Act. Once Bill C-49 is fully in effect, we've seen the proposed improvements then. A comprehensive MRE can be undertaken, but not before. I'd like to quickly speak on long-haul interswitching. The previous Fair Rail for Grain Farmers Act, we saw the interswitching increase 160 kilometers. This provided a very useful tool for our grain companies to obtain more competitive terms of service. To illustrate how important interswitching is, I draw your attention once again to oats. Oats are a corridor-specific commodity being used by major processors in the U.S., and they need to get these oats to the buyer in a regular, timely fashion. Many customers were lost as a result of the 2013 winter crisis, and the industry is still struggling to get those markets back. The extended interswitching provision, however, has helped many oat growers. Given the usefulness of that tool, we as Grain Growers Canada are concerned that the long-haul provisions set out in Bill C-49 may not be as effective and address some of the needs of all of our producers. We ask that you review the attachment in our submission for the recommendations from the newly reinvigorated Crop Logistics Working Group, to which I am a member of. The group has proposed some amendments to the long-haul provisions, which we believe will ensure the security of the market and reliability in which previous extended interswitching provided. Already this year, we're seeing increased demand into the U.S. for some of our crops due to the poor quality in the U.S., and it must go by rail. Grain producers are working hard to provide the world with top quality grain, oilseed, pulse, and corn, and we believe strongly that the goals set out for increased exports are achievable, and we are ready to work with the government to meet those goals. However, we need this legislation to pass as soon as possible to ensure that we can rely on the grain handling system to get our products to exports position. I thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nielsen, in particular for your personal challenges. Sometimes we forget just how difficult it is out there. All right, on to our questions. Ms. Block.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I want to thank each one of you for joining us today. I do appreciate your attendance, and as you pointed out, Mr. Nielsen, we know that the timing of these hearings doesn't dovetail very well with our agricultural community, but as it has been pointed out, this is important work that needs to be done. And so your testimony here today is crucial in providing the committee with the information needed to ensure that the right balance is struck in addressing the underlying issues that exist in our transportation system. But we know that this is not the first time that your input has been solicited to aid parliamentarians in our deliberations in how to structure legislation that ensures market access and an efficient means of transportation for our shippers and producers. And so without every witness so far has testified that there needs to be some changes to this legislation, and all have identified issues with the provisions around long-haul interswitching. And so because I have such a limited amount of time to ask each of you questions, I have two questions that I would like each of you to answer. The first would be, does C-49 enhance competition in rail service? And on balance, Do you prefer the extended interswitching at 160 kilometers as previously outlined in the Fair Rail for Grain Farmers Act, or do you prefer the LHI provisions in this bill? And I'll have each one of you answer those questions.
Just a quick response to both of those questions. Yes, C49 does improve or will improve the competitive balance when it is passed, which is why, on balance, we are asking that the legislation be brought to royal assent as quickly as possible. So this bill will improve railway accountability, will improve transparency, and will move us closer to what we would have if market competitive conditions existed. That being said, the extended interswitching was used. It was extensively used by the grain industry, and it was an effective tool. Given our desire to have C49 in law as quickly as possible, our approach to you today has been to offer some amendments to the long-haul interswitching that would make those provisions more effective.
Yes, thank you for the question. I think the first answer is yes, we do believe that the provisions of Bill C49 will make a more balanced and competitive rail freight environment. And we have to remember the word balance is important. We're not just saying that as a means to keep peace. Our competitive position depends on the railways also being competitive and profitable. No one's here to punish them, but it hasn't been a balanced relationship up to now. We believe the provisions in this bill will create a more balanced relationship that will allow all of us to have commercial success and to grow our businesses in the future. Your second question, of course, it depends. And unlike perhaps the agricultural community with large volumes in a fairly tight geographic boundary, our industry spread coast to coast, and it really depends on the individual circumstances of individual producers in a very heterogeneous sector. That said, there have been people that took good advantage of the earlier provisions and did quite well. They were pleased with it, and that's one of the reasons why in the consultations as a sector we asked for something that was permanent, something that was available to all sectors, and something that truly provided relief for the opportunity for competitive commercial discussions between service providers on an ongoing permanent basis. So hope that helps. Thank you.
No, thank you, and I agree with the previous comments. And you look at what we heard in December when this bill was announced, it was really a godsend, I guess. It hit a lot of the avenues we've been searching for. When you look at reciprocal penalties, look at data collection, look at adequate, suitable. These are things we've been asking this industry for a long time. We need to have a railroads that are accountable. Truly, as Cam mentioned, they're a monopoly, duopoly if you want to call it. I'm only on one main line. I could access another main line, but it's a good distance away from me. So I'm restricted there. As far as the long-haul interswitching, we've done a lot of work with Crop Logistic Working Group at presenting the amendments. As Cam and the rest of us have all mentioned, we need to see passage of this bill soon. We're coming into a large crop this fall. We need to make sure this crop gets to market and gets to export. So thank you.
Do I have
a minute and a half?
Okay, so I want to address the sense of urgency that I'm picking up on from our witnesses today, and I guess the question that comes to me as a result of that urgency would be, we had the Fair Rail for Grain Farmers Act sunset in the middle of this past summer. You are then, in fact, without any remedy when it comes to interswitching, except for the 30-kilometer rate. Is that what's precipitating this urgency to get this law passed so that you actually are negotiating contracts with certainty and with terms that you can actually go to the railways with?
Just to touch on that, yes, the protections that we had under the the grain industry had under the Fair Rail for Farmers Act were valuable tools, but you know, from my perspective, it wasn't just the message that was sent to Canada, but it was the message that was sent to our customers. You know, I visit many of our customers internationally, and one of the first questions I always get asked, whether I'm in Bangladesh or in Japan or Nigeria, is questions about Canadian logistics. And I cannot stress enough the harm to our reputation that was caused by that 2013 and 14 failure. We cannot afford another one. As Jeff said, we have a large crop to move, despite the drought conditions that we have in the prairies, and we need to have tools in place that will help ensure that if problems do begin to develop, they don't turn into the large systematic failure that we had in the past.
Thank you very much. On to Mr. Secan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question's for Mr. Masterson. Well, first, thank you for being here. I appreciate your opening remarks and very pleased that the ministers heard you. It's a sentiment that's been reiterated by many of our witnesses. Now, correct me if any of my facts here are wrong. You said there was a $200 billion investment in the States and that 14% of rail volume is made up by chemicals? Okay. And so to the best of my knowledge, in the States, the chemical industry also has access to barges to move their products, and we don't have that here in Canada. I could imagine there's some implications of this in the industry, and if you could just speak to that, please.
Sure. Well, I know that's a question that came up in discussions previously. Does Canada need something that the U.S. doesn't have? But there's a number of factors that say yes, we do need it, and to answer the question from Madam Block, yes, we do need it urgently. And the United States has a number of factors that assist in transportation issues. One, industry and people are much more consolidated and concentrated. When it comes to our business of chemistry, the resource, natural gas, petroleum products, others, are located much closer to coasts. So Texas is on the coast. Louisiana is on the coast. It's easy to get stuff to market, and especially through barge. In Canada, we have tremendous resources, largely in the petrochemical industry, concentrated in Western Canada, specifically Alberta, and there's something called the Rocky Mountains between Alberta and the West Coast that prevent us moving large volumes, any volumes at all, by barge. So yes, Canada is a different marketplace. We have much longer distances to market, and in our case, fully 60% of every ton of product we move goes across the border into the U.S. Those are long distances. Our industry, like many, is deeply interconnected. Volumes move between Alberta and Texas and back into Ontario on a daily, and even into Mexico on an ongoing basis. And that is not going to be accomplished by moving millions of tons of product via truck. So we have to make the system we have, if we want the economy to be strong and to attract that investment in our sector, we have to make sure that the economy is working as efficiently as it can in all areas. And I think what you've heard regularly from the stakeholders that have been here is the rail freight market has not been efficient and competitive for many years.
Thank you. The remainder of my time, I think Mr. Graham's going to take.
All right. Thank you. Also for Mr. Masterson, I'll start with you, but I've only got one question for you before I carry on. Railways carry a lot more hazardous materials than just toxic inhalation substances. Some of them are called special dangerous in the industry, which crews just call bombs. Substances are not even permitted on trucks. So the large carriers argued to us on Monday, I think it was, that if you have access to trucks, you're not a captive industry. And you said that that is clearly not the case. So for a lot of these chemicals, are there any other options besides trains?
Well, this is a great question to turn over to Ms. Edwards. She's not only an expert on Bill C-49, but all matters dangerous goods. So, Kara, if you're comfortable with that.
Often, rail is the safest mode to travel with for highly dangerous goods, or if it, depending on the volume, you can transport it in cylinders as well, which would go by road, but in small volumes. With the other traffic on the road, with different conditions, often rail is the safest mode to transport dangerous goods, particularly TIH products and other very dangerous goods. In Canada, I think we have to also look at how many of those very highly dangerous goods are traveling in high volumes. There's only a handful of TIH products that do travel by rail, and often in our membership, a lot of companies, specifically, let's say with chlorine, will not transport by road because the risk has been deemed too high.
Thank you.
If I could just
yeah.
add an anecdote to help you understand that. Styrene is another dangerous good. The shippers in Canada previously would only ship that by rail. Our industry had a company in the Kelowna area of British Columbia, and they took that styrene and they turned it into resins that then supplied a small but important regional recreational boating manufacturing industry. Unfortunately, the short line railway that served that facility decided to close, and neither of the two large Class 1 railways picked that short line railway up. So they suspended service. Well, there was no way. It wasn't that it couldn't be delivered by truck, but the decision by the shippers, they will not move that product by truck. With rail out of the service, the plant that made the resins closed. With the plant that made the resins closed, the boating manufacturers closed. So there are goods that need to move by rail for very good reasons, and they have to be able to get to market. It's not just our members, but again, we supply other industries, so the goods have to get to them at the end of the day.
Right, and I was in Kelowna last week for caucus, and we found that track is now a bicycle path, so that's good. Very quickly, I only have a few seconds left. I had a number of questions for Mr. Nielsen. I won't have time to get through them, but very quickly, a freight car is good, has a service life of about 40 years. How old are the freight cars in service right now?
Actually, I think they're over 40 years. Some of them. They have been modified, they have been upgraded, but they're within the next 10 to 15 years, we're going to see the majority of our cars be decommissioned.
Thank you.
And just to make a quick distinction between the hopper cars that the Government of Canada owns, which were bought in the 1980s, and the the private cars that the railways own and lease, which are modern high-capacity rail cars.
Thank you very much. Monsieur Aubin.
Madame la Présidente, bonjour officiellement.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Welcome to our witnesses. This third day is really enlightening us. I think we're seeing the main lines that the committee will not be insensitive to, and I'm hoping the government as well. So the first question I would like to ask concerns what I really want to call the drafting of the bill. It's not a romantic novel, but it's not a contract for business either. So you're two organizations now who have stressed the fact that we really have to review the definition of adequate and suitable service. And I would like to hear more from you on this issue, I must admit, because I'm really losing my way with this as well. If it's a suitable service, it seems like a word that's really used to blur things. So if you would could give us different language, what would you like to see us have as an underlying definition of this?
Provided some suggestion, and in our written submission, we suggested that the ambiguity be removed, and we speak of the highest reasonable level of rail service which could be provided, and perhaps Ms. Edwards can expand on that.
I think a key part of that is understanding at what point there is no longer adequate service, so it needs to incorporate that as well. And I think the Western Canada Shippers Coalition did a very eloquent job of explaining the key differences in that yesterday, and we could propose and submit a legal text to the committee as well if that's of interest going forward. But we didn't bring a copy of the text to specifically note the word changes. It was only very minor though, but it could save a lot of time and court cases in the future to clarify that early on.
Just quickly, and I'm not a transportation lawyer, so I'm not going to say that the amendments in C49 are perfect, but the bill does propose to tighten up or better quantify what the definition of adequate and suitable, and adequate and suitable really is how the railways are held to account, and by bringing in that broader definition, it does help improve accountability. Is that the perfect definition? Probably not. And would lawyers give us different legal text? Perhaps, but it is a significant improvement over what is in the current Canada Transportation Act.
I disagree with the previous two comments. Thank you.
De toute évidence, nous sommes ouverts.
Obviously, we are open to all suggestions that you could send in to us. Mr. Masterson, you gave us some tangible examples that helps us to understand the reality on the front lines. I might be light years away from all of this, but in your report, you also make a recommendation that the powers of the agency be increased in terms of investigations. And so could you perhaps give me another example of what the agency really could do to be more effective with increased powers?
She spends a lot of time with the folks involved in the transportation agency and is a better position to speak from our members' behalf.
With the agency's powers, we believe it gives just one more opportunity. If they're expanded for shippers to have one more opportunity for remedies to be available. Additionally, with some of the limitations of the agency right now, it might not be as easy for them to see how certain cases fall into the larger system. So by expanding their powers, they can take certain cases and be able to see if that's consistent or if things are being followed through after measures are put in place. So that's what we meant within our submission.
Merci. Jean.
Thank you. I still have a minute? Okay. Perhaps a quick question for Mr. Nielsen. I believe you're the one who alluded to the fact that soybean was excluded from the schedule and it should be part of it. So I agree with you. It should be in there. So should C49 provide for a mechanism to review the products that are currently on that list? Because we know that agriculture is constantly in evolution. Food is changing, the nature of the industry is changing, and the market changes. So we can understand that a farmer might want to change what his crops are, even if there are costs to that. So should there be a mechanism that allows for a regular revision of that list?
Just the ability of our farming community, the adoption of technologies that have really advanced how we as farmers take care of our soils, yet provide some of the best quality crops in the world. And we're increasing those crops, we're increasing those variety crops. Technology has developed better breeding techniques that soybeans are now less than 40 miles from me. And will I ever be able to grow in my area? Not sure yet. I'm in a different climatic zone, but just the ability to see those crops expand, and some of those crops are very good for our soils. So once again, we need to see some of those abilities to enter new crops into this agreement. Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Merci.
Thank you very much. On to Mr. Fraser.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thanks to our witnesses for being here. Before I begin, if you'll indulge me for just a moment, I'd like to communicate that I'm here with a bit of a heavy heart today. In Nova Scotia, we lost an absolute political giant yesterday with the passing of Alan J. McEachin, who served as Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Foreign Affairs, was responsible during his time in the health portfolio for implementing Medicare. And despite all these incredible accomplishments in Ottawa, back home he's best known for his service to his constituents. And as a young parliamentarian from Nova Scotia, I hope to emulate that today and over the course of my career. So in that spirit of standing up for Atlantic Canada, I can't help but notice that with the extended interswitching provisions that existed under Bill C-30, it was a specific sector and a specific region that was impacted. Perhaps, Mr. Masterton, you may be best positioned to answer, although I know Mr. Nielsen pointed out he has members in Atlantic Canada too. How does this bill service different sectors across the entire country and not just those in one important region?
Yeah, I think from our perspective, as I mentioned, we have a very heterogeneous industry. It's from coast to coast. It's very complex, large number of different products, and our view is this strikes the right balance, and the measures that are proposed, if they can be adjusted as discussed, will bring benefit coast to coast. We've not identified any regional shortcomings in the provisions that are here at this time. We feel that it will benefit all shippers across the country.
One of the items that I forget which witnesses commented, I believe there was more than one that spoke specifically about the importance of data and transparency. Right now, I understand there's a disparity between even what the bill proposes and what exists in the United States, for example. I don't want to get into the territory where we're starting to interfere with the proprietary information of the railways, but what can we realistically expect to see? Is harmony between the U.S. and Canada the gold standard here? What kind of data would make it most effective for shippers without really compromising the proprietary information of railways?
That's a great question, and of course, data is key to the concept of accountability, and data is also key to the goal of the legislation in allowing for contingency planning and allowing for capacity planning in advance. So that data is absolutely critical, and you know, some of the amendments that we have brought forward tighten up that time window with precisely those objectives, the objectives of the bill in mind, to ensure, for example, that you know, some of that data is coming forward within a week. And available and useful to shippers, as opposed to 3 weeks after the fact, where it's not as useful. You know, it might be useful for an academic in a university, but not for somebody that's planning for a late train to Vancouver. And similarly with some of the provisions that you know, coming into effect of some of the data requirements. To your comment about what is happening in the U.S., the railways are already providing that information to the Transportation Safety Board in the U.S., and so it's not something new. There isn't new systems that have to be brought into place. This is absolutely critical for contingency planning and for capacity planning, and there's no reason to delay that a year after the bill comes into place.
I totally agree with that. And when we talk about both CN and CP both provide that data to the Surface Rates Transportation Board in the U.S., it's no different than what they could be providing us. But you look at Quorum Group, which is supported through the federal government, their reporting period is weeks, maybe up to 3 to 4 weeks after, before they can get some of this data. The Ag Transportation Coalition Group, they're going from the industry perspective. They do not get the information from the railroads. So we're trying to work with it.
On the timeliness issue, I know, Mr. Dahl, you just mentioned potentially sort of a week might be reasonable as opposed to 3 or 4 weeks. I mean, I'm sure you're going to say real-time data is best data, but what is sort of the reasonable window that you can be working that's going to make a difference for business decision-making?
Well, and that's why there's 3 very specific proposals that we have in the brief that have been given to you. They're proposals 1A through 1C that tighten up that timeline and some of the specific provisions in Section 54 and in Section 75 and in Section 98, and those amendments are brought in specifically to move that reporting time frame from what would be in 3 weeks in total to about a week, and that's in line with what we see in the U.S.
Shifting gears for a moment here, I think you're spot on in discussing sort of in a world of the global marketplace, timely transport of our goods is absolutely essential. One of the things I find governments aren't very good at is communicating to the people who live in the communities we represent that international trade is good for small businesses, it's good for workers in our communities. Has anybody done an actual economic impact on what the losses are for our failure to transport goods in a timely way, using perhaps the 2013 example where you mentioned we lost markets to Scandinavia? Is there any kind of an economic assessment that we can trumpet at home to say, if we don't do this, we're going to lose jobs in our communities?
I believe there has been. We had data, or I can't think of the, sorry sir, the number that we stated in green lost sales from the 2014 crop year. But they're a significant amount of dollars. And it's just, as Cam mentioned, it's our reputation. You look at, there's harvest usually going on somewhere within the whole world almost every month. So we have to compete into that marketplace when our crops come off in this time of year, September, October. We have to make sure we have those markets, make sure, and yes, winter's hitting. And yes, as Bob has mentioned, we have the Rockies to the west of me. We have to get the grain through those Rockies. It's a bit of a challenge. but we need to be able to guarantee our customers that we are a reliable supplier of a quality product.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nielsen. On to Mr. Badaway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll preface my questions by stating on Monday we had a strong theme of safety and passenger rights. Yesterday we had a strong theme of safety and business practice, which ultimately lends itself to safety. And today we're hearing service levels to the customer. And as I stated yesterday, a lot of what we're discussing here with safety is business practice. How do we lend ourselves through the broader transportation strategy, but C49 sort of building into that a better business practice, a better level of service, and therefore not just nationally but internationally being able to bring our product to market. With that, I want to drill down a bit. In my former life at the municipal level, we were all about that. How do we attach ourselves, our daily business at City Hall to lend itself to allow business to be in a more conducive and friendly environment? And that's what I see here. And one of the things that we did back then that I can see happening now on a national level is really sometimes enter into that business world, not just be a government, but be a partner. And we then, back then, entered into a partnership with a short line railway because we had the Class 1s abandon our railways, and before what happened in your jurisdictions was going to happen in ours, we actually bought a railway, ran and operated a railway, and brought a short line operator on board to then have the companies that depended on those railways continue to be healthy because of that service being afforded to them. So my question to you is, and I want this to be a dialogue, like we had back then, here now, up in Ottawa, the same kind of dialogue, is that business often, as you mentioned earlier, lends itself or often finds itself abandoned by a traditional level of transportation services. That could be on the water, that can be on rail, road, or air. And it often happens by the government or the private sector. And again, one example is short lines. And we all know that this service attaches itself directly to business, as well as being a link to a broader transportation network. And often the future of business depends on that link and that network. So my question to you is twofold. Is there a need, or can the product be moved by truck or other methods of transport? And I think I got that answer earlier when you said no, because those companies ended up closing because of those lines being abandoned and nobody picking up the ball vis-a-vis a short line operator. So running on that same premise, my second question would be, Bill C-49 lends itself to the broader transportation network and the broader transportation strategy. Do you, being in the business every day, have any recommendations on how this bill can extend to short-line operators a mechanism for them to pick up on these abandoned lines, and therefore the economy that depends on those abandoned lines are not hurt or are not being closed down, a lot of which those communities count on?
Yeah. Well, from our perspective, certainly short line railways are very important, and our view has been repeatedly, and we've stressed this, they have been underplayed a bit in the Transportation 2030 agenda. They do carry, for many of our producers, they carry product on that and very important first mile, and more importantly, when you're trying to reach a forest products mill in northern Saskatchewan, you're on a short line for that last mile as well. So they're very critical, and it goes beyond just the provisions of Bill C-49, but we look at, and we've argued in our past submissions to the Finance Committee, that given that those short lines play such an important role in the manufacturing sector, why not think of some of the advantages that have been put in place to attract investment in the manufacturing sector into those short line railways? Find what are the tools we can use to stimulate investment and growth and make sure that those short lines are on a sustainable financial footing. Because when they go, it's devastating for our members and for our customers and for the communities you've just talked about.
I think, and again, this is a dialogue. This is what I'm trying to get out of this in terms of what recommendations we can bring forward here for C-49, but also in other committees, whether it be finance or the broader picture when it comes to transportation strategies or economic strategies. So taking it a step further, a lot of the problems do exist because of the capital side of it. You know, there's no question that they're abandoning these lines because of the ballast, the rail, the water, or the ties are deteriorating. Instead of putting the capital in, they just abandon it altogether because there's no return. Having said that, do you find there's a need, not just from the operating side, but from the capital side, that we actually attach ourselves before those situations happen? And I cite that because we have a lot of infrastructure right now that are capital assets, whether it be, or before rail, now water, whether it be, for example, the seaway with the docks and the canals and things like that, that are quite frankly falling apart, and no capital being placed into those assets. So before it gets to the point of either just pushing them aside or getting rid of them or just abandoning them, what role do you see government playing in really stepping forward to ensure that they're preserved?
Two quick responses from us and turn it over to our colleagues. One is, I think it's important, we feel it's very important, and that provisions in C49 will help with this, but the data access and timeliness to support decision making. Anecdotally, our view is that the Port of Vancouver in particular is getting quite congested, and we think about growth plans and think about a new $6 to $10 billion facility in Alberta, then you've got to start to think, well, how the market for that's not North America, it's Asia. How's that going to get there? And so anecdotally that's there, but that's why we need the data and the provisions that are here in C49 to help us understand where the pinch points are. I think secondly, again, we broadly applaud both the work of the former minister and the current minister, and when we look at the transportation infrastructure plans that were announced earlier in the year, we see that that will make important contributions to addressing many of the concerns, and anecdotally, again at least, we've been assured that there's opportunity to address short line issues in there.
Thank you very much. Mr. Shields.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here this morning. Appreciate the information you're bringing to us. Going to the LHI saying it's regional, not apply, but we've got exclusion zones in this one. We had Tech here yesterday talking about the monopoly and the exclusion zones, and that's a problem. In your world, now we go to you, exclusion zones.
Absolutely, and we mentioned in our submission and in our comments that we think, look, if the desire is to create a more competitive relationship and a more balanced relationship between shippers and carriers, why put in other additional limitations? Increase this is not a competitive marketplace. We should do the maximum we can, and certainly it's our view that those limitations should be removed.
The exclusion zone's gone and the
absolutely.
Good,
absolutely.
Thank you. Moving to grain growers, and thank you for mentioning the oats. People may not know the area you live in is the most valued oats in the horse racing industry in North America. You ship to the U.S. because they are the best quality oats for racehorse industry. You got to get access to that U.S. market, and you grow those oats in your area. Thank you for mentioning that. Soybeans, yeah, they need to be put in there. But one of the things, maybe in understanding where the farm industry is, I relate the farm industry sort of like to the day guys in the market, in a sense, day traders. You are technologically advanced, you're day traders, and day traders need access to markets and need things to move, and I think people don't understand how technologically advanced you are, and maybe just want to touch on that again.
Well, thank you. I don't grow oats. I find one of the most itchiest crops around. Barley is much better shoveling than oats.
Yes.
But no, very good point. I get market updates 3 or 4 times a day. I have market advice coming to me. I look at the opportunities of future contract my crops. Usually a certain percentage every spring is already forward contracted. I'm looking at my financial timeline when I need to make payments for land, equipment, machinery, whatever. So I'll pick certain months that I find a good price, and then I know my bill payments are due that month. So that's where, if there's glitches in the system, there's glitches in my finances. And I have, fortunately, with maturity, a very good banker now that will allow me some leverage, but we look at the next generation of younger farmers coming on, they don't have that ability, they don't have that credit rating built up with the bank. So.
And with the income tax thing, never mind. Anyways, going. When we have the word in here talking about adequate, some of us are more recently in the education system. I spent a lot of time in both the public and advanced education, and the bell curve says adequate is C. C, and I think we all relate to what a C is. To me, that's adequate. That's not a gold standard. Mr. Dahl, you want to respond to that because you mentioned it?
Yes, and you know, the terms adequate and suitable have been part of transportation law and jurisprudence for a long time, and that in fact is the minimum standard that the railways have to meet, and that is that's the reason why those words are used. Is that's the lowest. And that's the point at which the agency can start looking at remedies for shippers. So that's not a goal. That's the bare minimum.
Right. So if we're talking about 40% increase up to 40% in the next 10 years, and we have problems with it now, so in the rail system, if we expand that by up to 40%, the goal is in the next 10 years. And if we're operating a minimum, what's going to happen?
Well, I think that's why a key point in looking at what we need from our transportation system needs to be defined by the markets, and needs to be defined what farmers like Jeff are supplying and what customers around the world are demanding. What we can supply to market should not be defined by what our service providers want to meet. That needs to, what level of service is required is something that needs to come from the marketplace, and something that needs to ensure that Canada is meeting our demand both here at home as well as the U.S. and offshore markets as well.
So back to your industry, of the chemistry industry, if you're competing with the U.S. and you've got exclusion zones, how much of a disadvantage does that put to you to compare if somebody's going to Canada or U.S. for a market?
Well, it's hard to quantify specific disadvantage from a specific measure, but what do we know? I mentioned earlier our industry has seen over $250 billion of new investment in the United States in the last 5 years. Historic patterns say Canada should have seen 10% of that. We should have seen $25 to $30 billion of new investment in our sector in Canada the last 5 years. We've not seen that. We've seen about $2 billion. So we know we've got a lot of work to do to make business conditions attractive that people want to invest here. So back to your earlier question, maybe C was good enough in the 1970s, but in today's world, for individuals who are moving product from their family farms or for the economy as a whole, when we want to attract a greater share of the global market and attract investment, as I can guarantee you, a C is not enough. And if I could just add one more thing, and I think it's really important on the data question that was asked earlier. You know, we have to distinguish between individual claims, and there will always be reasons why things don't happen when they should, but the most important information that will come out of this will be those broader trends. Is the system performing the way it's supposed to? And if you look in the United States, one major Class 1 railway within the last year had a change of ownership. And within 6 months, the Surface Transportation Board was able to issue letters and call people into Washington to say, your service isn't good enough and it has to change. I don't think we have that ability today, and that's where we need to get to. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Mr. Hardy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The answer to adequate and suitable service, this will only be received and understood by a few. The answer is 42. Okay. Got it. Is there rationing of rail capacity in Canada? Is there enough to go around?
That's a complicated question, and it depends on when you ask. You know, from a grain perspective, if you ask that question in the middle of July, the answer is no. If you ask that question in the middle of November, the answer is yes. And because there are you know, peak demands for in international markets as well as domestically. So it depends on the time of year, and it depends on the conditions.
I think that there's dysfunctional competition between various sectors, shippers?
I don't see that, but what I do see in particular with the grain industry is a sector that's absolutely captive to rail. There's no way we're going to move 20 million tons of wheat by truck to Vancouver. And so if there is a crisis and you're a rail company and you have a choice between moving something that you might lose otherwise, or move something that, you know what, 2 or 3 months from now I can move it then, what choice would you make?
Mr. Nielsen?
Well, we had a famous past chairman of one of the railroads who made the public statement that grain is in the bin. We'll move it when we get to it. Well, we have the whole 12-month period to move it. We cannot let our grain go in 12-month increments at all. So.
I think that's an excellent question, though, because it speaks to the need for data. Because can we really at any given time really know what the capacity of the system is? And I would say we can't right now. So we need the data and a system-wide data set to be able to assess where we're at a given point in time.
Part of the reason for my question is that there's a very robust debate out in British Columbia right now about pipelines. And pipelines, of course, would offer, an alternate form of transport that currently may be taking up capacity on railways. I wanted to talk about the exclusion zones. There's the two that I understand, Kamloops to Vancouver, and then between Quebec City, I think, and Montreal. Pardon me?
Quebec City, Windsor.
Quebec City and Windsor, thank you for that. Are we, though, not dealing with a couple of corridors where there's pretty adequate competition because of the fact you've got that concentration of service along those two corridors? Do we in fact need extended interswitching, along those corridors because you do have the competition?
Well, Windsor, Quebec, for instance, is a very long distance, and while you might have two Class 1s reasonably close together, I'd have to even calculate the distance in the center like Toronto. You're elsewhere in that corridor, those distances are easily beyond that. So the short answer is no. And again, if the goal is to increase competition, and we know those companies that have been given under the earlier provisions the opportunity to force competition for moving their product did very well and had improved rates and were more competitive because the opportunity was there. So we don't understand why it would be artificially restricted because of a geography. I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Mr. Dahl?
I would just concur on, and this is, of course, not one of the primary issues for the grain shippers, but I don't see the reasoning for the exclusion zones.
Okay.
Just going back to your previous question on capacity, when you look at the U.S. marketplace, both CN and CP do have rail lines into the U.S., but with this loss, as Ms. Brock mentioned about the 160-kilometer interswitching, we're missing opportunities right now to get grain in there because we're relying on those two railroads instead of doing the interswitch of BNSF. So we're looking at if we have to ship hopper cars onto CN and CP alliance in the U.S., the cycle time there is a lot longer, up to 30 days, to get those cars back into Canada. Whereas, say, Centrepoint, Saskatchewan to Vancouver is 10 days. It's out there and back. So there could be capacity restraints there as well.
In the time I have left, I wouldn't mind hearing from Mr. Dahl and Mr. Nielsen on the whole issue of producer cars, because we've received signals in some of the testimony so far that they're kind of almost a thing of the past. I don't know if that's correct or not. But the other issue is, okay, are they available and how are they handled by the railways? And, in the Fair Rail for Grain Act study that we did earlier, we heard very strong signals that in situations like that, the producers should be considered as shippers as well, with the rights that go along with that. Your thoughts?
So I'm a former commissioner of the Canadian Grain Commission, so am somewhat familiar with producer cars, because producer cars are actually a right that is enshrined in the Canada Grain Act, and have existed, I think it was 1918 or something, don't quote me on that date, but the right for producers to load their own hopper cars and ship their own hopper cars has existed in Canada for a long time and still continues to exist. And the use of producer cars goes up and down over time. It depends on market conditions and it depends on the year, but they're still utilized, and there's still an emergency valve, as it were, for producers, and not impacted by C-49 at all.
Okay, thank you very much. I have to move on here. Ms. Block.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. An observation that I would make is that, to a witness, I think the optimism that has been expressed in the intent of this legislation is can't go without noting, and I appreciate that you've highlighted some of the good provisions in this bill that you strongly support. I guess my question for you would be, if the technical amendments you're suggesting aren't made to this bill, how will your industry be affected? And I put that question to each one of you.
The reason that the technical amendments have been brought forward is to help ensure that we do meet the intent of the bill in terms of improved service and accountability, transparency, and so if we don't see some of those improvements, the ability to meet that intent won't be as high. So this would make the bill better and improve the chances of us getting to those intents.
No, I agree with those comments. We're very happy with a lot of the intent in this bill. We're just asking for some minor amendments to it. As mentioned, we need to see this go through now. We're into week 6 or 7 as far as the crop year goes, as far as the shipping calendar goes. And as you mentioned, without the 160 interswitching in place right now, there could be some blips, and I think there are some blips in the market as far as getting our product into the U.S. So.
And in our case, I think it's difficult to say what the impacts will be. What we have said is there's a lot of ambiguity there, and we believe if we want to reach the intent, we should remove that ambiguity, tighten things up as much as possible. At a minimum, if the committee decides that it needs to move forward with the bill as is, we're looking for a very strong and short timeline for review. Within 2 to 3 years, at the most, we should be able to look back and say, do we have the right information? Are we making better decisions? Is there better balance between shippers and carriers? And that has to be a formal requirement to review these provisions in the event that they cannot be strengthened as recommended by the various parties. I like that.
Thank you very much. Just going back to your comment, Mr. Nielsen, in regards to the fact that we are into week 6 or 7 of the shipping season, and I guess what I would like to hear from you is, could you expand on that and what the implications are in regards to what is available to our shippers, our producers right now in regards to negotiating those contracts?
I'm not sure about negotiating the contracts, but I'm just thinking right now through the Ag Transportation Coalition, they do weekly what cars have been available to the grain companies on certain train runs. And right now, both railroads are sitting at, I think, the low 90s. So right now, they have a pretty good rating as far as supplying cars on time to certain facilities. What the concern is, as winter progresses, and if there are some delays in getting products to certain corridors, we'll see that spread. Throughout last year, I think we saw maybe one ranging around 80%, the other one ranging around 70%, but that's where we saw the delays. If you're only supplying 70% of your cars on time to a certain period of time, that's when the backlog, and that's when it starts to snowball, and that's when all the delays, and that's where we'll get demerged at the West Coast, so we had demerged at Thunder Bay or wherever. So we just need to try to speed this along. So.
2 minutes. Okay. I guess what I would follow up on with the time that I have left is the observation that you made, Mr. Masterson, with the provision built into this bill to review the impacts of any of the amendments that are being suggested or that have been made in the introduction of this bill. And the recommendation was made yesterday by one of our witnesses to include that in this bill, and they noted that it wasn't in this bill. And have you made that formal recommendation in your submission to?
We have.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to ask my next question of Ms. Edwards, but if you want to add something, anyone else, feel free to. Earlier on, when you talked about transporting hazardous materials, you said that trucking was not really an alternative, and in some cases that it would happen, but in other cases it was completely prohibited because the train was safer. So does the Transportation Act, in your opinion, or should it have a specific provision for the transport of hazardous goods?
Transportation of dangerous goods is adequately regulated through the Transportation of Dangerous Goods Act. I think that there is a very good relationship between industry, government, and all stakeholders involved in keeping those regulations up to date and responsive to the needs and interests of communities and government and industry. So I think it's being appropriately regulated through the TDG Act at the moment.
Merci. Le C40.
Thank you. C49 introduces what I refer to as reciprocal penalties, which is perhaps a step in the right direction. Do these penalties seem symbolic to you, or really are they sufficiently robust to really change the powers in a negotiation, the balance of powers?
Subject to, of course, contractual negotiations between shippers and carriers, and yes, I do anticipate that they will be robust enough.
I guess so. This goes back to Ms. Rock's comment on this too. If we do have, and it's between the shipper and the grain company, and that, or to the end user, or to the customer, have that contract in place, and the grain company has a guarantee that that wants or will get the product to export position, and there is a reciprocal penalty there in place if it doesn't, then hopefully that filters through to better service if a few of these instances happen. We don't want to see them happen. We just want better service.
I just add, again, it will depend, and that's why we've made the recommendations we have to remove some of that ambiguity. You need the data and information, and in a case like us, you need that on a... What happens with grain movement is irrelevant to chemical movements. We need data for our own industry and our own sector to help us decide, did we have adequate service? And then you're back to that, do we have enough clarity on adequate and appropriate levels of service? If those continue to be gray areas and we lack the data, it becomes very difficult to find the means to impose reciprocity if all you're doing is arguing before the different boards and hearings about whether you were harmed or not. So I think, again, the job of this committee is to hear what the stakeholders have said and look to remove as much ambiguity as we can now so that we don't take up government's time and further down the road. Let's get it right at this point.
Merci.
Thank you.
Sorry. Left. Is there anyone who has a pertinent, outstanding question that they would like to get an answer to? We've got such a great panel over here, Mr. Badaway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to go back to what Mr. Hardy was asking and trying to drill down on it, and Ms. Cook, you alluded to it, and that's data, the information. My question is, can you be more specific in terms of what exactly you're looking for in terms of that data?
Well, having an idea of what, again, asking the railroads what their plans are, as is done in the U.S., the Surface Transportation Board. The Class 1 railways are asked to set out their plans for the upcoming year. So again, having an idea, again, system-wide, and this goes back to Mr. Masterson's point too, of all the players that depend on the rail supply chain, what is the actual availability of rail capacity at a given point in time? Not an easy question, but you need data.
It's not necessarily proprietary. You're just
No.
looking for data to, again, become an enabler for you to do your business better.
Again, make decisions based on timely information. Exactly.
And efficient.
Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much to the witnesses. Thank you. Could see this morning everybody's very interested in all of your comments and doing the very best we can as parliamentarians with this piece of legislation. So thank you very much for being here. We will suspend now for the next panel. meeting on our study of C-49. If everyone please take their seats. We have with us for this next panel today the Mining Association of Canada, Teck Resources Limited, Forest Products Association of Canada, and the Shipping Federation of Canada. So I welcome you all today and look forward to hearing your remarks. If the Mining Association would like to open up this panel and start their 10-minute presentation, Mr. Gratton, would you please start?
Hi, sorry, for some reason I thought it's such a cavernous room, I didn't think I'd need this to hear you. Thank you very much, Chair, members of the committee, clerk, and fellow witnesses. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is... Do I need to press? No, we're good.
Oh, you're good.
My name is Pierre Gratton. I'm President and CEO of the Mining Association of Canada. I'm joined by my colleague Brad Johnson, who I think you met yesterday, who's the General Manager, Logistics and Planning for Teck Resources, and someone who works with the railways on a daily basis. Begin by just saying a few words about the mining sector, which, as you know, is an economic stalwart, contributing some $56 billion to national GDP in 2015 in what was a down market. We're a major employer, some 373,000 people working directly and another 190,000 working indirectly for our sector. We pay the highest industrial wage in the country, and we're active in both urban and rural settings. Proportionally, we're the largest private sector employer of Indigenous peoples and a major supporter of Indigenous businesses, and thus a powerful partner in Indigenous economic reconciliation. While increased mineral prices have returned some confidence to the global mining industry, increasing domestic uncertainty and business costs are raising questions over whether Canada is well positioned to take advantage of the next upswing, and we are seeing a rebound in Australia, our major competitor, at a far greater rate than we are currently in Canada, which is concerning. The effectiveness and reliability of rail freight service is critical to Canada's mineral investment competitiveness throughout the ups and downs of the commodity cycle. There are significant costs associated with transporting goods to and from the mine site, and companies need to get their goods to their international customers on time. And I can report that our members' customers are closely monitoring this bill and its potential impacts as a measure of Canada's reliability as a source for raw materials. If railways are the arteries of our trading nation, then the mining industry is the lifeblood upon which they depend. We account for 20% of Canada's exports and over half of total rail freight revenue generated each year, making us the largest single customer group of Canada's railways. So I would just ask you to imagine the state of Canadian rail without mining and the impacts it would have on grain, forest products, and all other rail-reliant industries in Canada. Despite this, we are continually facing an unlevel playing field in the rail freight market, which manifests itself as significant and perennial service failures. The reason is because the Canada Transportation Act is an imperfect surrogate for competition in a monopoly marketplace. Many shippers are captive to one railway and beholden to railway market power as a result. It's crucial to get this bill right on this third legislative attempt in 4 years. We hope the committee is also encouraged by Minister Garneau's boldness in introducing an ambitious package of reforms. On this note, we are highly supportive of a number of provisions in the bill, including new reporting requirements for railways on rate, service, and performance, the addition of a definition of adequate and suitable rail service that confirms railways should provide shippers with the highest level of service that can reasonably be provided in the circumstances, and strengthening the prohibitions against railways shifting liability onto shippers through tariffs. We want profitable railways, but not at the expense of national economic growth. That is why we support the objectives of C-49 with minor adjustments that will ensure its intended outcomes are achieved. And I will now address 3 areas where we think that's necessary. First is data transparency. Enhancing railway data transparency is not only consistent with the government's commitment to data transparency and evidence-based policy, but also critical to improving the functionality of rail freight market. Robust disclosure would inform public policymaking, improve railway shipper relations, and avoid unnecessary and costly disputes. All parties having a clearer picture of respective capacity and limitations would better compel them to achieve the optimal workable outcome. While Bill C-49 proposes positive measures to address service level data deficiencies, we're concerned that as written, certain transparency provisions will not lead to meaningful data on supply chain performance. Of specific concern is the requirement in Section 77.2, a measure that would align the Canadian and U.S. systems. Our concern is that the U.S. model is based on internal railway data that is only partially reported. It doesn't represent shipments accurately or completely. It was created decades ago, when large-scale data storage and transmission were not technologically possible. With the data storage capabilities that exist today, there is no rationale for such a restriction in either the waybill system for long-haul interswitching outlined in Section 76 or for system performance outlined in Section 77. To ensure the appropriate level of data granularity and to ensure the proposed reflects Canada's unique rail freight context, MAC recommends an amendment that would require all waybills to be provided by the railways rather than the limited reporting that is outlined in 77.2. This modest enhancement is consistent with the direction of this bill, but with the added benefit of modernizing a system that was designed decades ago. While MAC is supportive of C-49 improvements to costing data collection and processing by the agency, we also raise one minor but important consideration related to final arbitration. Currently, arbitrators request an agency costing determination only when the two parties agree to make the request. However, railways habitually decline to cooperate with shippers for this request, thus limiting the ability of the parties involved to be equally informed. We know of no legitimate rationale for a railway to decline an agency costing determination other than to deliberately frustrate the process. To ensure that the right level of transparency and accessibility is struck so that remedies under the Act are meaningful and usable, we recommend that shippers be granted the right to an agency costing determination. Often confidentiality considerations are raised, but the committee should note that in agency proceedings, redacted decisions protect confidentiality. Further, FOA processes are already confidential. We are not proposing any changes to these practices. Second issue addresses level of servants' obligations. In Section 116.1.2, this bill would require the agency to determine whether a railway company is fulfilling its obligations by taking into account the railway company's and the shipper's operational requirements and restrictions. Identical language is also proposed to govern how an arbitrator oversees level of service arbitrations. Our members are concerned that the proposed language for determining whether a railway has fulfilled its service obligations does not reflect the reality of Canada's monopolistic rail freight market. The quality of service that a railway company offers is influenced by how it allocates its resources. These decisions include purchasing assets, staffing, and construction. All those restrictions are determined solely by the rail carrier. Their consideration and fulfillment of service obligations leaves the shipper structurally disadvantaged. The goal of the agency should be facilitating the correct decision based on the facts, not a balanced decision between the parties. So to address this, we recommend either striking out this requirement or making the restrictions themselves subject to a separate review. Third and lastly, C-49 proposes long-haul interswitching remedy, which demonstrates in principle a creative approach to addressing a long-standing competitive imbalance in our rail freight market. By design, however, when the number of non-entitlement provisions are taken into account, a remedy that could hold significant promise if implemented more liberally becomes unduly restricted to the exclusion of many. As proposed, it mirrors the current competitive line rate remedy which it proposes to replace. CLR has been largely inoperative for the past 3 decades. However, because Class I railways have declined to compete for traffic and are not naturally compelled to do so by market forces. Hypothetically, Even if the railways chose to compete using long-haul interswitching, Bill C-49 includes a number of provisions that make LHI unusable or would create unnecessary barriers for many captive shippers, including a long list of excluded traffic, including by cargo type or geographical restriction. Unless these are revisited, the remedy as proposed will de facto confirm in policy and law the captivity of a host of shippers, the very same shippers it purports to assist. So to conclude, we acknowledge that this bill represents a bold and holistic attempt to address the anti-competitive challenges inherent in Canada's monopolistic rail freight market and the disproportionate burden that shippers endure as a result. For this reason, its direction should be lauded. The amendments we are seeking are modest and highly consistent with the legislative package. They continue to allow the railways to be profitable and have operational flexibility, but are material enough and definitely important enough to make a critical difference if not taken into account. In fact, we fear without these amendments, this bill may leave us in the same situation that the previous bills have done in the past, not ultimately solving the issues we've been challenged with. Thank you for your time, and I would be pleased to answer questions.
Okay, thank you very much. On to our Forest Products Association.
Thank you very much, members of the committee. Thank you very much for having me here today on behalf of the members of the Forest Products Association of Canada. Bonjour. FPAC is the voice of Canada's wood, pulp, and paper producers, a $67 billion a year industry. Our sector is one of the largest employers of Indigenous peoples in Canada, including 1,400 Indigenous-owned forest businesses. As the third largest manufacturing industry, it is a cornerstone of the Canadian economy, representing 12% of Canada's manufacturing GDP. We export $33 billion worth of goods to 180 countries. We are also the second largest user of the rail system, transporting over 31 million tons by rail in 2016. As Minister Garneau said at his May 18, 2017 speech in Edmonton, the challenge of our time is to further enhance the utility, the efficiency, and the fluidity of our rail system. FPAC believes that the primary goal for transportation policy is a freight system that is even more competitive, efficient, and transparent to reliably move Canada's goods to global markets. This is most likely to emerge if guided by commercial decisions in competitive markets. At the same time, there are some markets where competitive forces are limited or non-existent, and where there is a legitimate and necessary role for regulation and other government action, including a number of the type of concepts being considered in Bill C-49. Forest industry mills are normally located in rural, remote communities and served by one single rail carrier, hundreds of kilometers away from the next competing railway, which causes an imbalance of power between these mills and the railways. Poor service costs our members in the hundreds of millions of dollars every year, including the cost of things like lost production, alternative transportation costs, additional storage, additional management and overhead costs, and long-term business impacts. While the railways are one of our most important partners, including on Canada's supply chain infrastructure needs, as well as reducing GHGs, FPAC members need Bill C-49 to help balance the playing field when it comes to their business dealing with railways. Bill C-49 needs more robust and workable measures than what is currently included. Without these changes, Canada's economy and the jobs that our member companies and other industries provide across the country will continue to be threatened. Urgent action is needed. The economies of over 600 communities across Canada depend on their local forest products mills. Making Bill C-49 work the way as it intended to will enable our members and other industries to create more middle-class jobs and to help prevent economic failures in communities such as, but not limited to, things like mill shutdowns resulting from poor rail service. In the case of a large pulp mill, for example, this would mean losses in the range of $1.5 million a day. FPAC supports Bill C-49's wording on reciprocal penalties. However, to be truly effective, there are some critically important amendments which are consistent with the Minister's intent for this bill that should be made. FPAC urges the government to make changes in 5 key areas. The specific wording changes and rationale behind each of these is outlined in the detailed annex that is included with my remarks this morning. I would like to focus today on a few of these important changes. First, improved access and timelines to agency decisions. As is, the bill will weaken the agency's ability to respond quickly to urgent rail service issues unless it is amended so that the agency controls its own procedure. The U.S. equivalent to the Canadian Transportation Agency, the Surface Transportation Board, or STB, recently began a service-related investigation of one of the Class 1 railways in the United States. The STB did not have to wait for the U.S. Secretary of Transportation to instruct them to do this. They recognized there may be a problem, and they began to investigate. Why can't we have the same setup here in Canada? Who wants to wait for the Minister of Justice to ask the police to investigate every time someone may not be following the law? Bill C-49 needs to be amended to make this so, to help ensure that Canada's supply chain is working well and delivering for the 600 forest communities and hundreds of other communities and millions of workers it supports across Canada. 2, definition of adequate and suitable. As currently written, the bill tells the railways that if they provide the highest level of service they can reasonably provide in the circumstances, they cannot lose a service complaint. The objective of our proposed wording change is to make the intent absolutely clear without the need for protracted litigation about what this clause really means. The final outcome on this component of the bill must prevent current failures such as the following that our members must live with. At a minimum, at least give the Canadian Transportation Agency the mandate to investigate on its own these type of matters. First example, when members ask why their traffic has been left behind or why they have not received empty cars that have been sitting at the railway serving yard, they hear it is because priority is being given to another commodity sector. Example 2 that has been brought to our attention is we have members that have product to ship to current and potential customers whose facilities are accessible by rail but cannot get enough rail cars or are not served frequently enough and are being discouraged via the rates they are quoted. These type of service issues are not isolated and they cost our members in the hundreds of millions of dollars annually. Third, long-haul interswitching. The bill needs to be amended to eliminate the unnecessary prerequisites for using this remedy, as well as the many exclusions. Without important amendments, long-haul interswitching will not be a usable remedy for the majority of captive forest products traffic. Data disclosure. As currently worded, the interim provisions in the bill dealing with rail performance data will provide supply chain participants with data that is too aggregated and too out of date to be any real use in their planning. The time frames for reporting and publication need to be shortened. For example, the bill says requirements will be set out in a regulation in a year. Can we not do better than that with so much at stake? And more granular detail needs to be published, such as, but not limited to, commodity-specific information such as grain, coal, lumber, pulp and paper results, by rail car type, on a weekly basis, by region, for example, east and west. Strengthening oversight of railway discontinuance process. As currently worded, the bill will prevent the creation of viable short lines by allowing railways to suspend service before the process is completed, thereby making it more difficult for an alternative railway to take over. Making these changes will mean Canadians and communities across the country will be served by a more reliable and competitive freight transportation system. FPAC members take great interest in transportation issues because they account for up to 1/3 of their input costs. The availability of an efficient, reliable, and cost-competitive transportation system is essential for the future investment in our sector and to support the families that rely on our industry for their livelihoods across Canada. Members of the committee, for the 230,000 Canadians directly employed by the forest sector across Canada, a more competitive freight transportation system, as outlined here, will ensure increased access to the rail system, more reliable service throughout the supply chain, and more competitive rates and a more competitive supply chain. I'll now be happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Now on to the Shipping Federation of Canada.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, and thanks for the opportunity to appear before the Standing Committee on Bill C-49, the Transportation Modernization Act. My name is Karen Kansens. I'm here with my colleague, Sonia Simard, on behalf of the Shipping Federation of Canada, which is the voice of the owners, operators, and agents of foreign flag ships that carry Canada's imports and exports to and from world markets. Our members represent over 200 shipping companies whose vessels make thousands of voyages between Canadian ports and ports overseas every year, carrying hundreds of millions of tons of commodities, ranging from dry bulk commodities such as grain and coal, to liquid bulks such as crude oil and oil products, to containerized consumer and manufactured goods. These ships play an essential role in the Canadian economy by facilitating the movement of Canada's international trade, and they do so safely, securely, and efficiently day in and day out. Indeed, ocean shipping is one of the world's most highly regulated industries, and foreign flag ships are subject to a stringent regime of safety, environmental, and crewing regulations when sailing in Canadian waters, which are enforced by Canadian authorities as part of Canada's port state obligations. Like many of our colleagues who have spoken before us, we also have a strong interest in Bill C-49's rail provisions, as we believe that the development of a more efficient rail freight system will have a positive impact on all of the elements of the logistics chain, from carriers in the rail, marine, and trucking sectors, to ports and marine terminals, to inland distribution centers and warehouses, and beyond. That being said, we'd like to focus our comments today not on Bill C-49's rail provisions, but on its maritime provisions, which we believe will also have a beneficial impact on the fluidity of the trade chain overall. We're especially interested in Section 70 of Bill C-49, which proposes to allow all foreign flag ships to reposition their empty containers between Canadian ports on a non-revenue basis, which is an activity that has up until now been closed to them due to the prohibitions of the Coasting Trade Act. So it's worth just backtracking a bit and noting that this isn't a new or a revolutionary concept. It's actually something that our container carrier members have been asking for and that our association has been advocating for over the last decade. And indeed, discussions on this subject between the government and our industry had advanced to such a degree that in 2011, Transport Canada was on the verge of introducing an amendment to the Coasting Trade Act to allow for the repositioning of empty containers by foreign flag ships. However, those discussions were subsequently placed on hold when empty container repositioning became a negotiating item in the CETA trade agreement between Canada and the European Union. So now that those negotiations are over, Bill C-49 essentially seeks to complete the discussions that were placed on hold in 2011 when we had reached general agreement, including from some domestic ship owners, that empty container repositioning should be open to all ships, regardless of flag or ownership. So why is this issue important? It's important because a significant aspect of the container shipping industry involves moving empty containers from locations where they are not needed or where you have a surplus to locations where they are needed. Or where, say, you have an exporter who needs empties so he can load them with cargo for an overseas customer. Because up until now, the Coasting Trade Act has prohibited foreign flag carriers from using their own ships to carry out this activity, they've had no choice but to employ alternative solutions, such as moving the empty containers by truck or rail, or more commonly, importing them from overseas. However, none of those solutions represents the most productive use of the carrier's transportation assets, and all of them come at a price, and not only for the carrier, but also for the exporter in the form of a less cost-efficient transportation option, as well as for the logistics chain in the form of reduced fluidity and overall efficiency. So the maritime provisions of Bill C-49 would address these issues by giving carriers the flexibility to use their transportation assets, their ships, their empty containers, in the most productive and cost-effective manner possible for the ultimate benefit of everyone in the supply chain. So although we very strongly support Bill C-49's provisions on the repositioning of empty containers, we do have a concern that the actual wording the bill uses to define the party which is eligible to reposition empty containers may be too narrowly focused, and that this may make it difficult to achieve the full benefits of liberalizing this activity. So more specifically, subsection 71 of Bill C-49 provides that the party which may reposition its empty containers is the owner of the ship, which is defined in section 2(1) of the Coasting Trade Act as the party which has the rights of the owner with respect to both the ship's possession and its use. We see a potential problem in how this definition will be applied in cases involving vessel sharing agreements, in which a number of container carriers enter into an agreement to share space on one another's ships, and which are used extensively in the container shipping industry. It's not clear to us at this point how the partners in such an agreement would have the rights of the owner with respect to the ship's possession in cases where, other than in cases where it's their ship that's being used to reposition the empty containers. Indeed, depending on how the ships in a given vessel sharing arrangement are allocated, a ship owner may only have the ability to reposition its empty containers on every fourth or fifth voyage, which would reduce the significant potential benefits of liberalizing this activity. So we believe that if Bill C-49's provisions on the repositioning of empty containers are to be fully and effectively implemented for the benefit of all parties, then it must be made clear that any partner in a vessel sharing agreement may reposition its own empty containers as well as those of the other partners in the agreement using any of the vessels named in that agreement. Although there may be various ways of achieving this, including through additional guidance and clarification from Transport Canada, it's our view that the optimal solution is to amend subsection 71 of Bill C-49 to clearly indicate that the party which is eligible to reposition empty containers encompasses not only the ship owner, as defined in subsection 2(1) of the Coasting Trade Act, but all of the partners who share operational control and use of that vessel as part of a larger vessel sharing agreement. We believe that the introduction of such an amendment represents the best means of ensuring that Bill C-49's maritime provisions are implemented in a way that reflects the realities of how the container shipping industry operates, and this for the benefit of all stakeholders, from shipping lines to Canadian importers and exporters to the supply chain overall. So we thank you for your attention and look forward to any questions you might have.
Thank you all very much. We'll go on to Ms. Block for questioning.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to all of you for being here today. It's good to hear from another group of stakeholders, and I do look forward to the questions and answers that we're going to hear over the next hour. So I noted earlier today that this is very important work, and how important your remarks are today in providing this committee with the information that we need to ensure that the right balance is struck in addressing the issues that exist in our transportation system. But we know that this is not the first time your input has been sought to aid us as parliamentarians in these deliberations. In fact, we know that the Minister of Transportation has had the CTA review for almost 2 years, and that there have been broad consultations done by Transport Canada and many others in terms of seeking input into how to structure the Canada Transportation Act going forward. And so it's important that we get it right. And it's important that we structure legislation that ensures market access for our producers and an efficient means of transportation. And so I will note that every witness to testify so far has recommended changes to this bill, and all have identified issues with the long-haul interswitching provisions, with the exception perhaps of our last our last witnesses who have testified here this morning. And so I guess I would pose a question to all of you, and you can each take your turn in answering it. What will be the long-term implications for your industry if the technical amendments that you are proposing are not made to this bill?
Okay, I'll go first. So, as you rightly noted, this is the third time in 4 years I'm appearing before a Transport Committee on a proposed bill to address these types of issues. I would make the following observation. I have my sense is that that through this bill, which is probably the most comprehensive attempt to try to get at these issues, we're now sort of, my sense is that the witnesses and the shippers are becoming more focused in their recommendations on, because this bill actually is taking a serious attempt at addressing the issues, and so our recommendations are getting really into the details, and that's a good thing. However, and to answer your question, our view is that we're just falling short, particularly in the area of data, and that if we don't make these amendments, especially the one related to data, we will not be further ahead, and we'll be back in another 4 years looking at another bill. And there is even a concern within the mining sector that without at least the amendments dealing with data, certainly some of our members, if not all of them, could find themselves slightly worse off than they were under the current regime, and that is a concern. There would still be more to come through regulations, so I say that with some caution. But nevertheless, we just sort of feel it's so close to really making a very meaningful difference to the regime we've been struggling with for 20 years, and it's just falling short. And if we don't go that extra mile, we will have really missed a tremendous opportunity.
Thank you.
Thanks very much for your question. So I'll just start by saying that, as Pierre said in remarks, actually, what we're looking at here in the context of the long haul and switching actually looks a lot like the competitive line rate tool we already have. So while in theory, this is a very powerful concept, in reality, with the exemptions that have been built into it, it is not going to have the desired impact that the minister wants it to have. It's not going to help us as captive shippers, and I'll give you 3 quick examples of why that's the case. Example 1, all the traffic that moves between Quebec City and Windsor will be excluded. 2, all the traffic that moves between Kamloops and Vancouver will be excluded. 3, we won't be able to move any toxic inhalation hazardous products. So just finishing on TIH there, as you just heard from the chemistry session in the last session, TDG is already regulated under the TDG regs. I think we're good there. So why would you have that make it harder for us to move the things that we need to make the stuff that helps pay the bills here in Canada? And the 2 geographic exemptions, well, that just so happens where you have the lion's share of our forest products traffic moving in the system. So to be quite frank, what I would suggest is, if these exemptions cannot be made, that you just strike this part of the bill and you go back to what we have. We'd probably be better off with what we already have. Thank you very much for your question.
Thank you. So to switch tracks just a little bit, from our perspective, we've been working on empty container repositioning for the last 10 years. We've made slow and steady progress. So we're now at the verge where we have an amendment that would allow foreign flag ships to reposition their empty containers between Canadian ports, and it's a big deal because it gives carrier the flexibility to use his assets in the most efficient way possible, and those effects trickle down through the chain. But because of the way the bill is written and because of the lack of clarity in terms of which party is actually eligible to reposition its empties, we've almost got a missed opportunity, because we'll have this amendment come into effect, and it could be that when you have a vessel share sharing agreement, which, by the way, is the way the container shipping industry operates, we're going to be in a situation where your carrier can reposition its empties in 1/5 of the cases only when they're acting as the master carrier. So it would be a missed opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you very much. On to Mr. Badaway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do want to make note of appreciation of all of you for coming out today. There's no question that we all have a role to contribute to the overall economic growth of the nation, and you guys are contributing that today. And we do want to get this right. We want to ensure that what we hear, we're going to discuss. I was told by our team today that this has been a continuation of dialogue over the course of the years, and the expectation is to, in fact, get this right from their end, your end, and our end as a committee. So I do appreciate your participation in this. I do want to ask one thing before I ask my question, is that any information, any recommendations, you mentioned the details, Mr. Grattan and Mr. Newheimer, you mentioned the details of which you've passed on. If you can pass that on to us as well, albeit it may be for a second or third time, I'd appreciate that, so that way we can actually, when we go into the room, really ensure that those details are being discussed. I do want to ask a question with respect to the Indigenous communities. The northern communities, Mr. Newheimer, you touched on that a bit, and I believe Mr. Grattan, you did as well, especially in line with your business interests. Mining, northern communities, remote communities, and sometimes so remote that service costs and the balance of the playing field becomes next to impossible. So my question is very simple. How do we, again, I use this word a lot, become an enabler for you, what you're doing in these communities, to really level that playing field, to contribute to lesser service costs, and ultimately to allow those communities, most of which, or some of which are Indigenous, to have available to them and strengthening the development of their economy, creating more jobs for them, and ultimately ensuring that their access to growth, the access to goods, access to affordable goods is available to them.
Sorry, let me start this time.
You want to go first?
Yeah, sure. Thanks very much for your question. We will make sure that you have the detailed annex that we submitted as part of our remarks this morning with pleasure. Just a couple of quick thoughts. If you go ahead and make the changes we've outlined in relation to suitable and adequate, I think we go a long way to speaking to what you're talking about. Same thing with our suggested changes on the long haul interswitching we were just talking about. But I think really for me the easiest change at this point with this bill is to really give the agency the power to investigate on its own if something doesn't pass the sniff test, let's call it. And I mean, you know how it works, right? I mean, our unique geography is what makes us such an incredible nation, but the realities of what you've just touched on, I mean, think about it. Anytime you make a large purchase, imagine you're trying to buy a pickup truck and you're living in one of those communities you're talking about, and there's only one dealer in town. You're not looking forward to what you're going to have to pay, and you're probably not looking forward to what your after service might be. So if by chance something does go wrong, it would be great to have our watchdog be able to go and look at those things and make sure these communities are getting the service they deserve. Thanks very much for your question.
Well, first I should just make the observation that we have members with mines that have no railways at all. So investing in infrastructure, which we're seeing, particularly in northern Canada, by this government, is very much supported by our sector, and I should acknowledge that. Otherwise, I would make most of the points that Joel just made. On the issue of data, which we feel is the simplest, easiest change to make, it would provide, and why is data so important? If we have access to data that actually identifies, how many rail cars get to a particular location, at what time, and so on throughout the system, that would show whether or not the railways are meeting their obligations or they're not. And it could also help reveal if there are other reasons beyond the railway's control. And that would allow all of us to have a better understanding of how well our system's going, whether we might need to invest resources in infrastructure to better to improve the functionality of our rail system, or if in fact the railways are doing what we certainly believe they are doing from time to time, which is sweating their assets and not providing good service. And with such data, we believe it would have on its own the ability to influence railway behavior. And so that alone, if you did nothing else, and it's the simplest thing to do, just extend the way in which data is, extend the breadth of data that is disclosed, recognizing that there are certain things that where confidentiality is required, but those are pretty minimal. And I think with the technology we have today, it's fully possible to go further. I thought we had circulated this, perhaps we haven't, but this is sort of our detailed amendments that we're proposing to the bill. Thanks.
Do you find, gentlemen, ladies, as well, that with this data collection, we can actually also highlight, recognize the integrated network of transportation? And with that, the need for the infrastructure dollars to follow that strategy ultimately, which Minister Garneau is trying to propose, or attempting to propose and put in place.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's absolutely critical. Otherwise, we really are operating in a bit of a vacuum. We don't really know where the pressure points are.
Exactly. Good. Thank you.
Just a quick comment.
Really quickly, I mean, just really quickly, if you don't know the data, if you don't know how well or how poorly the system's working, how do you know how to make a well-informed decision about where to invest in infrastructure? I think this is the point that Pierre is making. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Monsieur Robin.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, Mesdames, Messieurs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for sharing your expertise with us. I'm going to continue on the subject that was already raised on the level of adequate and suitable levels of service. Sometimes there are different translations of that, but in any case, it remains somewhat vague. So this has been raised by many witnesses, including yourselves this morning. The issue of data is also always raised. So is the solution not perhaps that the new definition that what you'd like to see as adequate service in the contract be adequate based on probative data? So is it not a problem that we just don't have the proper definition now, unless you have a better suggestion of a definition to propose to me? So adequate doesn't seem really to be a very clear definition. It should, I think, be tied to the data. What do you think?
While they're conferring a bit, thank you very much for your question. Merci pour votre question. We've provided a very specific amendment in relation to the suitable and adequate issue that you've just asked about, so it's in our submission, so hopefully that'll be helpful to you. But what it boils down to is we need to be as explicit as possible that they must meet the highest level of service possible in the situation in question. So we have to make sure that in the definition that's included with this bill that there's as much precision as possible about what is acceptable and what is not acceptable. I mean, if there's a flood, and their tracks get washed out, I mean, it's pretty hard to expect that the bus service is going to run on time as usual. But if there isn't some kind of natural catastrophe and things are as they normally operate here, given the weather we have during the 12 months we have here in Canada, they should be able to deliver a bus service on a regular schedule, and when it arrives, it should have working equipment and be safe for the shippers who are using it. So that's how I would try to answer your question. Merci.
Avec tout le respect que j'ai pour...
With all due respect for your proposal, I'm not coming from within the industry, and the highest possible level of service still remains unclear. So for you and your industry, the definition that, does that satisfy you as a definition? Does it allow you to have tangible relationships? Well, perhaps it would be better if I asked my colleague to respond, because he has direct experience, everyday on-the-ground experience with the companies, the railways. So I think that perhaps I could let him take the answer, or give the answer.
Adequate and suitable is currently defined in the Act, and in Our original submission, I'm going to speak on behalf of Tech in this answer. We asked for one small change to the language, that adequate and suitable will be based on the requirements of the shipper as opposed to the means of the railway. So there's a very specific reason for that, and it goes to when does a forecast turn into an order for a mining company or even a forestry company. In our case, obviously Canada is an exporting nation. Adequate and suitable means that we can export our goods in a timely fashion. Goes to my comment yesterday. It's not if the trains will come, it's when. Okay? Because in our case, or the case of a mining company, someone shipping copper or zinc or coal, we have a vessel sitting at a port. That's not an abstract concept. It's as much looking forward as it is reporting on the past. Adequate and suitable talks about what I need in order to meet my shipments or my sales or the delivery of my goods to my customers in Asia and South America and Europe. So,
Si je comprends bien, quand vous me dites...
Well, if I understand correctly, it's not if the train is going to arrive, it's when. So it seems to me that the question needs to be also how many cars are going to arrive. That has to correspond to the contract that you have made with the railway. So the company has to have the ability to deliver the number of wagons you truly need.
So in our case, or in the case of Tech, we give forecasts to the railway going out 4 years, and very specifically over 5 months. And then for ourselves or for a forestry company or a shipping company, I'm going to use a technical term, we schedule a laycan. Vessel's going to arrive at the port. It's coming. Now that's, once again, there's no if about that. We don't want to have a debate about will we get the trains. There can be no such debate because that falls short of the common carrier obligation. That is not adequate and suitable service. It's not an abstract concept. So if we just change the language in the Act to say according to the requirements of the shipper, that will satisfy, I think, what you're addressing.
Did you want me to quickly respond?
Yes.
So just to try to clarify what I think you're looking for, let's say you're a mill operating in northern Quebec and you're typically ordering 10 cars a week that arrive on pick a day of the week, and all of a sudden you get 3 cars. Well, hopefully the next week that it's made up. But if on a chronic basis, on a repeated basis, you're ordering 10 cars a week and you're only receiving 4 or 6 or 7 over an extended period of time, it doesn't feel like you're meeting the needs of the shipper. So to go back to what they were saying, it needs to meet the needs of the shipper. And this is how I would try to add a little bit more precision maybe to what you're looking for, if that answers your question.
Thank you very much for your answer. Mr. Graham.
Start with in the water. So for ships, are there any Canadian flag ships currently moving these, or is it all done by rail and road?
The question.
For the empty containers being moved, are there any Canadian flag ships that do this, or it doesn't happen?
Well, theoretically, because the activity right now is prohibited to foreign flag ships under the Coasting Trade Act, a foreign flag ship could apply for a waiver to carry out the activity, which has happened in the past. So then you will get a domestic ship which will oppose the waiver and say we can carry the empties. We're aware of a case where that happened, and the domestic ship owner said the carrier needed to reposition, I think it was 400 empties from Montreal to Halifax. The domestic ship owner said, sure, we can do that movement. The cost would be $2,000 per container. So that was an $800,000 cost. The cost of importing those containers on board the ship would have been 400 versus 2,000 for the 2,000 for the domestic ship, and the cost for the foreign flag ship importing them would have been $300 per container. So that would have, it's almost 7 times more. So theoretically, yes, a domestic ship could reposition empties. It will never happen, because the carrier, even though the foreign flag carrier's options are not perfect in terms of using rail or importing from overseas, on a cost perspective, they will never amount to $2,000 per container that the domestic ship owner is charging. So it exists as an option, but it's one that has never been used, and it won't be used.
So for the owners, the leasers of the containers, these are not revenue-generating moves.
No. So we're only talking about the repositioning of their own containers, ones that they own or lease, on a non-revenue basis. So it purely is for logistical purposes.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to jump out of the water and into the train tracks. The mining industry is unique in that there's some mines that don't have any rail, and there's some places that have nothing other than rail, and those rails don't connect to anything. Like I'm thinking Quebec Cartier Mining or Quebec North Shore in Labrador, where if you don't get there by train, you're not getting there, and then you only have one company. So there are absolutely no alternatives. How well does that work? And I guess most of the competition increasing things in C49 don't really apply to those areas.
Well, in the case, for example, of the Iron Ore Company of Canada, they own and operate their own railway. So that's how, obviously, they manage.
And by vertical integration, then by...
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. So one thing that I'm enjoying, I guess you can call it teasing the larger railway companies about from Monday, is they said that you're not a captive shipper if you have access to trucks. I think as a railway industry, we should be defending rail, but that's just me. How do you feel about that? If there's access to trucks, are you then not a captive shipper?
Well, trucking is much more. It can be much more expensive. It depends on the length of the route. It's also not as safe. So, there are just really. I mean, trying to move the kinds of volumes that we would move across the country by truck would just be uneconomic, and in some cases with some bulk commodities it's just not feasible at all. You're not going to move metallurgical coal in the volumes Teck produces by truck, so it's just not an option.
So yeah, okay. And so, and I'll go to the forestry industry, the same question. So what do you think of trucks as an alternative to make you not captive?
Well, if you think about the government's priority to reduce greenhouse gases, it certainly doesn't make very much sense, does it? If you think about the government's priority to reduce greenhouse gases, we should actually be shipping more of the products that Pierre and I are describing here and representing here this morning by rail and getting more trucks off the road, and might even actually be better for our highway system to take those trucks off the road. Wouldn't that be interesting as an impact? So just some quick math for you. You know, if we're at a facility using 10 rail cars a day, that would be the equivalent of 25 trucks a day. So for a 7-day week, that boils down to, you know, 175 trucks a week versus 70 rail cars. So it's a question of the magnitude of the products we're shipping, and hopefully it's just, you know, a question of common sense, dare I say.
That's a perfect segue to my next question. In my riding, it's mostly forestry lands. We're very heavy forestry riding. We lost the railways in 1987. They ripped them out. We lost log driving 3 years later in 1990. And now we have a 2-lane highway with 500,000 trucks a year on it that takes care of our logging industry. So what can we do in your perspective to protect these rail lines and bring them back? Is there an appetite to bring them back to this kind of place?
Well, I mean, I think you want to do some kind of cost-benefit analysis in the situation you're describing, but I'm very sympathetic to the point you've just made. We have 2 specific members that have been hurt the same way that you've just described in the example you've given. The 5th key ask that we had in our remarks this morning is about making it harder for railways to discontinue rail lines. So there's already a number of hurdles in place, but I think in the bill, the one we need to worry about in the bill we need to have removed is we need to prohibit, for example, hypothetically, a Class 1 from suspending service in that kind of situation if it's no longer economically viable for them, to be able to give somebody else a chance to come in and run it before it disappears, because once the tracks come up, it's quite difficult to put them back. So to try to go back to my 5th ask, I think it's key to what you're helping to try to make, you know, avoid happen again. Sorry.
And in my writing,
Thank you very
they
much.
turned the tracks into razors, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. On to Mr. Fraser.
Thank you very much. I'll start with Ms. Kanson's in the marine transportation issue. One of the things that I'm trying to wrap my head around now is most of these things have a bit of a trade-off, and I think it's helpful to know that it's not for a commercial basis that we're talking about. Really, it's about fluidity of trade. Where these empty containers are being shipped or trucked now, I assume that they are required to hire a Canadian trucking company or rail line to move these empty containers. Is that right?
Yes.
Has there been any sort of economic impact assessment done that measures the input to the Canadian economy that these European container owners are putting into the Canadian transportation system versus what would actually be achieved by a more effective and efficient transportation system by allowing businesses to ship reliably?
You mentioned, just a point of clarification, you mentioned European. I just want to be sure we take this out of the CETA context, because this is about empty container repositioning on a Canada-wide basis, and it's not part of the CETA trade agreement. It's sort of in the context where we're looking at this with C49. I would caution perhaps against when we talk about the costs of repositioning empty containers, the costs are not only financial. So yes, you will always have an extra financial cost, especially when you're using truck or rail. But the costs are also, so if you're a ship owner and you're doing a regular service from Montreal to Halifax, and you have a pile of empty containers at Montreal, and you have a customer in Halifax who needs 300 containers for export, your ship is going from Montreal to Halifax in any case. It's part of your regular run. Right now, you can't load those empty containers on your own ship. So you've got to put them on rail or you've got to import them. If you're putting them on rail, you're subjecting those containers to additional moves. So they're not just going from the port to the ship, they're going to the rail yard, they're being put on the rail cars, there are more moves, there are more handling of the container. Yes, of course, you've got your additional external cost associated with the rail movement, and you've also got logistical delays. Your containers are being moved at the convenience of the railway, not at the convenience of the carrier and of the exporter. So you're adding elements to the chain, which are cost, yes, but there are also other elements in the form of time, in the form of additional moves. And by the way, the railways would much rather not haul empties because they generate more revenue hauling laden containers. So you're making what could and should be a very simple logistical process a lot more complicated than it needs to be, and you're adding a lot of trade chain impediments along the way. So I would just caution, maybe don't think of it only in terms of costs.
And I certainly don't. I think the efficiency here, my inclination is to accept that the benefits from efficiency and the opportunity costs that you just laid out favor the logistical efficiencies that you're describing. Right now, if there is an increased cost, presumably to the producer, the importer or exporter here, are they paying the additional cost of moving these empty containers? Is the buck passed down to a Canadian company somewhere along the line?
A lot of things go into the exporter's final transportation costs, so it's often difficult to isolate what the specific cost elements are. But yes, there's no question that if your carrier is paying additional costs to reposition those empties, especially if they're not internalized. If you're using an external service provider such as the railway, those costs are in some way going to be passed to the exporter. Can I quantify them? No, but certainly there is a cost that will go to the exporter that they wouldn't encounter if the empties were being repositioned on the carrier's own ship.
So in an era where we're seeking to embrace trade, when we know globalization is happening, whether we like it or not, I take it your opinion is that by implementing this change, we're going to allow Canadian businesses, particularly in the import and export business, to create more jobs and all the good things that come with it.
I don't know that I'm going to go that far. Ultimately, yes, but I look at it this way. Right now, we see the greatest lack of empty containers in Halifax, so on the east coast of Canada. They particularly need refrigerated containers, so to load agri-food and seafood. If that exporter doesn't have access to empty containers to load his exports, well, it's a potential lost business opportunity if the empties can't get there on time. If they are coming via another mode, there's an additional cost. So is it going to create additional jobs for the Canadian economy? I think you could make that argument for any initiative, but it's certainly going to help that exporter in Halifax who needs the containers to be able to conclude a deal with his customer overseas.
You're playing to my biases with a lobster fishery and a port in my own riding, so no, I do appreciate it. With respect to the specific change that you've discussed about ownership versus who has an interest in this sort of partnership, if we don't make this change, what's the follow going to be? Are you still going to see things moving by rail and truck inefficiently, or are you going to see empty containers sitting in ports for a few extra weeks?
So, and again, to be clear, the change that we are asking for, and whether that it's accomplished legislatively or whether it's accomplished through additional guidance from Transport Canada, we have the amendment in Section 70, so that will allow the repositioning of empty containers by foreign flag ships. We're worried, though, that it's not clear that all of the partners in a vessel sharing agreement would be able to reposition their empties because you have that question of ownership to be eligible to do so. So the worry is not that carriers won't be able to reposition their empty containers, it's that in a vessel sharing agreement, not all of them would be able to do it.
That's right.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fraser.
Thank you.
Time's up. Mr. Shields.
Chair, appreciate the information and the witnesses and your expertise this morning. There was one thing that popped out under the Mining Association. It was the arbitration piece. And you mentioned that there are many times that you request and the deny to meet with you. Do you have any information in the sense of how many requests you've made and how many denials percentage-wise? Any idea?
Well, first of all, I would say that most don't, most can't get that far, but those that do, who actually go to arbitration, who have the resources and the capacity to do so.
That's going to where I was going next. But.
Yeah.
Right.
And this is one of them.
Yeah. The question you're asking refers to the final offer arbitration process.
Yeah.
Okay. Which in itself is an expensive and difficult process for a shipper to undertake. Nevertheless, specifically answering your question, I have knowledge of, and they're confidential processes, so I only talk about ones that I've been involved in. I can't talk about when or the content, but what I can say, I guess I can talk about what didn't happen, right? 50% currently that I'm aware of where railways did not cooperate in seeking a costing determination from the agency. And it's, I am aware that that percentage is increasing over time.
So you can't even get into the game, basically, to state your case 50% of the time.
No, that's not correct. We can launch a final offer arbitration under certain circumstances. That's the choice of the shipper. What we're talking about is seeking an expert costing determination from the agency.
Right.
And to inform the arbitration and the arbitrator as to whether the position of either the shipper or the railway are reasonable or unreasonable. It is our view that there's no legitimate reason to deny or not cooperate in a request for a costing determination from the agency. When the railway does it, it's only for the purpose of frustrating the process. And where our ask is that that hole be closed in the legislation.
How much is it? You're a big operator, so would you identify a cost for this process for you? Because you're a large operator. You say most can't.
Final offer arbitration process would cost a shipper like Teck in the millions of dollars to undertake. It's expensive. It's time consuming. But it is the one remedy that we have, and it's one that we want to ensure that the legitimacy of it is maintained.
Is there any carryover from whatever decisions or information you find that is at any advantage to other shippers?
No.
It's very specific.
The process itself is not just the content is confidential, but the actual fact that it's taking place is confidential. So it's not transported from one shipper to another. Of course, we're informed by it for future arbitrations that we undertake, but no, it doesn't go from one shipper to another. The costing determinations are absolutely confidential.
So your ask is specifically?
Asked specifically is that in a final offer arbitration process, when a shipper makes a request for a costing determination from the agency, that costing determination is provided to the arbitrator within, let's say, 5 days of the request. It will not rely on cooperation from the railway. That's very important.
Okay.
And I just want to emphasize the point I made at the outset, which you've acknowledged. I mean, this is a very expensive process. The vast majority of those that use the railways can't afford to do that. So that's why the other measures that we're all proposing, whether it deals with data or long-haul interswitching and so on, that's why they're so important, because we don't want to have to get, I mean, this is a last resort. And it's a last resort for those who, I mean, Teck, I think, is the biggest customer of the railways in the country. Is that all right? So that's, you know, we don't want to have to get to that point. If we do, we want it to work well. But the other measures that we're talking about are to ensure that the system actually works such that we don't actually have to get there in the first place.
Okay. Any response from you on this one?
Yes, so I would say on the final offer arbitration tool specifically, as Pierre has said, I mean, the changes that we too are asking for would basically, let's make it easier to use, including let's make it cheaper to use and more accessible for shippers to use if as a last resort you have to go there. And again, for me, I would settle for just giving the agency the power to investigate matters that, you know, deserve a closer look on its own. I would be happy with that change actually to the bill, and I would just leave final offer arbitration the way it is. But if that's something you want to focus on, let's make it easier to use. You know, our shippers are what's known as manifest shippers, so they sort of depend on a hodgepodge of kind of commodities being shipped, whereas they're shipping unit trains, which are entirely different phenomena, and it changes the dynamics of the relationship. And so that being said, that makes it even harder for members of my association to use that type of tool. And without being too dramatic, that's one of the reasons why you don't see any of my members sitting beside me here this morning, because it's, you know, given the outcome of some of those matters and the way that, you know, the railways can treat them after that kind of a case, it doesn't always work out well for the shippers. So it's the job of the association to show up at places like this and propose changes to tools like that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hardy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To Ms. Kansens, one of the things we expect to hear this afternoon from the SIU is some problems they have with labor standards as they are applied on some of these foreign flag ships. Are you aware of any provisions to, you know, require certain things of these vessels as they're going about this business in Canada?
Let me make it clear that foreign flag ships are the ships that carry Canada's international trade. They carry virtually all of our overseas trade and a half of our trans-border trade. Thousands of these ships trade between Canadian ports and ports overseas. They're nothing new. They're here. They're the way that we move our trade. Foreign flag ships are subject to a stringent regime of regulations: safety, environmental, labor. Again, this is nothing new.
By whom? Who applies these regulations to them?
Sorry, I'm struggling with this, but yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Who applies the labor relations standards to these ships?
So all of the regulations are developed on a global basis by the International Maritime Organization, the International Labor Organization. They're then implemented domestically through domestic legislation. So here in Canada, they're enforced by Transport Canada and other regulatory authorities as part of Canada's obligations as a port state.
Now, but do those regulations brought in by Transport Canada, do they apply to the crews on foreign flag vessels?
international, okay, because it's foreign flag shipping, foreign flag ships are subject to regulations that are developed internationally. So then they are applied in Canada. Canada enforces them. Sonia, maybe I'm going to leave that one to you because I don't think I'm doing a good job on this.
Well, I guess because I have other questions. Basically, the suspicion is that we're using, cheap foreign labor that is, provided by people who are not well treated. And I think that in the fullness of time, we're going to need some comfort that that's not the case. But I don't know that anybody can provide us with that comfort at this point.
Well, could I maybe have a try for about 2 minutes?
No.
No, I
No,
cannot.
you don't have. I don't have 2 minutes to give you. Unfortunately, I have other questions. But I wouldn't mind a follow-up if you wanted to provide something that would be quite instructive. The other thing is that it's the old thin edge of the wedge argument. Okay, so we're going to allow this to happen. What's next? So what's next?
And we hear that argument every time there's any discussion about opening up the Coasting Trade Act. The Coasting Trade Act has historically played an important role in protecting and promoting Canadian marine industry. We have no interest in opening it up for the sake of opening it. But the fact that it plays an important role doesn't mean that we shouldn't take a step back periodically and see whether it continues to meet the needs of the Canadian economy, whether it continues to meet the needs of importers and exporters, and whether there are very targeted amendments like the Coasting Trade Act, like the empty container repositioning provision that we can make to the Act, which do improve the logistics system overall without violating any of the underlying principles of that act.
Okay, I'm going to have to leave it at that. To the Mining Association, Mr. Grattan, Mr. Johnson, I'm hearing two dynamics in your relationships or problematic relationships with the railroads. One is their pricing strategies, and the other is the service issues. Which is it one or the other or both that are primary drivers of your concerns?
It's both, and how they play out is changeable depending on the circumstances, depending on who you are, and depending on the shipper. You can experience one or both, and it changes over time.
Can you take us through a typical transaction? How is it set up? How can it and does it go off the rails?
Well, I mean, Joel gave an example in the forestry sector, which is the same experience. In the mining sector, you expect a certain number of cars on a certain date, and that number doesn't show up. And in some cases, we have we had one member that was told by the railways that they weren't going to serve them at all. So it can really on the service side, it can really vary. In terms of pricing, I mean, they get to control the price. I mean, there is no competition, so they set it the way they choose to set it, and they pass on costs very, very liberally. I recall when BC first introduced its carbon tax, the very same day the railways were announcing that they were increasing their rates to pass on the cost of the carbon tax onto the shipping community. So that's what you can do when you have a monopoly situation. I don't know if you want to give specific examples, Brad, from your experience, or
no,
very briefly, Mr. Johnson.
Okay. Just to echo what Pierre said, I mean, we're talking about meeting very specific delivery windows for our customers for our exports. And at times we can wait weeks, if not months, to satisfy our orders. We provide forecasts, we have vessels coming, we have orders, and when we don't meet them, it's a very big financial penalty to a company like Teck. As I said yesterday, in the range of $50 to $200 million over different periods over the last decade.
Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson. Ms. Block.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My next set of questions will be for the Mining Association. Mr. Grattan, I want to ask you a question around the 3-week delay in providing data. And I guess earlier this week we heard testimony that Canadian Railways already provide more detailed information in regards to the operations happening in the United States. They provide that on a weekly basis, and I'm wondering if the present government with C-49 should have moved to more closely align the railways reporting requirements in Canada with those in the U.S.
Well, it's my understanding this bill does more closely align with the United States, and what we're saying is that that's not adequate. That the U.S. system was designed decades ago. There's an issue both of the amount of data that's made available, because in the United States it's a sampling of data. It's not all data. And then it's the issue which Joel has also addressed, which is the timeliness of that information. It can be very dated. So we're saying with the technology that we have now, there's no reason why basically all way bills can be, and the information on way bills can't be uploaded and provided. There's no reason. I know people like to say, well, we should at least align with the United States. Well, I think we haven't been for decades. I think now we have an opportunity to go beyond what the U.S. provides and go a long way to providing the information we all need to hold the railways to account, but also to identify those, as we discussed earlier, those infrastructure challenges that we may have in different parts of the country.
I also want to follow up on the reference that you've made to competitive line rates in comparison to the long-haul interswitching. I had an opportunity to ask this question of our Transport Canada officials on Monday, just asking for them to describe the difference. And a number of witnesses have made that comparison, and I'm wondering if you could just describe for us the differences between competitive line rates and long-haul interswitching, or the similarities which then make it ineffective as a remedy.
Brad, I think we're going to ask you to take that one.
Okay. Well, I'd say the similarities are that they both have issues. Competitive line rates as they exist today, just essentially the railways don't compete against each other. That's why it's been an ineffective remedy and has been little used over the last 20 or 25 years. Long-haul interswitching, for the mining sector, just because so many areas essentially are geographically barred, I'm not even sure if it's, this morning we even had a discussion trying to figure out who in the mining industry might even be able to use it, and it's not at all clear to us. Certainly anyone operating in the province of British Columbia, I mean the entire province, is barred from using long-haul interswitching as it's defined. That's quite astonishing, but in fact, that's the way we interpret it. Areas in, even in the east, in Ontario or Quebec, because of the corridor definition between Windsor and Quebec City, I can't figure out who might be able to actually even use the thing. So, to be candid with you, unless that geographic piece is fixed, I just don't know, at least in mining, who might even use it. So therefore, I haven't spent a lot of time thinking about it.
I do recall during our study on C30 that we heard from various stakeholders, such as the forest industry, the mining industry, that they would like the same opportunity for interswitching and extended interswitching that had been provided to grain farmers through the Fair Rail for Grain Farmers Act. And so when you then relate that back to the exemption corridors or the exclusion zones, have you seen any rationale that makes sense to you for why these zones or corridors were created and put into this piece of legislation?
we can only assume the railways fought against it, and that's why we have these exclusion zones. I mean, this attempt essentially maintains the C30 provisions. And essentially, there's a piece of Canada in the prairies that will that could benefit from this, much as they did through Bill C30. So, and I think this has just found a different and more creative way of accomplishing or doing the same thing. And I assume that, you know, if it were more opened up in central Canada or in eastern Canada, it would simply you know, force the railways to be more competitive with one another, and they don't want that.
Thank you.
Monsieur Aubin.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Hardy asked a lot of the questions that I wanted to pay him back, I'll give Madame Simard a chance to answer the question she didn't have time to before.
So just to be clear again, we're talking about a concern of introducing seafarers that would be had a lower wage. Actually, those vessels that are coming to Canada have been coming for 120 years, more than that. These vessels are regulated by a body of conventions to which Canada has helped developing, including the labor requirements on board vessels. These are the laws that apply to those vessels. However, to imply that all the seafarers on board ocean-going vessels are badly treated would be quite a disrespect to the seafarer professions, we think, because these people have, as a carrier, a seafarers carrier, and they are over 1.6 million seafarers working on ocean-going vessels. There's more than 55,000 ocean-going vessels trading internationally. So is there cases where one ship comes to Canadian waters and doesn't have good standards? Yes, it's possible. Do we have cases in Canada where we drive on the highway and we speed over the limits? It is possible. Does it make all of us non-compliant and subject to road rage? I don't think so. That's the same thing for a very large industry that works with over 55,000 vessels. These are regulated by standards. Those standards are enforced by the Canadian authorities, and they are working conditions that allows people to survive, certainly on board vessels, and thrive as carriers, as seafarers. So I think that's to put things in context. Can I have 30 more seconds, or?
I have it. Go.
It's the thin edge of the wedge, merci. You know, we're not asking to blow up the Coasting Trade Act, as been mentioned. We're not here for that. But I'm going to also bring back you to another example, the U.S. We know they have the Jones Act. They're very, very strict on ensuring that they protect their domestic fleet. The concept of liberalizing of the moving of empty container is in the Jones Act. And so is the ability to use that into vessel sharing agreements so that the partners of vessel sharing agreement in U.S. can actually move their empty containers. So we are not asking to blow up the Coasting Trade Act with this amendment, and neither are we asking, we're just asking that the amendment be implemented and fully implemented to recognize that container carriers operate under vessel sharing agreements.
Merci.
Does that help?
Could push it a little bit if you had another question. All right. Thank you all very much. We've completed our first round. Does anyone, before we dismiss the witness, anyone have any special questions that they didn't get a chance to get them out there? And I'm looking over here.
Thanks, Kelly.
So now that I've looked over here, I'll have to look over here at anyone that has a really important question that you want to get answered. Mr. Badawi.
Thank you, Madam Scro, Chair Scro. A question to the shippers with respect to the discussion that we've had on C49 about operational remedies, obviously moving containers around, utilizing marine resources. I wanted to touch on one thing that we haven't touched much on throughout the last couple of days, and that may be very relevant to you, and that is the capital side. The capital side of the shipping and the Shipping Federation's opinion, recommendations on the overall system, both when it comes to saltwater and it comes to the Great Lakes. What is your position on Canadian ports being allowed to access the Canada Infrastructure Bank, the financial instruments contained within the Infrastructure Bank, to help fund expansion projects? Will this be helpful in making, in your opinion, Canadian ports more competitive? And I want to expand that question to also include not only Canadian ports that are designated as port authorities, but also the St. Lawrence Seaway itself on the Great Lakes. Is there opportunity, in your opinion, to actually expand on the capital side to really enhance the business opportunities for yourself on behalf of your organization, as well as others that ply the waters of Canada and then beyond the borders of Canada?
On the infrastructure side, and with respect to the having ports access the Canada Infrastructure Bank, yes, and conceptually it could be helpful. Again, I think we would want to look at that from a trade corridor and a network perspective. You have a port such as the Port of Vancouver, which is growing exponentially, which is building all kinds of infrastructure, so you could see how that would be useful to them. If you come to the St. Lawrence Seaway, or if you come to the St. Lawrence Great Lakes system, we have infrastructure needs in this part of Canada as well, so that's potentially interesting. We have been making a case for quite some time for the need for more icebreakers to support the system here and to support navigation through the winter months, which is a huge aspect of having a reliable trade corridor. So, and also potential infrastructure needs on the East Coast. So theoretically, yes, it would be helpful. I would maybe just try to punt that question a little bit and say we'll expand on that though in our written comments.
And if I may, Madam Chair, that's why I asked the question. I asked earlier for that information to be passed on to us, more information, more detailed information.
Yes.
As I stated yesterday, C49 is meant to be injected into the overall transportation strategy, establishing, of course, one of the 5 pillars that Minister Garneau's announced, which is trade corridors. And the more information we can have in terms of what your needs are to better make more robust the opportunity for global economy, our participation, our performance in global economy, as you stated earlier that you're a part of, then we need to hear what those needs are, so that way when we're actually making those infrastructure investments, they're made most appropriately for a better value, better return, to then therefore position Canada better in the economic global stage versus the way we are today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great, thank you.
Good.
Thank you to all of our witnesses. Again, it's been tremendously informative, and we thank you for taking the time to participate and help all of us as parliamentarians. So thank you very much. We will now suspend until the next panel. Okay, calling the meeting back to order as we continue our study of C49. We have with us at this panel an individual and Francois Tougas, and we have Canadian National Millers Association and the Canadian Granola Growers Association. So I welcome you all. Thank you for coming. And who would like to start off? Okay, go right ahead.
Guilty as charged. I'm sorry. Thank you very much for the opportunity to appear. It's greatly appreciated. We are very happy to be here after requesting to be here. Canadian National Millers Association is Canada's national not-for-profit industry association representing the cereal grain milling industry. Our member companies operate milling establishments across Canada, and a number of them operate establishments in the United States, or in fact have affiliated companies with milling facilities in the U.S. By virtue of where the Canadian milling industry capacity is situated and the regional market served, the Canadian industry can quite correctly be described as participants in a North American industry. It is a North American market for this industry, and the industry is integrated much like the rail transportation networks are throughout North America. We are, however, an independent Canadian not-for-profit organization. We do not directly represent members of the U.S. milling industry, except for those who are, of course, members in good standing of the CNMA by virtue of their operating facilities in Canada. So in light of the few minutes that are available for everyone to speak, I'd like to start out by advising the committee at the outset that the CNMA supports the recommendations that are set out in the amendments to the bill as submitted and presented by the Western Grain Elevator Association. Members of the WGEA are the predominant link between grain producers and our members, grain processors, and others who are processors in Canada. This is the case for the majority of wheat and oats milled in Western Canada. There are a number of points I would like to touch upon as context for the committee's considerations of all the submissions you've heard, and these are the following. So our members are primary processors of wheat, oats, rye, and other cereal grains. By primary processors, we mean the step in the supply chain at which grain is transformed from a commodity that generally is not consumed to commodities that are consumed and that are ingredients in food products and other products at the consumer level. Top of mind for most people who think of foods that contain such ingredients are bread, other bakery products, pasta, breakfast cereals, and cookies. But I'd like to emphasize that you'll find wheat flour and other products of grain milling in products that are in every aisle of the grocery store, including pet foods, which contain products of grain milling. There are many, many products that are contained or are derived from milled grain products, and those milled grain products are, of course, derived from grains across Canada, but predominantly the grains that are produced in Western Canada. There are also very few, if any, food service chains or restaurants whose menus are not largely based on cereal grain-based foods manufactured from the products of grain milling. During the duration of these hearings, I was reflecting on this. I think Canadians will have consumed approximately 200 million meals containing bakery products, pasta, breakfast cereals, snack foods that in turn contain other products of grain milling. These businesses, from the very largest to the very smallest, operate on a just-in-time delivery basis. The major manufacturing companies, who are the further processors of milled grain products, bakeries, frozen bakery products, pasta, but principally those further processed manufacturing industries, have only a few days of ingredients in stock, and not just wheat flour, other milled grain products, but all grain products. So in that sense, the supply chain beyond the milling industry operates on a just-in-time delivery basis, just like the automotive industry. So the CNMA's interest in rail transportation policy in C-49 is that the cereal grain industry is heavily reliant, the cereal grain milling industry is heavily reliant on rail transportation, not only for inbound unprocessed grains, but outbound processed products. 2/3 of Canada's wheat milling capacity is located off the prairies, outside of Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba. These are situated in BC, Ontario, Quebec, and Nova Scotia primarily. These mills require rail service to receive approximately 3 million tons of wheat and oats annually. This represents a very predictable demand for rail transportation. 34,000 cars is my estimate annually for inbound grain, perhaps another 6,000 to 10,000 cars for the movement forward of milled grain products and byproducts. This demand doesn't fluctuate significantly by crop year. It is not variant on the size of the Canadian crop for any commodity. Rather, it can be easily forecast a year in advance because it's based on a domestic and a nearby export market, the United States of America. So having noted some of the ridings held by committee members, it might interest you to know that during the dramatic shortfall of service in 2013-2014 crop year, there were mills in Mississauga and Montreal and Halifax that actually ran out of wheat, in some cases more than once. And what that meant is that major bakeries were within 2 to 3 days of running out of flour, and major retail grocery establishments probably within 4 to 5 days is running out of bread on shelves. So my question in hindsight, and that is now a long time ago, and we're not here to whine about what happened back then, but we came very close to having a serious interruption in our grain-based food supply. And how would we have explained that to Canadians who had gone to the store and found no bread, or fast food restaurants who in turn had nothing to carry the ingredients on in those menu servings? So other than the extended switching rights, the provisions of the bill, the Fair Rail for Grain Farmers Act did not recognize or assist the rail service requirements of Canada's milling industry. Same can be said for U.S. establishments. In fact, that intervention provided an impediment to service to our industry. As we see it, there are no provisions of the CTA that presently speak to the very predictable and forecastable service needs of the Canadian milling industry, and in most respects, the same can be said about the amendments proposed by Bill C-49. The Act, as it exists and would be as amended, doesn't really speak to directly or recognize the needs of domestic processors. And those processors really do not have the capacity to receive and unload grain the way the grain elevators are on the way to export markets. Almost all mill locations are urban. They're in multi-mix environments, in some cases surrounded by residential development, commercial development, and they are equipped to handle only a few cars at a time. I think the largest capacity that I'm aware of a mill without using a transfer elevator nearby is about 15 cars at a time. In regard to C-49, it really remains important that under the amended Act, the definition of shipper, as I understand the proposed amendments, will remain a person who sends or receives goods by means of a carrier or intends to do so. That's an extremely important aspect of the legislation as it exists today, and that does ensure that processors, including millers, have access to the benefits of the same provisions of the Act. So the key point that I want to make is that grain rail service is not just about moving grain to port for onward movement to export markets. It's about moving grain to mills in Canada and the United States, meeting the needs of Canadian and U.S. consumers. The Transport Canada question and answer document that was circulated about 10 days ago speaks of global markets. I want to emphasize that North America, Canada, and the U.S. combined a global market of 400 million people. And from our investigation, the recommendations of the WGEA and those carefully considered points of the Crop Logistics Working Group will go a long way to meeting the substantial improvement that is described by the WGEA in these amendments, and we are supportive of those recommendations. I must emphasize, however, neither their submission nor any other that I've read to date speaks to the importance of rail service to cereal grain milling establishments, and there are actually many, and the Canadian population relies upon the timely operation of those facilities and the delivery of foods from those facilities. So thank you for that. I've provided some very brief correspondence to the Honourable Mark Garneau, to the clerk, which I gather will be distributed subsequently once translated. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Now on to the Canola Growers Association.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of this committee. I am Jack Fraze, the President of the Canadian Canola Growers Association, and I farm at Winkler in Manitoba. Thank you for inviting me here today to speak with you about Bill C-49, the Transportation Modernization Act. CCGA is a national association governed by a board of farmer directors that represent the voice of Canada's 43,000 canola farmers from Ontario west to British Columbia. In any given year, over 90% of Canadian canola in the form of raw seed or the processed products of canola oil or canola meal is ultimately destined for export markets in more than 50 countries. We are the world's largest exporter of this highly valued oilseed. Canola farmers critically rely on rail transportation to move our products to customers and keep those products price competitive within the global oilseed market. Farmers occupy a unique position in this grain supply chain, and this is what fundamentally differentiates this supply chain from other commodities. Farmers are not the legal shippers, but we bear the cost of transport as it is reflected in the price we are offered for our products from the buyers of our grains and oilseeds, who are the shippers. Simply put, farmers do not book the train or the boat, but they pay for it. Transportation and logistics costs, whatever they may be at a point in time, are passed back and paid for by the farmer. Farmers independently strive to maximize both the quantity and quality of their production each year. Once harvested, they sell their grain into the system based on their particular marketing plan, with the overall goal of capturing the highest possible prices at a given time in a dynamic and ever-fluctuating global commodity market. Transportation of grain is one of several commercial elements that directly affects the price offered to farmers in the country. When issues arise in the supply chain, the price farmers receive for their grain can drop even at times where commodity prices may be high in the global marketplace. In periods of prolonged disruptions, space in grain elevators becomes full, and grain companies stop buying grain and accepting deliveries. This can occur even when the farmer has an existing contract for delivery, seriously affecting farmers' ability to cash flow their operations. This is a major reason why Western Canadian farmers have such an interest in transportation. It directly affects personal farmer income, and beyond that, they critically rely on the service of Canada's railways to move grain to export position. We have no alternative. It is a complex system, transporting Western Canadian grains an average distance of 1,520 kilometers from the prairies to tidewater, but we need to make it work to the benefit of all parties and the broader national economy as a whole. The competitiveness and reliability of the canola industry, which currently contributes over $26 billion annually to the Canadian economy, is highly dependent on this supply chain providing timely, efficient, and reliable service. In terms of direct impact to Canadian farmers, canola has been the #1 source of farm revenue from crops every year for over a decade. It is a major contributor to grain farmers' profitability. The 2016-17 crop year that just passed at the end of July set record new levels of canola exports and domestic value-added processing. Strong performance by the railways absolutely supported this achievement. Overall, it was a banner year for railway movement of grain and its products. That stated, we need to remain future-oriented when we consider public policy changes. The last several years of reasonably good overall total movement and relative fluidity of the supply chain should not lessen our focus on seeking to improve and do better, as fundamental issues still exist beneath the short-term positive headlines. Spring 2017 saw a record level of canola planted in Canada, the largest single field crop in the country, for the first time surpassing wheat. The most recent, late August, government estimates of production for this fall is 18.2 million tons, down slightly from last year due to challenging weather, but still surpassing the 5-year average by over 1 million tons. We are an optimistic and goal-oriented industry with a record of achieving success. When we look forward to 2025, we see further rising demand for our products, both domestically and internationally. In this future, rail transportation will be even more important as our industry strives to reach our strategic goal of Canadian farmers sustainably producing 26 million tons of canola every year. To support this, Canadian farmers and the industry will need an effective and responsive rail transportation system, not just for transportation of the current crop sizes, but for those of the future. Moreover, farmers will not be able to capitalize on the opportunities from Canada's existing and future trade agreements without a reliable and efficient rail system that grain shippers and our global customers have confidence in. That is a key point. With such a strong reliance on exports, we do need to remain cognizant of the customer service aspect of our export orientation in the agricultural sector. Canadian canola and other grains are well known for their quality characteristics and sustainable supply, which are market differentiators. But at the end of the day, they remain fungible commodities and alternatives exist. The reliability of our transportation system affects buyers' confidence in the global Canadian brand. We know because we directly hear about it. For the remaining comments, I'll defer to Steve Pratt.
Thank you. Just very briefly, Bill C-49 attempts to address several long-standing issues in the rail transportation marketplace. You've heard from grain sector representatives, including grain shippers and farm groups, yesterday and this morning regarding their perspectives on various commercial and legal aspects of the bill, including around reciprocal penalties, long-haul interswitching, and other elements. You've clearly heard from witnesses in other sectors. Canadian Class 1 railways are in monopoly positions. Most grain shippers are served by only one carrier and are subject to monopolistic pricing and service strategies. The grain sector, from farm groups through the value chain to exporters, has been consistent in their discussions with government since the 13-14 transportation crisis, and there's been a consistent message. Canada must address the fundamental problem of railway market power and the resulting lack of competitive forces in the rail marketplace. In our view, government has a clear role to establish a regulatory structure that strikes a measured and appropriate balance, and to the greatest extent possible creates the market-like forces that do not exist. Within theory, this should create more market-responsive behaviors of all participants. This is the reality, a long-standing fact that has led to over a century of government intervention to varying degrees in this sector. Bill C-49 is the current approach before us to bring a more commercially oriented accountability into this historically imbalanced relationship. Bill C-49 appears to make progress in several areas towards this goal and does reflect a consideration of what Canadian rail shippers and the grain industry have been telling successive governments for years about the core and balanced relationship between shipper and railway. For that, we thank you. In our view, the true impact and success of this bill and the measure of its intended public policy outcomes will only really become apparent and known once the shipping community attempts to access and use the remedies and processes this bill will initiate. As Bill C-49 was designed to balance two competing interests, that of the shipper and that of the rail service provider, a true measure of success will likely take several years to fully gauge and appreciate. In closing, two areas that CCGA would like to briefly highlight from a farmer's perspective are the themes of transparency and long-term investment, specifically as they relate to data disclosure and the economic regulatory environment of grain transport in Canada. One element of Bill C-49 that is of particular importance to farmers is the issue of transparency. The publication of new railway service data received by the Minister of Transport or the Canadian Transportation Agency is important, not only for stakeholders and analysts monitoring the functioning of the grain handling and transportation system, but also for government itself, for the twin functions of ongoing monitoring and assessment of the system, and, when required, the ability to develop prudent public policy and advice to the Minister in times of need. This new information, in conjunction with the comprehensive reporting of the existing Grain Monitor program, will provide farmers with valuable insights into the performance of the system. As it currently reads, clauses 51.1, 77 sub 5, and 98 sub 7 specify timelines associated with this reporting. CCGA would respectfully submit that these timelines are too lengthy and consideration be given to shortening them. In addition, the new proposed annual railway reports to the Minister at the beginning of each crop year, contained in clause 151.01, are very positive. CCGA would respectfully submit that the Minister of Transport consult with the Minister of Agriculture as to what those reports could specifically contain to be of the greatest utility to both government and grain stakeholders. Lastly, modernizing the economic regulatory environment to stimulate investment, such as a suite of actions aimed at the maximum revenue entitlement, are well-intentioned. One of these policy objectives is to spur investment in grain hopper car replacement by the railways through the calculation of the annual volume-related composite price index as affected in clause 151 sub 4. CCGA would submit that consideration be given to having the Canadian Transportation Agency closely monitor these actions and during its annual administration of the MRE include a summary comment within its determination. We appreciate being here to address the committee this afternoon, and we do look forward to the question period.
Thank you very much. Mr. Tougas.
Thank you for the invitation to appear before the committee today. I should start by commending the members for their nonpartisan approach to this bill, as well as for their fortitude doing this all week long, the hours that you're maintaining. I'm here in my capacity as counsel to shippers, railways, governments, intermediaries, and investors in the areas of rail law and policy. My credentials are attached to my formal submissions. I should say also that my comments today are informed by more than 60 negotiations and processes with Canadian National and Canadian Pacific Railway. I'm speaking from the position of having seen these negotiations and processes among different categories of commodities, as well as railways. Transport Canada consulted with me extensively in the run-up to Bill C-49. Unfortunately, C-49 leaves many shippers without access to a viable remedy. And while I have many things to say about the Act and the bill, I'm going to confine my remarks today to two areas in particular on data disclosure and rail service. And I'm also going to try to address some points that have arisen since the beginning of the week. First, on costing data. C-49 looks to gather some data similar to that available in the United States. However, the bill will not change the fact that data about CN and CP is much more readily available to shippers in the States than to shippers in Canada. Shippers in the States have access to detailed rail costing data to calculate a carrier's costs of transporting goods without invoking a proceeding before the U.S. Surface Transportation Board. Rail carriers in the States are required to report detailed financial and statistical data available on the STB website publicly. CN and CP must provide these reports to the STB too, but Canada does not require it, so shippers in Canada are at a considerable disadvantage in relation to their U.S. counterparts. The STB established the Uniform Rail Costing System, called IRCS, to provide the railway industry, I'm quoting now, and shippers with a standardized costing model that can be used by parties to submit cost evidence before the board. Shippers can, by this and yet other means, assess the freight rate competitiveness of CP's and CN's American operations, but not their Canadian operations. In Canada, the only situation in which a shipper can get rail cost data is in the confidential final offer arbitration process. FOA has become increasingly difficult to use for a number of reasons. An FOA arbitrator, as you've heard already from other witnesses, can get information from the agency, has the right under the Act as it presently stands to get information from the agency, but generally will not do so without first getting that Class 1 rail carrier's consent. That's the problem that I think you have an opportunity to fix. CN and CP can merely refuse to consent, leaving the arbitrator in such cases without a critical piece of evidence to make a final offer selection between the shipper's offer and the carrier's offer. In this manner, CN and CP can neuter the FOA process, making it less available and less viable. While shippers in Canada should have access to the same quantity and quality of information available to the shippers using CN and CP services in the States, for now, I'm advocating something simpler. Just require CN and CP to cooperate with the agency in providing the cost of shipments that are submitted to final offer arbitration. And I've got some recommended language there before you. This committee is already amending Section 161 sub 2, so this would be the addition of a paragraph F. It would just add one more item to the list of items that a shipper has to submit to start a final offer arbitration. With this amendment to the Act, the FOA process has a better chance of avoiding disputes, reaching good conclusions, and satisfying the parties. On to performance data. Railway performance data is also not available in Canada. C-49 proposes to compel the disclosure of a subset of certain U.S. information. As a result, U.S. shippers will end up with more data about CN's and CP's operations than shippers in Canada. Ideally, each Class 1 rail carrier would submit all data from every waybill, including the information required by proposed Section 76 sub 2, which is dedicated right now just to the LHI remedy. This information is readily accessible to the rail carriers in real time and is easily transferable. That would allow any so inclined shipper in Canada to assess the extent to which a rail carrier is providing adequate and suitable accommodation for its traffic without having to resort to a legal process, which is what is required right now. Currently, the agency and arbitrators must determine service cases in the absence of performance data. The creation of a database and publication of all waybill and Section 76 information would settle or eliminate many disputes. However, I've proposed something more modest. Three things. First, give the agency the authority and the obligation, as it has for other parts of the Act, to make regulations in this area, given its wide-ranging expertise. Second, require service performance information for publication for each rail line or subdivision. System-wide data, as presently contemplated by C49, will do nothing to identify service failures in any region or corridor, much less those faced by any shipper. Third, C49 seeks to limit commodity information. I've added paragraph 11 to current section 77 sub 2 to require each Class 1 rail carrier to report their service performance in respect of 23 commodity groups, just as is required by the STB of CN and CP in the United States. No difference. And you've seen my language there before you. On to service levels. Both the level of service complaint remedy and the SLA process were designed, along with the statutory service obligations, to compel railways to do things they would not otherwise do. The agency has done an admirable job of determining the circumstances in which it will determine whether a rail carrier has fulfilled its statutory service obligations. This is not a system that needs any further inclination toward rail carriers, who have been performing very, very well financially. Only the most egregious rail carrier conduct gets attention from shippers, who are otherwise prone to sole service providers and very reluctant to bring proceedings. Personally, I would not have amended the LOS provisions, but if it must be done, I'd make a few changes, 3 of them, in fact. I'd change the opening words of section 116, 1.2, as presently contemplated in C49, to reverse the logic, so that, because right now it doesn't say what happens if a rail carrier doesn't provide the highest level of service it can provide, I would reverse the finding requirement so that the level of service is no less than the highest that can be reasonably be provided in the circumstances. Second, C49 would require the agency in both the LOS and SLA processes to consider the rail carrier's requirements and restrictions, which are all outside the control of a shipper and well within the control of a rail carrier. For example, a rail carrier decides how many locomotives to acquire, whether to terminate thousands of employees, eliminate or reduce service, limit infrastructure, or invest in technologies. It is entirely inappropriate for the agency to have to determine whether a shipper should receive a portion of the capacity that has been restricted by decisions of a rail carrier. I would strike the offending provisions entirely as you have it before you there. C49, thirdly, imposes an obligation on an arbitrator to render decisions in a balanced way. Now, I would have thought that they're already doing that. They enjoy a reputation for fairness and impartiality, and they've enjoyed deference from the appellate courts. Arbitrators are rarely appealed. There's no need for such a provision. The SLA process exists precisely because a rail carrier will not provide what the shipper requires. If it turns out, upon examination, that a shipper doesn't require the service it seeks, the shipper won't get it. That's what the agency will decide. So I would strike that proposal altogether. I've been asked a few times and contemplated that this would arise if I can only take one of these, which I would take. Well, it may be that the LHI provisions, if they're amended in accordance with the requests of various parties that have appeared before you, are going to be helpful to some people. But I would, for sure, make sure that my priority 1 amendment is made, which is to demand and require of a railway that it provide its consent to a rail carrier costing demand by the shipper in the FOA process. And lastly, we should return to a periodic review of the Act, and I would recommend at least every 4 years. I heard Mr. Emerson say 2, and I'd be content with that too. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all of you. Over to Ms. Block.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to all of you for joining us here today. I want to make the statement that I appreciate the balanced testimony that we've heard from all of our witnesses over the past 3 days in terms of pointing out where things have been structured very well, and then identifying those places where they feel the legislation needs or the bill needs to be amended. And also I appreciate the common themes that have arisen over the past number of days. And so with that, I guess I want to just ask a couple of questions of you. The first would be, what will be the long-term implications for your industries and the industry as a whole if the amendments you've suggested aren't made?
I think the amendments that have been proposed by the major grain supply chain stakeholders have been very carefully considered based on a great deal of experience, and I believe are worthy, have merit, will improve the efficiency and the responsiveness of the system, and speak to the need that has been spoken to by the last presenter, which is the transparency of data that is obligated to be provided, gathered, and to publish that data in a very timely fashion. And I really appreciate the remarks. It should be no less robust and transparent than users of the system, shippers, have in the United States. So the implications would be potentially lost opportunity. Secondly, the potential for another precipitous and perhaps an economically damaging intervention in the future if we ever again face the kind of circumstances we did 3 crop years ago. And ultimately, an awful lot of time and effort wasted in doing better, and doing better is absolutely essential to our economy. Thank you.
Well, I would say our future depends on it. We can ill afford to go back to what we had in the past. If we look at where agriculture is going with biotechnology, we're raising better crops, bigger crops, using every technology available to us, and we're going to be looking at more volume to be handled in the future. We have set lofty goals, 26 million tons by 2025. We've always achieved our goals in the past, and we're going to have to make sure that we can do all the trade agreements, but if the transportation system isn't there to back it up, the trade agreements don't mean a whole lot. And to have the timing of the transportation to coincide with the needs of the consumer is extremely important. I know we have had consultations with our Japanese buyers, and they tell us it's extremely important that they get their shipments at time.
Let me answer you by saying, to pose a question for you, which is, why aren't the remedies used? I know some of you have asked that question, and if you approach it from that perspective, you can see what's going to happen to industry over time. If we look at the Canada Transportation Act as a constant work in progress, which I think we have to admit has been going on for about 100 years or more, then the process that we're in now is really an opportunity to try to get further ahead than where we were. But actually what's happening is that the remedies are being eroded, and that's why I'm talking about the things that I'm talking about today. And this can't be surprising. We've got a market structure that lends itself toward a natural monopoly occupied by the 2 railways. So I wouldn't blame it on their conduct. It's a market structure problem, and we address that with remedies in the Act. And when those remedies are weakened, when they do not do the job that they were intended to do, it makes it hard for those shippers to deliver on their production. That's the simple point that I would make. And I know some of you also asked, you know, is it this reason or that reason that this remedy is being used or not being used? I heard the railways on Monday talk about this subject. The reason why the remedies aren't being used is because it gets harder and harder to use each one of those remedies. The shippers are primarily scared of retribution from the carriers for exercising those remedies, and they're expensive. And I'm part of the problem, right? I'm a lawyer, and lawyers are people too, but it costs a lot of money to engage counsel. And the harder the process is, the more money it's going to take to solve the problem. You heard testimony this morning about how much it might cost to do an FOA process for one shipper. Other shippers can exercise some of the remedies for cheaper, but very few shippers have access to a lot of remedies. Most shippers have access to 1, sometimes 2 remedies. So you've got to make them usable. That's really the point that I would emphasize. And I would make that point about LHI as well. Sorry to go on so long.
No, thank you.
Yep, 30 seconds. All right, on to Mr. Graham.
Thank you. I want to stay on remedies, and we'll look for remedies for the remedies. Can you go a bit more detailed on the remedies? Where did they originate, and like take a couple of specific examples. Where did they originate, and how did they die?
Okay, well, many of the remedies that we have in the Act today actually came as a result of possibly a maverick, Don Mazankowski, back in the 80s. So the advent of the Canada Transportation Act, the National Transportation Act of 1987, introduced final offer arbitration, the competitive line rate mechanism. It changed the interswitching mechanism to the thing that we have today. Those were bold. CLR, as you've heard, doesn't work. The railways have refused to compete with one another on that basis. They don't have to. There's no law that requires them to compete with one another. What we're talking about, again, is a market structure problem. So when you create a remedy, you want that remedy to be effective, to act as a surrogate for what the market is not going to be able to do. I practice in the area of antitrust law, and in antitrust economics, the main thing that we want is for competition to occur. In a natural monopoly environment like the one that we've got here with the railways, not for their entire systems, but for large parts of their systems, you want every mechanism available to allow those rail carriers to compete without restrictions. And that's where I would say LHI has largely gone wrong. It imposes a bunch of unnecessary restrictions that really will keep those railways from having to compete with one another and with others. Have I answered that adequately? I may not have.
That's a pretty good start. Yeah. For other solutions, yesterday Tech talked to us about running rights, and I know there's a lot of people that didn't know what that was. I know you've got some knowledge about this. Can you talk a bit about this?
Yeah, I've written in this area probably the least read articles in Canada on the subject. There are many types of running rights regimes, and it's a good scaremongering tactic that I've heard by the carriers on numerous occasions about how it would devastate the economy. As the Tech witness mentioned yesterday, running rights is already used throughout North America every single day. There are lots of running rights mechanisms, and there are lots of different forms of them. What they are particularly afraid of is wide open access, so anybody running over anybody's lines. And I think there are lots of steps on the way there. I could go on, for days on this subject, but I think in Canada we've got some opportunities to correct our transportation system to introduce direct competition, that is running rights. But if we're not going to do that, then we should have remedies that provide indirect competition that is effective and viable for the shippers to use.
One of the issues that's come up earlier today was concern about premature discontinuance of a line. If you have thoughts on that and remedies for that, too.
Yeah. I think right now the railways have obtained the ability to discontinue rail lines on a basis that I think is reasonable for the rationalization of their networks. I've always been a little bit concerned about how easily it is for them to go through that process, but that is the process. What happens now is if you allow them to discontinue service before that process is run, you're essentially stranding a bunch of shippers on those lines that are about to be abandoned. I think that's a mistake. Reasonable people can differ on that issue. That might be a place where you allow, communities to take over those lines immediately, or for other parties to come in and run them on a reasonable basis. A short line, short lines get squeezed for both their operating revenue and their capital requirements. This is probably a place that's worth spending some time on. Probably more time than we need and than we have today.
No, we heard that from the short lines yesterday, that their operating ratio is in the 98% range, as opposed to the large carriers being in the 50% range. So I'll come back to another question that I've asked a number of panels for, and I'll open it to everybody. We were told by the large railways that any company that has access to trucks is basically not a captive. Thank you, captive client. I'm wondering what your thoughts are on that.
Okay, well, that's ridiculous.
Appreciate your honesty.
Yeah, a slightly more nuanced answer.
think about it like this. Like I heard one comment that if they had 25% or access to trucking for 25% of their production, that party is no longer captive. Well, there is the other 75% that's still captive, and that's the thing that we're looking for. Some of these movements, like let's just take a sawmill, for example, that's trying to ship its products to 3,000 destinations in the United States, and it's stuck in Northwest British Columbia. Okay, there is one option, and that option is Canadian National Railway. Now, they could truck to Edmonton and connect to CP. Okay, now, anybody who hasn't completely lost their minds will realize that that is a much more expensive option, because we heard, the railways have said it, trucking is more expensive once you get beyond a distance. The railways can't compete at the shorter distance, they say. I question their number, but let's just take it for what it is. You still got to get your stuff off the truck and then back onto a rail car. Well, that cross-docking is an expensive process. And have I used up all the time? So, you want me to keep going? Okay. I'm sorry?
There are remedies for using too much.
There are, yeah, okay. So, I could do an example like this for virtually every shipment in Canada. Anybody who would want to use truck to move coal would similarly have lost their mind. I mean, I did this calculation once, put 25 million tons on the road. You're talking about one truck every 2.5 minutes, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. The roads couldn't tolerate it. No bridge could tolerate it. And that's one commodity. Okay, so it is just not real to say that somebody is not captive because they have some access to trucking.
I think Mr. Harrison was trying to put something in there.
Just a quick comment. Trucking is not an alternative to move grains out of prairie provinces into processing facilities anywhere else in Canada. It's impractical for reasons of cost in addition to those of logistics.
Thank you. Mr. Robin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, gentlemen, for appearing. I'd like to talk to Mr. Harrison. In your speaking notes, you cast a new light on things. We've heard a lot of recriminations about the rail lines by grain producers or producers looking, let's say production is up, you want to get things out to international markets and get the economy growing. What you're bringing forward this afternoon is the notion of just-in-time. And with smaller productions, for example, millers may not have what they need to get things on the big cars. Would C49 help you better navigate within this field? Would you need a different treatment from the rail lines than the bigger producers? Am I wrong in this?
The just-in-time delivery aspect takes place at the milling and beyond stage. Before that stage, there is some latitude in milling establishments, provided that the pipeline or the flow of grain is continuous and as anticipated. The milling industry can't deliver just in time if the milling industry is allowed to run out of grain. Eastern Canadian grain, Ontario, Quebec, Atlantic grain, is not generally substitutable for grain of Western Canadian classes and quality. You can't make the same products. In addition to that, you need to operate a mill efficiently different grades and classes and protein levels of Western Canadian wheat. In the case of oat milling, you need specific varieties that have to be declared and delivered. So if you have your inventories drawn down to a level like we experienced 3 years ago, where you can't do the blending that is required and you can't achieve the end-use performance that required, you can't do just-in-time delivery of the end-use performance that a large further processor would wish. So mills in Canada would have anywhere from 4 weeks to perhaps a few months of storage, but if your rail service is interrupted for weeks on end, which is what happened, and we would never want anyone to experience that again, that's where you get into the disruption of just-in-time delivery. And the people who are trying to do that just-in-time work and put those products with short shelf life out there in the marketplace don't have the luxury of going to other suppliers on that kind of turnaround time. So that's the way it has become, it requires an adequate supply of raw materials and beyond the primary manufacturer, an adequate and continuous supply of those products. I hope that answers your question.
Merci. Oui, tout à fait. Sur un tout autre...
Thank you, yes. Along another lines, it seems we'll be looking at recommendations over the next few weeks. It seems everyone agrees that we have to review the Act periodically. But I'd like to put a question another way. Once C-49 is passed, whatever the amendments are, do you consider, or what do you consider will be the time necessary to gauge the effectiveness of C-49? You think it'll take you a year, 2 years, 4 years, and then you'll know whether it's effective or not? The question is for all of you.
My view is that we already have some precedents to help us address how quickly a review should occur. And I'll give you the answer first. I think it should be 2 years, but I would live with 4. And here's the reason. The SLA mechanism was introduced through Bill C-52 in 2013. Last year, we had precisely 0 SLAs go before the agency. The year before that, we had 2. The year before that, we had 5. That's the record, okay? So 5, 2, 0. Now, why is that? Maybe it's not working. Maybe there's a need to review that mechanism. And just like any other mechanism that we use, we should be constantly reviewing it in a continuous improvement kind of environment. I know it's very difficult at the parliamentary level to do that, but this committee has been doing this forever, right? You guys actually have the expertise. You've got lots of people that you can resource to do a proper review of each of the remedies, how they're working, how the Act is working in an integrated or unintegrated fashion. This is all possible to be done. I think you could do it 2 years from now, but I wouldn't go any further than 4.
Harrison?
I would add that the growers have spoken today about the future, and the future for producers of all crops, including wheat, is that the crop genetics and agricultural practices will see a continuous line of growth in the commodities that need to be moved. In contrast, we're not going to see such robust growth because of population growth in Canada, and it's a little bit below the United States. But the point I want to make is the circumstances in the marketplace can change rather quickly, and the performance of any aspect of supply chains could change rather quickly. And I would agree, particularly after these amendments are made, that there's a need for review in a timely fashion. And I find the example to be excellent. Things can change very, very quickly. But we certainly know that there will not be less demand to move agricultural commodities because producers are going to be needing more and more capacity to get the commodities to market, including our market. I hope I didn't misstate. Okay.
6:30. Mr. Fraser.
Thanks very much, and I'll start with the lawyer at the table to talk about dispute resolution, mostly because that's one of my favorite subjects, being a dispute resolution lawyer myself before I got into this. On the final offer arbitration piece, you hinted at the fact that there might be fewer disputes if we had an effective mechanism. One of my great frustrations sometimes in my previous career was getting a new file because it meant that something had gone so wrong, somebody wanted to pay legal fees to sort it out rather than invest those dollars into growing their business. Can you expand a little bit on how making mandatory, essentially, the participation in this process would actually reduce the time that shippers or producers are pulled into the dispute resolution process?
Yeah, that's a very good question. If I had it my way, we would actually do it differently than the way I'm articulating. It's just I'd be asking a lot of you. Like, ideally what would happen is shippers would have an opportunity to get a sense of the railway's costs before they went into the final offer arbitration process. That's what the idea would be. And then they could assess, whoa, it is costing the railway this much. I'm not getting ripped off. Right now, they can't tell that. They're clueless about it, right?
On that point, before we get too deep into it, with better data disclosure, is that even within the realm of possibility right now?
If you made the data that's found in Section 76 available to you, and you had a data disclosure system like the IRCS system that I described in Canada, then you can do that, but not with these amendments. It would take quite a bit more.
And then we're getting into the realm of disclosing the railway's proprietary data to the industry publicly?
Nonsense. Okay, so let me just get on that one, because I hear that a lot too, okay? Hear it a lot. They do this in the States. The IRCS system requires that data disclosure right now. CN and CP have to disclose that data in the United States. There's no reason why it can't be disclosed in Canada. And further, this bill, remember, does a lot of aggregation, even on the performance data, right? That does not occur in the States. CN and CP have to report individually what they are doing in the United States. They have big operations in the States. This is just such a red herring.
Sure. Yeah. So before we get into the initial question, I like the path we're going down. In terms of the data disclosure, is the gold standard here just say let's harmonize with the U.S. and that's a perfect outcome? Or?
No,
okay.
That isn't the case. I know that it's a very tempting thing to say, but I can tell you U.S. shippers are frustrated by what they've got. What they've got is more than what we've got on this front, okay? On this front. But what we should have, because of our modern data ability, data gathering and data transferring abilities, we should make this stuff transparent. Why should it be transparent? If it was a normally functioning market, you wouldn't need that transparency. The market would take care of everything by itself. Because they're monopolies, that's why we talk about data disclosure. This hiding behind the veil of confidentiality just is a red herring. It does not occur in the United States. There is some data, yes, that is kept confidential until you get inside a process. And so now, just to bring it back to where you started, if you can get into the final offer arbitration process, nothing works like a charm from a railway's perspective than saying, no, not going to tell you my costs. Good luck, shipper, trying to find out whether your rate is high or low. Good luck, arbitrator, trying to find out whether the offer of the carrier is reasonable in relation to anything, because the shipper doesn't have anybody else's rates. They're confidential. The rates are confidential, so you can't do a comparative thing. All you've got is the cost to compare your rate against.
Just you made another comment about the requirement that you would strike, saying that the decision should be made in a balanced way. Is your problem with that it's superfluous and could be interpreted in an unpredictable way, or is your fear that where there might be a correct outcome, balance might be struck that might not be the correct legal outcome? What's the fear here?
Yeah. Okay. Well, first of all, it does look like the former point, so I'll concede that, but it's really about the latter point that I'm trying to focus my comments on. So if an agency decides, for example, that this X level of service is required in these circumstances in order to meet the adequate and suitable standard that everybody seems to have problems with, which, by the way, I don't have a problem with, but if that arbitrator, the agency, is having to make a decision that is now balanced as between the two, the agency has got to give meaning to those words. What is that meaning? Does it mean, I was going to give you adequate and suitable standard, which I think is this, but because the Act says I got to do something balanced, provide some equilibrium, does that mean that I have to take into account how much money you're losing, how much money you're losing off the deal? The agency is the impartial arbitrator. It is at the very least superfluous, but I think much more dangerous, much less benign.
I think I'm out of time.
Okay,
Thank you.
sorry.
Yeah. No, that's great.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. On to Mr. Badaway.
I was actually enjoying that. Two lawyers going back and forth. That was just good. Anyways, thank you. I want to make two comments before I ask a question. Thank you, guys, for being here and putting your input into this whole process. And I also want to thank those folks across the table. They've taken the partisanship out of this whole process and really, really embraced being in this together to ensure that these folks are being looked after well into the future. So I want to thank you as well. With that said, questions with respect to, one, reciprocal penalties, And two, it was mentioned earlier about shortline operations. First question with respect to reciprocal penalties. What are your thoughts on the reciprocal penalties?
You want to go? Okay.
From a grain producer's perspective, who, again, as has been mentioned by several grain groups who are not the legal shippers, when our bulk shippers, our smaller specialty crop and containerized shippers and/or the value-added processors, they've all consistently talked about reciprocal penalties for over a decade as far as something that they see as tightening up just that even the conceptual and that legal relationship between the shipper and the railway. So we as a producer group are 100% in support of the reciprocal penalties as a concept and its application, and as far as their perspectives, I will let their submissions to you stand on that. But certainly there is that balanced accountability, if you will, in all the other aspects of the supply chain currently, other than between the shipper and the rail provider in the eyes of our shippers and in our eyes as well.
Other comments?
Well, I would do one thing on reciprocal penalties, and I accept all of those comments, but I would do one thing for sure. I would allow the agency a lot more latitude in the setting of those reciprocal penalties than they've currently got. Right now, you know, when you invoke a process, the agency has the ability to award a return of expenses incurred, hard costs. I would give the agency a fair bit of latitude on the magnitude of those reciprocal penalties. You know, let's say you ordered 16 cars. We heard that example this morning. I think it was 16 anyway, and you get 10 cars. Okay, what's the penalty? Is it $100 a car? Because that shipment could be worth, you know, whatever, 100 grand, million, right? Depending what's in the. So it's not much of a return, so the penalty's got to be meaningful. In order to do that, rather than prescribe it, I'd give the agency the authority to do that.
Great. Next question. With respect to shortline operators, I think you were the one that mentioned earlier the responsibility when a line is abandoned. We all try to protect the economy of the area, and a lot of times that economy of the area is dependent upon that infrastructure, that service. So in your opinion, besides defaulting to municipalities who are also stretched for both capital and operating funds, how, I guess the word is, how can we move forward with respect to a realistic strategy to react to that abandonment of those rail lines and then therefore preserve the services that are available for industry that depends on those various services in partnership with a short line operator?
I've been listening to you on this topic, so I can tell you've got a fair bit of experience in this. This is complex. I act for some short lines, and you know, strapped for cash, hard to get capital, hard to get customers, and they're squeezed oftentimes by the Class 1 rail carrier to which they connect. So I think it's that connection problem, the terms on which the short line railway can obtain abandoned infrastructure or a short-lined piece of Class 1 infrastructure. The terms on which they obtain it and the terms on which they get to operate it after that, I think that needs to be looked at. You know, I might have even gone so far, heaven forbid, as asking to have a look at those contracts before they're approved so that there's some oversight body, because this is very uneven bargaining power, right, between the Class 1s and the shorties.
Other comments? Go ahead.
I would just say, as we heard from the witness from the Western Canadian Short Line Association yesterday, that we see as in the grain sector, the short lines playing a very, when viable, they play a very prominent role in that kind of collection and collection system of grain from country, from lesser used lines historically, and can act as quite a funnel for grain into the mainline system that the Class 1s then hook and haul. And certainly, we, as mentioned yesterday, with the the provincial authority over those rail lines, certain provinces have kind of gone out historically in front of others as far as helping those short lines, but certainly it is an important part of our sector's grain movement, collection and distribution.
Do you also find that there may be opportunity for partnership with the end users? What I mean by that is that a lot of times, obviously the short lines make their way onto a main line. It is, I guess, up to the main lines to actually allow access to those main lines. And as well, it may find itself on a ship, it might find its way on a truck. Do you think there's opportunity for partnership and or integration there as well within an overall broader strategy?
Well, certainly I would think in the cases where it's actual, let's say, producers who are the shareholders of that particular short line to their benefit and transport, they would be contracting with an end terminal for the export. So they're already in interaction with that actual shipper, let's say, for instance, off the West Coast. So I would say that there is that commercial kind of piece there already, where the facilitator of that movement, though, is the Class 1 for the long haul.
Thank you very much. On to Mr. Shields.
Chair, appreciate the expertise you bring to this and listening to you share it with us. Going to the Miller Association, I think you bring a different context to it. It's just not real time, but it's shelf life that you deal with. That's a real factor in its service. Do you want to just reiterate how critical that piece is? Because it's a two-part versus others because of that factor.
I'll try and take as little time as possible, but essentially, in order to serve customers of the milling industry well, you don't need just one type of wheat of a particular origin. You need a number of them, and you have to have an inventory of all of those at all times. You can't have the kind of interruption that we experienced some years ago that affected so many mills adversely in North America. So if you want to provide the level of service to someone who wants to make a bagel instead of a whole wheat loaf of bread, or flatbread, or tortilla, or frozen dough, you have to have those ingredients, and these various kinds of ingredients predominantly from Western Canada, and CWRS wheat from Western Canada is the real workhorse. You have to have that raw material in order to provide the service, and beyond the mill's door, that service, mostly within a 150 kilometer radius, is just in time. If you miss a delivery as a milling company, it's not that you missed today's delivery to a big bakery. You might have missed the 11 o'clock shipment to the bakery as opposed to the 7 p.m. shipment. So the just-in-time aspect is beyond that. And the shelf life of fresh goods, which account for much of consumption, is very short. So those further processors who are making packaged goods, massive tonnages compared to things with longer shelf life, is short. It's a matter of several days. It really depends whether you're satisfying a retail market or a food service market. I'll stop there. Thank you.
And that's very important. Canola, you did mention something about infrastructure and cars. One of the things we hear about in the world that I live in the sense of grain, the grain carrying cars through the national parks, we hear constantly the move to, hey, we've got to have newer cars so they don't spill grain. But that's not what you're talking about.
Well, it actually is, in the fact that, and again, it was talked about briefly yesterday, and the age of the current publicly owned fleet, which is that amalgam of the federal government's fleet and the two provinces of Alberta and Saskatchewan, who purchased in the mid-70s, early 80s. And originally, those were 40-year lives, and those aren't dictated by the company. That is an international railway standard that they adhere to because they do cross the 49th. Under that agreement in 2007, the operating agreement with the two Class 1s, for the movement of Canadian grain, they were given an extra 10-year service life, so they were up to 50. We are approaching that 50-year mark. And as that rolling stock, which is of a different design and different carrying capacity than what we see now in the marketplace, coming on with new builds, the gates at the bottom of those hoppers indeed are becoming, you are seeing numbers that of when cars are received that are rejected for mechanical failures, and the gates in the bottom of the hoppers, as they are gravity fed, there are instances there where they are spilling product across tracks.
Long haul, you didn't talk about.
Yeah, from a producer's perspective, we would defer to our shippers, and you would have heard their testimony yesterday as far as their perspectives on that. So again, because of, as Mr. Fraze mentioned, the nature of the structure of our industry, if it's good for them and that fluidity is maintained and they can access those markets and that competition, in theory, in economic theory, it's good for the producer as well.
Because it comes down to you at the bottom line, right?
Correct.
Comment on long haul. It was a disappointment that the extended interswitching rates were not extended, and others have expressed that before this committee. I'm sure I've read a couple of the submissions. There has also been an observation that there is a prerequisite in order to having access to long-haul interswitching rights, and we would support others who would have recommended that that be removed. Anybody who is now going to be denied access to extended interswitching should, by choice, have access to long-haul for those reasons that are set out for its very existence and at their entire discretion, not as a consequence of a hurdle to jump over to satisfy an audit requirement, if you will, of the agency. Thank you.
Exclusion zones.
Well, you've heard testimony already that those exclusion zones essentially mean the remedy is, if it's going to be viable at all, will be viable for, I think, the group that my colleague here was intending to have replaced by, with long-haul interswitching that used to have access to extended interswitching. You know, the difficulty is this. So just to give you a very quick example of how it happens. Imagine a shipper that is trying to get into the zone that has only one interchange between where they are and the zone they're trying to get to. So let's take a shipper that is north of Kamloops, British Columbia, trying to get to Vancouver. There's only one place to interchange, and that's at Kamloops, and it's excluded. So that means everybody in northern British Columbia is excluded from access to the LHI remedy. A similar situation would arise in the Quebec-Windsor corridor. It's not so much about competition within the corridor. Yeah, sure, they got competition. Great. It's the people that are outside the corridor trying to get into the corridor. That's the problem. So I would eliminate those restrictions altogether, those geographical restrictions. I would get rid of a couple of other restrictions while I was at it. I mean, why make that remedy so hard? It looks to me to be quite a bit harder than the CLR remedy and just is not getting used. And then I would fix the rate mechanism that's attached to it. That's how I would deal with LHI.
Thank you. Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harrison, you mentioned quite often, of course, that yours is a just-in-time system. You need just-in-time delivery. You mentioned the difficulties in 2013, 2014. We recognize that there were some pretty extraordinary conditions there, a nasty winter as well as a bumper crop on the prairies that you know, those producers wanted to have moved. Outside of the 2013-2014, does your membership experience frequent difficulties with their just-in-time delivery?
Frequent, no. It's not unheard of, however. And I think that what you touched on is very important. We're going to have a bumper crop every year from now on, and we're going to have weird winters a lot more often than we've had them in the past based on our experience of recent years. So the demand for service is going up, and predictability is highly important. And I want to come back to just-in-time again. It's just in time for the milling company to meet the customer needs. It's not just in time for the processor. It's well in advance so that the processor can store grain of the right quality, protein level, and variety, and all that stuff. So I hope people haven't fixated on just in time, but that's the way it works when the mill has to deliver. Thank you.
How many of your, in the past, how many of your operators have been basically stranded by the abandonment of a rail line?
Very few, in fact. I can't think of a case in point. Most milling establishments that are of some age have been situated well, predominantly close to the populations as opposed to in rural parts of the country. Most milling capacity, the majority that is close to population in the eastern one-third of North America.
For that. I'm sorry I cut your answer short. More questions than I have time for, as usual. You know, we get this, you know, cat and dog thing going between shippers and railroads. What about the governance of the railroads? Are your interests not represented on those boards of directors at all? Well, we'll start with Jack.
Not really. I mean, we have convened a lot of conferences and stuff like that, but the railroads are never there. Mm-hmm. And I'll give you an example of, we were talking surface level agreements. Okay, so our local elevator has a call. They've got a unit train coming in. And so they don't source the grain until just hours before the train arrives. So you have basically 48 hours. Their agreement says that they have to fill that train in 48 hours. And so they have to gather that grain just before that period to make sure that they don't fill their elevator with something that might not move in case that train doesn't come. But when the train does come, and they load it in 48 hours, and then the train will sit there for a week. Like
we've heard those stories before, but I guess do those stories percolate up or down to whatever levels in the railroad operations, their governance or their decision-making process, to actually have an impact on on the way the railways manage themselves? And I'm seeing blank looks across the piece. Yes.
Railways used to own milling companies and big milling companies, and I've just come from our annual conference from a hotel that used to also be held in part by railways. Those integrations are gone. They're decades and decades ago. We have just had a meeting for the first time in my 28-year history where railways were not represented there. It's not because we're at war with one another. It just didn't happen this time because of the focus of our organization. No, our processes are not there. The other thing I have to share is that under federal law, the milling industry is designated as being for the general advantage of Canada, just like railways are under the Act. So we are recognized for a century as an essential producer of goods, and railways have been recognized for more than a century as an essential provider of those raw materials, and that's reality. But no, we're not directly represented to the best of my knowledge.
When we met on Bill C-30, the Fair Rail for Grain Act, a lot of the interest that we had heard about interswitching was to basically get access to Burlington Northern Santa Fe and get that grain moved. And in a conversation with you a little bit earlier, Mr. Tugas, we were talking about the fact that on those excluded zones, Quebec to Windsor, Kamloops to Vancouver, it's really, this is where the penny kind of dropped for me, and what the LHI is supposed to do that it may not do, which is really not to give access to Burlington Northern Santa Fe, but to actually spur competition between the two railroads in Canada.
Certainly that has to be one of the objectives, and I would have said by the nature of the exclusion zones, the main thing that's happening is eliminating competition that might be possible between CN and CP. But really the LHI is dedicated to the idea of what is the rate going to be for the origin portion to connect to that connecting carrier. And in those zones, let's just take Kamloops again, if you're heading west, you could be coming in on CN into Kamloops, or you could be coming in on CP into Kamloops. And if you're trying to switch to the other one, that'd be the connecting carrier. There's only one connecting carrier there that's not the same as the origin carrier, okay? And in Quebec, in that corridor, in the Quebec-Windsor corridor, you've got the same two railways that are essentially vying for business. But if you're in the Maritimes, you're in northern Quebec, like it's CN, CN, or CN, right? Those are the choices. To the extent that the American railways can get into the LHI system, I actually think that's a positive. I don't go for the fear-mongering about how much business BN is going to get out of this. Like, you heard the answer already, how many cars actually moved under extended interswitching. It's a tiny little number. CN's own witness admitted it. Right? It's not a big number at all. So I just don't buy into this. It's a catastrophic kind of problem. On top of it, if it is going to be a problem, that's the good part, right? If there's actually going to be competition that gets created out of the system, that's a win, not a loss.
Ms. Block.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So I'll continue on perhaps with that line of questioning, but maybe in a bit of a different direction. I guess I have two questions. The first would be, what other remedies are available to U.S. shippers beyond better data information? And my second question, which was asked earlier this week by one of my colleagues, should our Canadian government prioritize transportation in its NAFTA negotiations? We're in the midst of that. We're discussing transportation issues. Embedded in that are trade issues. And we know we're going to have discussions here in Canada at the end of next week. So perhaps you could answer those questions for me.
Okay. You want me? Okay. All right. So on the last one, should we prioritize transportation in NAFTA? The systems are very different. I don't think that the goal or even an important goal of NAFTA would be to harmonize our rail transportation policy and systems. They are very, very different. I think that would be a pretty darn tall order to try to do it, particularly in the current environment. I think we've got enough troubles at home that I would make a priority dealing with the domestic issues that we're facing in rail transportation. There's plenty of those to go around. Like, you know, my whole career is built on it, right? So I depend on these problems. So do my kids. Okay. On the first question, whether the remedies exist for U.S. carriers, I think you would hear from American shippers that they would love to have final offer arbitration and don't. I mean, they're looking at it. They've been looking at it seriously for a number of years. They don't have it. They have a completely different system. You do have access to a rate reasonableness mechanism before the Surface Transportation Board, and it's used. You know, it's more rule-oriented, not surprisingly, down there than our system is. But they've got access to that. They've got all that data. But the other thing they've got, the Mississippi is a brilliant example of this. I heard the rail carriers on Monday talking about all this alleged other competition that we have in Canada. By the way, in case they missed it, there's no river in the west that goes to Vancouver from the prairies. Okay? So there is no river competition. But in the Mississippi, you've got all 7 Class 1 railways touching it or going down that spine. You've got the river traffic and you've got truck traffic. That's a competitive environment. That's what it looks like when you have a bunch of players. So welcome to reality in Canada with a very, very diverse geography. And diverse, I mean topographically and by its remoteness of our industries. We just need to have a system that deals with the remedies. So if you take just LHI by way of example again, if you want to make that remedy work for people who are remote, and this is where our production facilities are, particularly in the bulk resource sector, in the grain sector, these are so remote that they need a remedy because we're not building any new railways. That is not going to happen, right? We cannot do that in North America. So we have to rely on the systems that we've got now. Infrastructure, just going back to the short line point earlier, infrastructure is very hard to be gotten by. Giving that up, I think, is a huge mistake. Whenever we have an ability to maintain infrastructure, I think we should. I don't know that we should go to the extent of subsidizing all that activity. That's, you know, somebody smarter than me is going to have to figure that out. But I would definitely make the remedies that we have available for the infrastructure that we have work in a way that makes it accessible and viable for shippers to use in those circumstances. And you also heard earlier, nobody's lining up to do this stuff. Like we don't have, you know, hordes of shippers trying to get access to the remedies waiting for their turn. Like this is the most reluctant thing they do in their business. So when they use it, it's because it's a last resort. So it's got to be viable.
Thank you.
Okay.
Monsieur Abban.
Merci. J'aimerais reprendre la conversation avec Monsieur.
Thank you. I'd like to now talk to Mr. Tougas. I think you've quite nicely destroyed a myth when you say that we're not in a harmonization process between the Canadian and American systems. At the very most, C-49 would allow us to compare ourselves with what's happening in the U.S. and not necessarily in a winning way. Is this the bent of what you're saying?
While our systems are very different, I think to the extent that we have an opportunity to grab better systems from other places, we should do it. Like if somebody's got a better idea, we should do it. And right now they've got a data disclosure system that is better than ours. It's not great, but it's better than ours. So we should grab that and we should fix it so that we can make it usable in our system. bringing it holus bolus, the way it is right now, into Canada, I don't think accomplishes a ton of stuff. But worse than that is we're not grabbing it all. We're only grabbing part of it. For example, we've left off the commodity list. You don't have to report commodities. So what if if all boxcars moved at this speed this week? That's one of the things that's going to be reported. Like, who cares? You need it corridor by corridor. You need it railway by railway.
Je pense que ça confirme ma vision. Si je peux vous faire...
I think that confirms the way I say things. I would have one slight reproach, though. Now, if someone asked you to prioritize an amendment, I think, could you at least, you have shortened the list, would you accept to do it? What is the priority? Or would it be a suite of recommendations which are a coherent group which would help us become a leader in the field?
You could take one out and the rest works. So they're not a whole. Okay, I prioritize them because people came up to me and asked, nobody here in this committee, and just asked me, if you could only have one, which one would it be? And so I've said the one that it would be, because I'm looking at it. I mean, you know, we've got an LHI bill in front of us, essentially, and if that thing's going to go through, fixed or unfixed, then the other remedy that gets used, and there's only one rate remedy, one, final offer arbitration. That is it. Okay, so if we're not going to fix the LHI system, you've got to make the FOA system work better than it's currently working. That's all I'm saying.
Merci.
Thank you very much. All right, we have completed our first round, and I guess we have a few minutes left. Does anyone on this side have any pertinent questions that you seek answers for? I look over to this side. Okay, Mr. Hart.
I don't know if anybody's in a position to answer this question, but you know, you look at our R2 national railways, CN and CP, and unlike their American cousins, they cross the border and they have routes very, very deep into the United States. And I have to wonder out loud if there are some things that they do in the States that somehow disadvantage their operations here in Canada. Is there preference given to what they are able to do down there that somehow works against our interests here? And if nobody has, you know, a really good idea, I wouldn't want you to speculate on something like this, but you know, I'll just put it out there.
That's a great question.
Sorry, I don't actually know the answer to that question. I'm embarrassed to admit. Rarely don't have an opinion, but I don't have an opinion.
Fair enough. Okay.
That's it. You've been a great group of people. Thank you very much. Every panel, I wouldn't want to have to rate all of the panels because all of you have been very informative. So thank you very much. We will now suspend for our next panel to come in. very much. Welcome to our next witnesses. We very much will appreciate listening to you and having your very helpful comments, I hope, on C49 and for all of our committee members. We will open the floor with the Seafarers International Union of Canada. Mr. Gibbon, would you like to start off?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you for having us here today, members of the committee. My name is Jim Gibbon. I'm the president of the Seafarers International Union, and I'm also chair of the Cabotage Task Force Worldwide for the International Transport Workers Federation. SIU is concerned with the proposed amendments to the Coasting Trade Act that build upon amendments to the Act put forward through the CETA Implementation Bill, Bill C-30, that will allow for the first time foreign vessels to engage in maritime cabotage without first having to obtain a coasting trade waiver. The Coasting Trade Act requires that no foreign ship or non-duty ship can engage in cabotage without a license. The broad definition of coasting trade under the Act means that maritime activity of a commercial nature in Canadian waters is restricted to Canadian flagged vessels, including the carriage of goods and passengers by ship from one place in Canada to another. Under the current system, a foreign ship may be imported into Canada to engage in coasting trade if the Canadian Transportation Agency, on application, determines that no available or suitable Canadian flag or Canadian crewed vessel can be used for the required operation. Changes to the Coasting Trade Act from Bill C-30 will now allow foreign ships that are owned by European Union citizens or flagged by a European Union member state to engage in the following cabotage activities without a coasting trade waiver: transporting empty containers between two Canadian ports, dredging activities, the carriage of goods between the ports of Halifax and Montreal as one leg of an importation or exportation of goods to or from Canada. In addition, Section 70, Bracket 1 of Bill C-49 would further amend the Coasting Trade Act to allow any foreign vessel, regardless of flag, to perform the repositioning of empty containers between Canadian ports without obtaining a coasting trade license. As a labour union that represents Canadian seafarers working in the Canadian seafaring industry, the SIU cannot support these amendments because they actively undermine legislation in place to support the domestic Canadian maritime industry and Canadian ship owners. We strongly support maintaining the current coasting trade waiver system, which already includes a waiver system for foreign vessels. This method ensures the fair practice of giving Canadian ship owners who employ Canadian seafarers the first right of refusal to any available work. The SIU has previously stated that giving away cabotage rights to the European Union through CETA was an unnecessary concession that has the potential to cause harm to the Canadian seafaring industry. Canada already has a liberalized version of maritime cabotage, and further relaxation of these restrictions, specifically those involving dredging and feeder services between Canadian ports, does not benefit Canadian ship owners or Canadian seafarers who depend on competitive Canadian labour and domestic market trade for their livelihoods. Further to the issues are the specific concerns of allowing both first and second registry vessels to gain access to the Canadian market. As announced by Minister Garneau, the proposed amendments to allow the movement of empty containers by any vessel, regardless of flag, was done at the request of one shipping federation in Canada, which represents very little or no shipping operators' Canadian flag. While the SIU does not speak on behalf of Canadian ship owners, it is troublesome to us and our membership that the majority of proposals and concerns from Canadian ship owners and Canadian seafarers appear to have been ignored in favor of one organization representing global shipping agents in Canada. The domestic maritime industry is a source of direct and indirect employment for over 100,000 Canadians. When discussing global shipping, it is important to distinguish that the Canadian Vessel Registry, or Canadian First Registry, is much more advanced in terms of working conditions and requirements than the majority of global maritime flag states. Global shipping is a highly unregulated industry and one that has seen deteriorating labour and wage conditions define it increasingly over the years. For example, some first registries and many second registries are qualified by the ITF, International Transport Workers Federation, as being flag of convenience vessels. What this translates to is an underpaid and underrepresented workforce of mostly third world seafarers who work in an unsafe and unregulated industry with little to no working regulations in place. In Canada, a maritime accident involving an FOC vessel could lead to months or even years of trying to track down the true owner just to begin the process of seeking compensation, which we know through experience is never actually achieved. Second vessel registries are so under-regulated that a vessel registered in a second registry of an EU country is not even permitted to operate cabotage inside its own flag state. Allowing second registered vessels to operate cabotage inside another country's domestic market is not a common practice and not one Canada should be responsible for initiating. This is a major global issue that is yet to be dealt with in a sufficient and acceptable way to secure the safety and well-being to all seafarers. To allow this sort of shipping to take place unrestricted inside Canada's domestic maritime industry would be unprecedented. The SIU of Canada is actively involved in securing the rights of all seafarers working in Canada, and we will work diligently to ensure that any foreign vessel brought into Canada to operate in Canadian cabotage is in compliance with federal standards of labour, and foreign crews are being paid the prevailing industry wage and being protected as stipulated by the Temporary Foreign Worker Program. We remain concerned about oversight when it comes to foreign vessels operating in Canada. Establishing an effective monitoring and enforcement regime will be essential to ensure there is full compliance with the conditions and requirements of the new market access provisions of the Coasting Trade Act. In order for Canadian domestic stakeholders to remain competitive, there must be a system to ensure foreign operators are strictly adhering to Canadian rules and standards, including labour standards, prevailing wage conditions for crew, and not flag state law. Again, the SIU's priority is to ensure Canadian workers have opportunities for employment in the Canadian maritime industry. We believe that the proposed amendments to the Coasting Trade Act contained in Bill C-49 undermine the importance of maintaining cabotage restrictions in place to protect Canadian maritime transportation, strengthen commercial trade, and maintain a qualified pool of domestic workers. While securing employment opportunities for Canadian seafarers remains the primary mandate for the SIU, we also have a responsibility to ensure all seafarers, both domestic and foreign, are properly treated. Canadian seafarers have an international reputation of being the most well-trained and highly qualified maritime workers in the world. As such, Canadian seafarers and Canadian vessel operators should reserve the right to retain the first opportunity to engage in any domestic maritime operations prior to permitting access to foreign operators. We remain committed to working with our partners in government in order to establish a workable and acceptable solution to the growing amount of trade in Canadian ports. We believe that Canada's international trade ambitions can be achieved while supporting a strong domestic shipping policy that does not facilitate unrestricted market access to foreign vessel operators. Without a strong Canadian domestic fleet, crewed and operated by Canadians, our country would be dependent on foreign shipping companies to move goods to, from, and within Canada with no commitment to uninterrupted service. On behalf of the Seafarers International Union, we once again thank the committee for having us here. And if I can just close by saying this is a very welcome change to be sitting at this table in front of the committee, then we thank you for that.
You're welcome. Ms. Clark for the Fraser River Pile and Dredge.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Clark, and I serve as President and Chief Executive Officer of Fraser River Pile and Dredge, located in Vancouver, British Columbia. Our company proudly conducts dredging operations in both BC and across the country. I would like to thank the Chair and the honourable members of the committee for hearing us today. I'm here to speak to you actually on behalf of a coalition, of dredging companies that operate from coast to coast. I'm going to share my time today with my friend and colleague Jean-Philippe Brunet, from the Executive Vice President of Corporate and Legal Affairs for Ocean Group of Quebec. We sincerely thank you for the opportunity to present our views on the consequences of amending the Coasting Trade Act as outlined in Bill C-49. For us, this is a fresh opportunity to be heard on the impacts of the amendments to the Coasting Trade Act, an opportunity we previously had in respect of amendments to the same act pursuant to Bill C-30, the Canada-EU Comprehensive Economic Trade Agreement Implementation Act. To be very clear from the onset, the Canadian dredgers are eager to compete in a marketplace fueled by healthy trade relationships. We simply ask that we continue to compete on a level playing field, where risks and opportunities are equal for all. Unfortunately, CETA was a bad deal for Canadian dredgers. There's no reciprocity for us in the European market, but there's streamlined access for Europeans in the Canadian market. We therefore submit that C-49 represents an ideal opportunity to address this inequity and provide workable policy solutions. Let me say a few words about the dredging industry in Canada and the critical role it plays for Canada as a maritime and trading nation. Ours is a geographically expansive country that relies on a complex transportation network to move people and goods. As stated by Minister Garneau on May 16th of this year, Canadians rely on the economic viable modes of transportation to travel and move commodities within the country, across the border, and to our ports for overseas shipments. At his announcement regarding the Trade and Transportation Corridors Initiative on July 4th, Minister Garneau highlighted the digging of deep water ports as critical to the development of Canada's north, underscoring the essential role dredging plays in the creation and maintenance of our transportation network, and as a result, our national and economic sovereignty. Opening routes to Canadian and international shipping vessels brings consumer goods to Canadian markets and takes our export products around the world. Without dredging, ports in major cities across the country would be inaccessible to global trade and transportation. Industry operations, both coastal and inland, would not be able to function. The companies which comprise our coalition actively comply with rigorous government regulations concerning labor, environmental protection, safety and operating standards, while regularly submitting to routine major inspections that are amongst the most rigorous in the world. Canadian dredging companies also provide well-paid middle-class salaries, which in turn fuel local economies across the country. We are here with you today to do our part to ensure the Canadian dredging industry is provided a level playing field on which to compete sustainably and responsibly, to create more jobs and to continue to contribute practically to Canada's economic success. Unfortunately, these important goals have been put at some risk by the effect of the proposed amendments to the Coasting Trade Act contained in Bill C-49. Proposals in C-49 are, of course, contingent upon coming into the force of elements of Bill C-30 on September 21st, 2017. We understand the spirit of CETA reflects the wishes of both governing bodies and peoples to create better economic ties and more prosperous future. We support the government's effort to expand trade and make our economy as vibrant as possible. At the same time, we wish to to express our concerns about the negative impact. We believe the amendments to Coasting Trade Act contained in C-30 unfairly advantage foreign dredging companies at the expense of Canadian firms, Canadian workers, and ultimately Canada's transportation infrastructure. C-49 builds on a foundation laid by C-30 that is highly problematic for Canadian dredgers. As I've said, we are fully prepared to compete. We do so every day in our industry, both in Canada and abroad. But under CETA, there was no negotiated reciprocity for our industry. CETA opens up Canadian market to European firms while keeping the European market closed to Canadian dredging firms. While this normally be considered an unpleasant byproduct of doing business in the global market, several factors intervene to create a situation where non-Canadian firms could gain a structural and market advantage over Canadian firms. If a level playing field is not created and maintained, Canadian dredging companies will face structural disadvantages when bidding on contracts, as we pay market rates and benefits that reflect the skills of our crew members in Canada. For example, foreign crews are typically compensated at about a third or less of the rates we pay. In 2015, the average monthly salary for a chief engineer on a Canadian vessel was $15,000 US, while the same position on a Dutch crew was about $7,000 US. As salaries represent about one-third of our vessel's operating costs, non-Canadian companies will operate at a significant advantage over Canadian companies, leaving Canadian seafarers out of work. In this scenario, the playing field is inherently uneven, to the detriment of Canadian companies and ultimately to our employees and their families. Prior to C-30, foreign flag vessels were required to have a Coasting Trade Act to obtain a Coasting Trade license. Jim has outlined that process very well in his presentation. And this would include paying duties and following shipping convention, worker visa requirements, and employment standards. But even that structure faced monitoring enforcement challenges. Under CETA, non-Canadian dredgers will have greater access to our waters and therefore greater opportunity for non-compliance. Before making our key recommendations, I will now ask my colleague Jean-Philippe Brunet to say a few words about Quebec in particular.
Bonjour. Le dragage au Québec est un
Dredging in the province of Quebec is a very small one. We're talking about 50,000 cubic meters of sediment moved. Our season is very short, April, June, and September to November. There are some major contracts, quite a few of us bidding for them. And the Europeans are very interested in the big contracts, not the small one, but these 50,000 cubic meters are very interesting to them. 80% of the worldwide market, excluding the US and China, is dominated by 4 European firms, and they do pretty much what they want. We're all along the St. Lawrence. We service small and big areas. We offer very advantageous jobs and contracts to our employees, and we offer them very attractive careers. Thank you.
Issues associated with proposed and recently enacted amendments to the Coasting Trade Act. However, we would not come to you with problems. We were also not prepared to recommend solutions we believe are reasonable and fair to all. First, we ask that this committee recommend to the government the establishment of an operational enforcement protocol led by Transport Canada, binding on the deputy ministers of all relevant departments and agencies. I wish to be clear that we are not seeking the establishment of a new enforcement arm of government. To do so would not be fiscally prudent or organizationally necessary. We simply ask that the government take note of the number and seriousness of the enforcement issues at play where foreign crews on foreign flag vessels are concerned. Temporary foreign workers, IRCC and CBSA, including the Labour Market Assessment, ESDC, tax administration through CRA, and safety inspections through Transport Canada, labor practices, ESDC, and workplace health and safety issues, also ESDC, to say nothing of wage disparity and pressure. Departments must speak to each other, and they must cooperate rapidly and meaningfully in order to enforce an intersecting group of important laws. It's not enough just to have done that inspection of the vessel to check for its basic safety. We are assured that many of the positions on our vessels would be subject to visas for temporary foreign workers. And to be able to fully police that will take an effort of coordination across departments. After 2 years of engagement with the government, we have yet to see a concrete plan of action for enforcement. Right now, interdepartment coordination is not governed by a clear process. It is under-resourced and puts the onus on the industry and workers to help police our waters. This seems unacceptable to us for Canada as a modern maritime trading nation. Second and related, we ask the committee seek from the Government of Canada a firm commitment that enforcement will be funded appropriately and meaningfully to ensure Canadian dredgers can compete on a fair and level playing field with non-Canadian vessels, whether it be with respect to...
Ms. Clark, my apologies for interrupting. If you could just do your closing remarks, you're past your 10 minutes.
Thank you. So our final recommendation is that this committee seek a firm commitment from government in the form of a formal mandate to Canadian NAFTA negotiators to seek reciprocity with the U.S. and Mexico for Canadian dredgers and related operators. So let me be clear. In the wake of CETA, what is at stake here is the basic viability of the Canadian dredging industry. Reciprocity is the entire point of free trade. Let Canada be a full champion of full reciprocity on the water for our industry, our workers, and all that seek to make Canada a world leading in dredging and maritime trade. We thank committee members sincerely for their consideration.
Thank you. Mr. Fournier, St. Lawrence ship operators.
Madame la Présidente, Mesdames, Messieurs.
Madam Chair and committee members, thank you for giving me the opportunity to comment on our concerns with respect to Bill C-49 and to perhaps recommend some amendments. I am the Director General of St. Lawrence Ship Operators. We are an association that represents and promotes the interests of domestic ship operators in order to support the growth and ensure the development of maritime transportation on the St. Lawrence. We have 15 members who operate a float of more than 130 vessels, which employ Canadian seafarers. We navigate the St. Lawrence, the Great Lakes, and the eastern coast. We serve provinces of the Atlantic and the Arctic. We provide jobs for thousands of people and generate important spin-offs for Canada. According to a study, the Canadian sector of maritime transportation employs between 78,000 and 99,000 people and generates between 3.7 and 4.6 billion in working revenue. The activities of the domestic float present on the St. Lawrence and the Great Lakes, which is the zone where our members operate, has created more than 44,000 direct jobs, generating close to $2 billion in fiscal revenue for the provinces and the federal government. So we play an essential role in the competitive status and prosperity of Canada. It's important to mention that the activities of maritime industry works in the various ports of Canada, and under the Coastal Trade Act, it supports the maritime interest, the national maritime interests, making it reserved because it reserves this trade to ships that are registered in Canada. Since 1920, the United States Merchant Marine Act, better known as the Jones Act, protects the domestic maritime industry by making sure that the coastal trade in the United States has vessels have to be built in the United States, be registered in the United States, owned by Americans, and like others in Europe, they protect their market. During CETA negotiations, the UE did not open their market to Canadian ship operators. Only Canada accepted to concede a part of its market, and this without any reciprocity. Opening the market to foreign partners who don't follow the same rules or meet the same requirements would be to favor foreign ship operators to the detriment of the competitiveness of ship operators here and national maritime interests. According to a 2015 study, the costs of crews for European vessels which are authorized to operate in Canadian waters represents only 30% of the cost of a Canadian crew. The compensation gap among crews coming from other countries, especially those provided for in Bill 749, is even greater. In less than a year, this is the second time that amendments to the Act have been proposed, the first time within Bill C-30, which was a bill to implement CETA, and the second, which provided certain concessions to the European Union, and this was decried by the domestic industry. Canada also has to act to protect its industry by refusing to hand over the domestic market to foreign interests. Our vitality and survival is at stake. The Liberal Party has mentioned to us in writing that it had no intention to touch the Coastal Trade Act and recognized how important it was for our market. We also consider that free trade is in general beneficial for the Canadian economy, and we want to increase trade and competitiveness in our economy. But we're very concerned about the impact that the concessions affecting the maritime domestic market. Further, our group and its members, as well as others, have been taking part in the working group, the government industry working group on the CETA implementation. And we've talked about the measures in place to be able to monitor the coastal trade activities undertaken by foreign vessels. There are many examples and situations which justify these concerns, and adding on new coastal trade activities within CETA are hardly reassuring. We want a monitoring system to be brought in and this request was also made before the Senate Committee, the Standing Senate Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Trade, which is studying Bill C-30. And it even made a recommendation to this effect. It's essential that a monitoring system be brought in and that it include all government departments and agencies, Transport Canada, the Canadian Border Services Agency, the Canada Transport Agency, CIC, and social developments. The ASL has always opposed any opening up of the Coastal Trade Act, opening it up in order to allow foreign ships to undertake freight and commercial transport. This market is reserved to Canadian vessels which have been designed and optimized to meet the challenges of navigation in our waters. We also contribute to the safety of shipping and protection of the environment. Further, domestic vessels are operated by an exclusively Canadian crew who are the best trained in the world. They have the knowledge and the experience of navigating in Canadian waters and are very aware of the challenges. They have attained high standards, and this ensures an increased safety and security and respect of the environment. But it also leads to additional operational costs. The particular case of the Great Lakes and the St. Lawrence Seaway, as well as the security of navigation and safety of navigation, makes necessary that we maintain these protective measures. It's important to keep maritime jobs and the body of knowledge that has been built over centuries in Canada. Opening up the Coastal Trade Act would be risking the loss of this priceless experience and expertise. For these reasons, our group and its members are opposed to any opening up or change to the Coastal Trade Act. We want this kind of activity to be monitored in Canadian waters and to be reserved to Canadian vessels.
Ms. Block.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I do want to thank our witnesses for joining us today. It is good to turn our attention to another part of C-49 that sees the Coasting Trading Act amended. And I do have a couple of questions. They're probably broad questions that any one of you could answer. And so the first would be, can you identify how C-49 goes farther than C-30 for this committee?
I'll attempt it just because I like to talk. When you look at C-30, C-30 is with the EU and with CETA, which is limited to EU first and second registry vessels. If you look at the expansion of the movement of empty containers, it's being opened up to any flag vessel, which would be Panama, Liberia, all of the FOC flag states. And I look at a flag such as the Marshall Islands, which a lot of ships fly that would be trading to do this trade. The actual flag state of the Marshall Islands is in Rexton, Virginia. That's where you pay to get the Marshall Islands flag mailed to you. So it goes from the European Union to all flag states.
Would anybody else like to provide an answer? No? Okay. So I thought I heard one of you say that you had received assurances that the Coasting Trade Act would not be amended during the review of the Canadian Transportation Act. So were you consulted then on the amendments that you see in C-49?
Non. Non, on n'a eu aucune consultation qui a été faite.
No, there was no consultation made with regards to C-49.
I guess then I would ask, can you provide me with either a real or a hypothetical example of what will happen if this provision passes? What are some of the implications of this to your industries?
En fait, une des craintes que l'on avait lorsqu'on a...
Well, besides the fears we have about what's included in CETA, that's already a major breach in coastal trading, and we're afraid to see this breach grow. We feared this, and now we see that we were right, because it's not only Europeans who are going to be allowed, but other countries, the NAFTA countries. And what does this mean for the future? Are we going to make it even bigger? Are we going to allow more in? I don't know.
Want to answer that? Okay, yes.
When you look at the industry as a whole and you start opening up cabotage to foreign carriers, it's a snowball effect. The wage conditions and working conditions on board foreign flag vessels, and some of these are actually first registry European vessels, second registry European vessels, and especially FOC vessels, are far, far below what the standard is in Canada. We have vessels, that are currently, there's one in Vancouver where the wage rates on board are as little as $2.50 per hour. We have other scenarios where we go from $1.75 an hour and up. And when you look at the working conditions and the safety conditions, environmental standards, everything else on board these vessels, it's very, very lax. There is no international control on flag of convenience vessels. That's why they're called flag of convenience. The owner of the vessel is in one country. The beneficial owner, the registered owner, is in another country. The crew could be from 3 or 4 different countries. The insurance agent is from another country. It's layers and layers and layers in order not to get to that real beneficial owner. And we've had, and I'll keep this brief, we've had situations where there's been people hung on board ships, on flag of convenience ships, in order for them not to want Canadian standards and any other standards. There is a huge, huge discrepancy, and there is no control over what goes on board those ships, because a lot of it is left to flag state control. And when you look at the flag of convenience countries, the flag state control does not exist. So a seafarer who is injured, a seafarer who has cheated wages, a seafarer who has anything on board that ship, who lacks food, who lacks anything, has to look at an outside resource such as the ITF in order to try and get that fixed. And it's a long, difficult process, because it's the Wild West in shipping. Shipping was the first globalization industry, and we certainly understand trade. We understand everything else. Our industry is built on trade. But you cannot compare Canadian flag and Canadian conditions, which, thank God, we're in Canada, to an FOC or a foreign flag vessel.
I just have a good example of this. The current vessel that we use now for dredging the Fraser River was purchased from one of the European dredging companies. It was flagged in a port of convenience. We spent millions of dollars to bring that vessel to Transport Canada safety standards, especially in the area of fire separation, which was non-existent within the vessel. So not only did we bring it up to current Canadian standards so that the crew were protected should a fire break out on the vessel, the crew is also trained to a very high level in firefighting. When they're out in the middle of the Fraser, they can't rely on someone coming to rescue them, or on the middle of the St. Lawrence. Our crews are doing 2 fire drills a month of full scenarios that they may encounter in engine rooms, etc. It's not just a exercise with a fire extinguisher. They are fully trained firefighters on board. They are already on a vessel that has been brought up to today's standards. And what Jim is saying, those vessels we are competing against are not operating, or we could be competing against, are not built necessarily to those standards, nor are they training their crews to those standards.
Very much. On to Mr. Badaway.
And I have to say, initially, I thank you folks as well for coming out today. You actually do represent the how of executing trade corridor strategies. And I, again, want to thank you for that, for being here, but as well for the future efforts you guys are going to participate in to really ensure that those strategies are put in place and executed. Mr. Given, you answered the first question I was going to ask, and that was labor conditions. And I've always looked at things under a triple bottom line lens, economic, environment, and social. And in your opening discussion, or your opening dialogue, you talked about the economics of this issue. You talked about, to some extent, the environmental side of it as it relates to an integrated transportation network that includes shipping, of which, of course, is the most environmentally friendly mode of transport. The last part was social, labor, and of course you touched on that. The next part I want to touch on, and a question to all of you, is how then the dollars follow the strategy. Currently, as part of the C49, we are looking at positioning Canadian ports to be allowed to access the Canada Infrastructure Bank, which includes financial instruments to help fund expansion, sustainable infrastructure projects, somewhat of the business you're in, Ms. Clark, to ensure that dredging occurs when those areas that need to be expanded upon for bigger vessels with a lot more draft needed. Do you feel that this will be of assistance to Canadian ports to be more competitive? Is my first question. But I want to expand my question to also include not just Canadian ports, but I guess in the world of ports, an anomaly which we call the St. Lawrence Seaway. And I say an anomaly because the anomaly is, at least in my part of the world, the Welland Canal, albeit a port, is not technically considered a port, and to some extent, when it comes to its, I'll use the words, management of asset, is, in my opinion, not up to par, not being abided by. So therefore, my question is, when you take all that into consideration as part of the whole network, do you think, one, under C49, it is appropriate to have those dollars available through the Canada Infrastructure Bank, and secondly, to have investment dollars at the ready to expand the St. Lawrence as well as the Welland Canal?
I can't speak for the Welland Canal, but I can speak for the West Coast, which is a highly competitive port, not only in Vancouver, but also in Prince Rupert, and our company just finished the expansion in Prince Rupert just a month ago. So for the Canadian ports to have access to increased funding, I think is very appropriate. I know that they have had struggles with their debt room in the past, and to be able to have access to the type of funds they need to keep the West Coast of Canada as competitive or more competitive, we fully back. Maybe you want to speak about that.
Tout argent supplémentaire qui vient dans le système.
Any additional money in the system is welcome. We have ports on the East Coast in Quebec, which are in a lamentable state in many respects. The Quebec City port, which is one of the oldest ports, has problems just maintaining its activities. We've had to close certain operational systems because just had to be closed. So money would be welcome. Outside of that, there's something that's very important that I'd like to say to Ms. Block, and also for the benefit of all of you. One of the issues we're dealing with is that the opening of the market in CETA that we see in the bill, the Europeans will be able to come to Canada with foreign equipment. Now we're told there'll be ways to monitor and check their equipment, but foreign equipment for foreign contracts, they'll also have a foreign workforce. We can compete, but it has to be such that when CETA comes into effect, we need protections. This is extremely important.
Talk about the St. Lawrence Seaway and especially the Welland Canal, because it's an area that's, I think, close to both of our hearts, being from that area. I think this is one area where we agree. When you look at the port infrastructures, when you look at the Welland Canal, when you look at the Seaway property along the canal, this is where your international freight and your domestic freight, this is where they complement each other, where you have international trade and domestic trade working together. Those ports need to be developed. There needs to be money put into it. The development has to continue in order to facilitate the trade that the country wants and that the workforce wants. And domestically and internationally, they can work hand in hand to do that. But the Welland Canal is, I'm glad you raised it. It always baffles me why that property isn't developed, because it used to be booming along there.
5 seconds.
45 seconds? Last question with respect to, and I want to hear from Mr. Fournier as well. Right now you represent an area of the country that's very valuable to this entire bill strategy. What's your thoughts on some of the social, the environmental, and of course the economic issues, the benefits that this bill is bringing forward to then contribute to ultimately the overall transportation strategy.
En fait, ce que je mentionnerais,
What I would say is that a strong maritime industry means having infrastructure that's adapted to needs. Ships that have the highest standards in terms of energy efficiency and operations. It means a trained crew, trained to the highest standards. And when all these things are there, the various elements, it's then that you could develop and ensure the prosperity of the Canadian maritime industry.
On to Monsieur Aban.
Madame la Présidente, merci à
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to each of you for appearing. I must say, I don't have tons of questions about the substance of your testimony because I share your opinions and your positions. But I have questions I'd like to put to better understand the industry. With respect to the infrastructure bank that Mr. Badaway was speaking about, and seems to be very well received by you as a source of investment, do you have any information about projects, for example, harbor projects that might be funded by the infrastructure bank, projects of $100 million or more? If I'm looking at my area, $100 million or more dollar projects are rare, because if project is under $100 million, the infrastructure bank isn't really very helpful. So is this simply being dangled in front of you, where you may not get this at all? Well, we don't represent harbors or ports. Yeah, but it's very important to your industry. Well, let's look at dredging. I think it might help us, although $100 million is a lot of money. But it's not when you look at the magnitude of the work that has to be done at the present time, the state, apart from Vancouver Harbour, I think it's in a good state, but other harbors, they really need major investments. Mr. Fournier, in one of your recommendations in your presentation, talked about how important it is to have a one-stop system. Could you talk a little bit more about your recommendation and talk about the points in this recommendation? Well, when foreign vessels come here and they ask to do cabotage in Canada, and or dredging, and I'm looking at the kind of work they do, they can get here, make a request, and then once they receive the various authorizations, when there's been a risk analysis for the workers, when they have a work permit, then seafarers will be paid according to Canadian rates and standards. All these things have to be checked before they allow a vessel to go forward with its work, because we know what kind of things have happened in the past. There have been vessels that have come here that didn't have permits to do so. We're not asking for a new agency to be created. We're asking for this to be supervised. If you're going to get authorizations or permits from various departments and agencies, let them get that first, then they can come to Canada. All this exists now, but there's no one who's making sure that everything has been done and filled out, etc., before they come. We want to make sure that there's proper supervision, rigorous supervision. Well, a more technical question that you might be able to help me with. I understand the difference between working standards, labor standards on foreign ships and as compared to Canadian ships. Let's say there's a ship that belongs to a Canadian but that is of a foreign registry, flies a flag of another country. What rules does it have to obey? It has to obey the rules and laws of the country whose flag it flies. So if you're a Canadian ship owner, you could also have bad working conditions, the conditions that are in practice in the country of the flag the ship flies. So
of projects that are over $100 million, there is an expansion of Deltaport planned by the Port of Vancouver that is estimated to be in the $2.5 billion range. So that would definitely be a project that the port may seek assistance on. And it is also a very good example of where the European dredging community is very focused on because of the amount of dredging which is in that project. So if we are a prime candidate to compete for that project, it's something we might even partner with our colleagues at Ocean Group on. But if we can't, it's a very good example where we might not be able to compete if they are not held to that same level playing field.
Merci.
If I may, just I want to touch on when you talk about a Canadian owner who owns a foreign flagship, who decides to flag his ship outside of Canada, because there are many. They do it for many reasons, not just crew costs. They do it for taxation. To flag a ship outside of Canada to Liberia or Panama or somewhere, your taxation costs are minimal. You usually pay, like the Marshall Islands, $1,000 to fly their flag, and thank you very much, have a nice day. We'll tax you a little bit on something, but it's not much, not compared to what Canada is. You've also got safety standards. ILO, the International Labour Organization, and the International Maritime Organization set minimum standards, not maximum, minimum. And not all flag states participate or are signatory to the ILO conventions, so their wages may actually be below the ILO minimum. When it comes to the IMO enforcing ballast water, emissions treatments, sulfur, you've got Canadians who are investing millions and millions and billions of dollars to renew their fleets, to bring those environmental standards up. Whereas the norm is on the international stage, on the older ships, you burn the lowest, cheapest gas you can buy. It's the throwaway that you can't burn anywhere else, and the emissions are high. But when you look at take Canadian ships as the perfect example, with the new tonnage and the new scrubbers and the new emission controls, you're taking 500-600 trucks off of the road and putting that cargo into a vessel or dredging with Canadian dredges. Your environmental footprint is less. Your social impact is, of course, doing business in Canada, which we all expect. There are many, many things other than just wage rates, and taxation is a huge one when it comes to flagging the ships offshore.
Thank you very much. On to Mr. Hardy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Having negotiated with kids and dogs, I know that things can happen incrementally. You know, you give a little and then all of a sudden you've lost your whole ice cream cone kind of thing. And this is really the concern that I have with respect to the cabotage issue. As I understand it, what's being permitted now is for any ship to move empty containers from one port to another. You can correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Given, but I understand that there are actually no Canadian ships that are doing this business, or none that are interested in doing it at the price that they're willing to pay, and that in fact today, if empties have to go from Montreal to Halifax, they go by train. So correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we're losing out on anything at this point. My question is that if they get their foot in the door here, what do you see next?
Yeah, thank you. I actually look at this outside of the Montreal-Halifax corridor. A lot of that traffic now does go by train, and I know you get into issues sometimes of double stacking and having to unload to go under underpasses, et cetera, the infrastructure. I look at the north at the Arctic Sea Lift that happens every year with some of our partner companies. They do move some empty containers. And the issue is really that there is a scenario available right now that if those containers need to be moved, they can be moved by a foreign ship. They apply for a waiver with the NTA. That waiver application goes out to all the Canadian companies and it says, do you have a Canadian flag vessel that can do this work? If they reply no, then the foreign flag vessel gets its permit to move whatever they need to move. It's not stopped. Commerce is not stopped because of cabotage. Another part of the issue that you have to look at is, would a Canadian company do it if there was revenue there? I don't know. I can't speak on behalf of the shipping companies. knowing shipping companies the way I do, I'm sure if there was a buck to be made, they'd do it. And when you look at non-revenue basis, they say it costs $2,000 to move an empty container on a Canadian ship and $400 on a foreign ship. Well, absolutely. If we want to give the okay to the exploitation of foreign crew and to the non-payment of taxes and to the non-payment of everything else, you can move a container for $400. Personally, I don't think that's what Canada's all about.
Okay, so basically the money isn't in it at this point, so therefore the Canadian operators are at least the shipping operators are for the most part taking a pass on moving empty containers.
I can't speak if they are or aren't.
Okay.
I know in the Arctic they do, in certain areas they do.
That would be pretty small potatoes compared with, say, Montreal to Halifax. Let's move on. Ms. Clark, on the issue of labor, you and I share a bit of history in some of the projects in Metro Vancouver, notably the Canada Line, where there was an Italian contractor digging one of the tunnels, or both of the tunnels, and there was I don't know if they were Italian, but their crew was Italian, and there was this huge dust-up over the wage rates, etc. So, we've seen this movie before. With respect to the dredging, correct me again if I'm wrong, but I understand that there's actually a hurdle, a certain size of project. It has to be of a certain value or above before a European competitor can bid on it. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's about $7.5 million, which is a very low hurdle in it.
It is?
Yeah.
Can you, looking at...
and that's public. Private doesn't have a hurdle.
Okay.
And ports are private.
And ports are considered private, that's right.
And ports are considered private. So looking at your book of business over, say, an average year, how many of your projects would be over $7 million? What percentage would you say?
80%. We have our main dredging contract is with the Port of Vancouver and we have an 11-year contract to maintain the shipping channel, which is over $7.5 million a year.
Mm-hmm. And is that counted as one job, or is it just a series of?
It's counted as one job, and then we do a series of smaller dredging projects on an annual basis. But it's the larger projects, such as the LNG projects or the expansion of Deltaport, the Terminal 2, they are well over that level. And as I said, private doesn't have that hurdle, and we do a lot of private dredging on the river, on the island, and up the coast.
And they would, now, do you think that those contracts would even be big enough to attract their attention?
It all depends on how they feel they need to set up in Canada to be able to compete on the larger projects, and what kind of vessels they have available. And it's not just dredging vessels. They can use barges with heavy-duty cranes on them to do dredging as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Going back to the example of the Canada Line and some of the others, two of you have mentioned the fact that we need oversight, we need people monitoring. Do a bit of a deeper dive into that. What sort of things do we need to be taking care of?
I'm glad you asked that question, Member Hardy. We had a good meeting this morning with Transport Canada where they are trying to work out, they right now have a advance notification where the firm would put in their application and show that they are eligible to opt out of the coasting trade license because they are eligible under CETA. So it only covers that eligibility. And then the other requirements, such as the safety standards, the visa requirements, the taxation, are all managed by other departments. So we've been strongly asking for the past 2 years that there be this mechanism where one department takes the lead and coordinates across the other departments informationally to be able to ensure that all those things are met, because we can see, even under the coasting trade license, that they have struggled interdepartmentally. And meeting with them today, they've even emphasized that we, the industry, are part of the policing mechanism to be able to catch anyone that's in non-compliance. And we said, well, we need to know then that these vessels are here. So that was one discussion we had. Please notify us. And that was our first recommendation today, that there be a protocol that is led by Transport Canada to ensure that coordination goes on.
Sir, Mr. Fraser.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Hardy sort of launched down the same line of questioning that I had sketched out. So forgive me if we're a little bit repetitive, but I'll give you a chance to add a little bit more color. Starting with Mr. Given, we had some testimony that I'm trying to square mentally earlier today with what you just given. From someone who was a big advocate for adopting the proposed mechanism in the Coasting Trade Act. We essentially heard the movement of empty containers by Canadian ships, or Canadian flag ships, isn't happening and is never going to happen. I think you've suggested there's maybe some up north where that would be contrary. But is this something under anything like the rules that we have in place today that you could conceivably see happening?
Well, yeah, I heard the testimony. My point is that Canadian companies right now, under the current coasting trade system, have an opportunity to move them if they want to. Mm-hmm. If they don't want to, then that foreign ship or foreign company that applied for the waiver is free to move them. Mm-hmm. There are certain ones that do, and I know they go by rail, they go by truck. I wish they would go by ship. It would be more environmentally friendly. Sure. But in the north and in some of the other areas where they do, to take that away, I don't understand it. And I simply don't understand why we would expand on something that provisions are already there without opening the coasting trade.
Sure. So on that issue, if I recall the testimony from earlier today accurately, she explained the waiver process and said that at least on one occasion what had happened was we put it out, says, is anybody interested? When somebody says, yes, we can do it at this cost, all of a sudden the economic option for the owner of the containers is to import new containers rather than to move them within Canada, which strikes me as a strange inefficiency. Do you have comment on whether that's the reality that we're facing? Are we going to leave containers sitting empty and bringing new ones into Canada?
Well, it's my understanding right now, and I stand to be corrected, that the only company that has provisions to have containers in Canada more than 6 months would be Maersk Lines, and that's through a special provision. Other containers do get moved around. You know, we see the fields sitting in Montreal. We see them everywhere along the rail yards with the empty containers. Again, knowing shipping companies and present company excluded, they won't leave anything sitting around too long that they can make a buck with.
Sure. So let's explore why there's such a cost differential for Canadian flag ships. You mentioned safety regulations, labor standards, environmental rules that are mostly quite good. I mean, we've adopted them in Canada because we think they're the right policy. Is the fear that the foreign flagship vessel is not going to comply with Canadian laws in Canadian waters, or is it that they're not going to follow the same standards that drive up the cost for Canadian flagship vessels globally?
We've proven that they don't follow the same regulations when they're in Canada. There's two issues at play. Yeah. The ship gets a coasting trade waiver. That covers the ship. The crew then apply through the temporary foreign worker program for work visas. There's two separate issues. And when you look at C-30, as with C-49, nothing is changing when it comes to the provisions under the Immigration Act for those crew. The problem is the crew are never told what their wages are supposed to be. They're never told what their rights are when they're working in Canada, because under the TFW program, for all intents and purposes, they're a Canadian. They're never told any of this, and they're paid their regular wage, which is $2.50 or $1.90. They're paid that until somebody catches them. And there's no enforcement. No enforcement officer goes down unless they get a call. And if you're a foreign crew member and you don't know that, or you're too afraid to call for repercussions, you're not going to make that call. We've had some very good discussions with the ESDC over the last little while where we're going to change some of that process. But ESDC also was very clear with us where we don't chase a shipping company around the world to try and collect our tax, because they should be paying taxes while they're in Canada. And the taxation issue on a foreign ship is a big one, along with crew costs.
So if I can explore this a little further, and at risk of outing myself as an enormous nerd, when we start looking at the freedom of the high seas and going back to 16th century Dutch philosophy, I don't think we can properly enforce anything that's taking place in the high seas. But if we got to a stage where we could actually say foreign vessels have to abide by the same standards and have an effective enforcement mechanism in Canada. Is their ability to operate more or less how they want outside of Canadian waters still going to render Canadian flagships uneconomic?
I think that's maybe an unanswerable question. When you get into international waters, it's covered by international law and it's covered by the law of the sea. When you get within the 200-mile limit or the 12-mile limit of Canada, law then changes. But again, working under cabotage, the crew members on board the ship are, for all intents and purposes, Canadian crew. The vessel itself is covered by a temporary waiver. They still have to comply with flag state if flag state law exists. And then they are covered by IMO conventions that are enforced through port state control within Canada if they have the resources to actually go down and inspect every vessel and enforce them. And Transport Canada does a fantastic job. But remember, Transport Canada, I think, has been broke for about 12 years. So they're working with what they have. But again, the system that is in place now is the system that is best placed in order to inspect the vessels and in order to enforce the legislation and the IMO conventions and ILO conventions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Shields.
Madam Chair, appreciate your being here to inform us. And Mr. Fraser, I would not call you a big nerd, but I mean, I'd call you a tall guy.
I was one step from referencing Hugo Grotius, so we'll wait. You can reserve judgment.
Thank you. Interesting conversation. So, do you belong to the international convention that develops the rules out there? Do you belong to the organization? Do you participate in developing those standards?
Actually, I do through the International Transport Workers Federation. I'm an expert for them for the ILO and the IMO.
So what percentage of the world of countries, I understand flag convenience, understand that, understand how it operates. What percentage of the world operates under the enforced rules that you're talking about and have been part of?
Well, when you look at cabotage, the Center for Seafarers' Rights did a survey for us just a month ago, and we looked at United Nations member countries, and we of course excluded the countries that were landlocked, and then we looked at the countries that had 2 ports or more. 67% of those countries have some form of cabotage. So the idea that cabotage is unique to Canada, or we're doing something wrong compared to the rest of the world, is false. 67% of United Nations countries with 2 or more ports have some form of cabotage.
So in the sense of the rules you're talking about, labor standards, safety, training, all of those things that are in the IMO that you're involved in developing, what percentage of those countries enforce that?
Well, the traditional maritime nations, when you look at Canada, United States, Norway, Swedish first registry, and the Norwegian is the first registry, Denmark is the first registry, Germany is the first registry, not their second registries. Those countries are strong maritime nations. It's when you get into the FOC countries, Liberia, Panama, all of those countries that don't enforce shit.
Yep, got that.
It's left up to the rest of the world to try and enforce it. Yes, I did say that. Excuse me.
So what I'm saying, asking, in the countries that are signatories toward this, develop these, are they enforcing them in their own waters?
Well, yeah, but remember, ILO is a minimum standard.
Yep, got
okay.
that.
So if you look at let's take the Philippines.
Yep.
When a Philippines overseas worker leaves the country to work on a vessel, he leaves with a POEA contract, Philippines Overseas Employment, and a lot of the times those state the minimum ILO conditions of work. In a lot of cases, and I was an ITF inspector, I inspected foreign ships. Last year, the ITF collected over $22 million US in unpaid wages where the Filipino and the Indonesian weren't even get the ILO minimum in their overseas employment contract. They would go 6-7 months without any pay, or if they did get pay, it was half of what the ILO recommendation was, because there's no enforcement. So we can say as governments, we can say as NGOs, we can say as unions and companies, we're going to enforce the ILO and the IMO, we're going to enforce all of that, but there's no enforcement on the high seas.
So as we talk about in Canadian waters, because that's the piece we can deal with, in the sense is, so I'm looking, will other countries enforce the minimum, and you're saying no?
No.
Okay.
No.
Going to Ms. Clark, you talked about enforcement of existing laws and regulations. You said the existing regulations, I think we've heard that same, are good. and you said all those pieces are there, and you said existing staff could do this, and you just said no cost increase when you said that, because the rules are there, the regulations there, existing staff there, and you said you just have to do it.
Yeah, I think that's the basis of our point. We have the conditions. We meet all the standards that Canada requires, whether it be in wages, whether it be in safety, taxation, environment, which was raised by Mr. Fournier. We are compliant. We are audited, and we believe in those standards for our crew. And it's not just wages; it's the standards that we provide on the ship as well for living conditions. These people are on the ship for 2 weeks at a time, and in your case, longer when you go south.
It's 3 weeks.
3 weeks. So we're supplying these they're well-paying middle-class jobs to people that are very skilled and have taken the time to have that training and spent the money on that.
No, that's what you were talking about. The rules and regulations are there.
Yes.
And the existing staff could enforce them.
Of Transport Canada? Or
your words, not mine. So
Our
you said
issue
the
is you mean
existing
the government staff.
I'm just taking the word you said, so I'm trying to clarify it. You said the existing rules and regulations there, existing staff can enforce, and suggesting that they weren't.
We know of cases where they have not been. In fact, the SIU went through a case a few years ago where they were not being, and we know that Transport Canada, as well as the other agencies, have struggled with resources to be able to enforce them, and also struggled with the coordination mechanism to make sure that vessel and that owner is complying with all of the regulations.
That's what I was trying to get at.
Okay, sorry. Yes, I apologize. And your example of the Hebron project, where we understand that one of the European dredgers came in, did the work in a month or so, full foreign crew, even though they had a coasting trade license.
And nobody knows that we're here.
Okay? So, again, you believe that all the rules and regulations are there. There is existing staff. They just need to do it.
We don't believe there is enough staff.
You didn't see that.
Sorry. So we're not here today asking for while there has been other groups under CETA that have asked for money for their industries. We're not asking for that. We think the money is much better spent within the agencies of the government to reinforce the ability to enforce those requirements. We think it's understaffed right now.
No, okay. Thank you for clarifying that. Okay,
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Done? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Secan.
Madam Chair, Kelly asked earlier if you had been consulted. Now you're obviously here, but I heard a few mixed responses. Like you said this morning that you were speaking to Transport Canada, and I saw Martin say no. So if we could just go through the panel. So have you been consulted for these amendments?
I'm going to try to give you an answer without giving you an answer. I've had many meetings. Everyone, of course, knows my concerns when it comes to cabotage and C30 and CETA and C49 and China and whoever the hell else we got on the list. But when it comes to consultation, this is part of the consultation process. And
excluding this.
Excluding this?
Can I get a yes and no? Because I have to split my time with my colleague.
Maybe.
Okay.
Before they signed the agreement, we're not consulted at all.
No.
But for the implementation, we asked a lot for meetings. We got information meetings.
Okay.
Are you talking about CETA or C49?
C49.
Okay.
Pour le projet C49, il n'y a pas eu de consultation.
Well, for C49, there was no consultation. As was mentioned, for CETA, there were consultations after it was signed. Before that, there weren't. We know that international companies were consulted, but not domestic. So no consultation there. There was a working group. Before it was signed, the working group was around for about 2 years, and I think all of us took part. And on several occasions, we asked for things, some of which were in C30. But what we really wanted was this one-stop shopping, and that was not there. That was forgotten.
You mentioned 4 firms that are interested in operating in Quebec. Where are they based? What country are they based out of?
It's all the same. It's Belgium,
and Dutch.
Dutch and Belgium,
mainly.
Okay.
And not only in Quebec, it's all over Canada.
Yeah.
Okay. And Sarah, you were saying there's a bit of a divergence in pay between like a Canadian operator, a captain, 15,000, and a Dutch would be 7,000. I guess what I'm asking is, can you paint a picture of your overall operating expenses? Because I know you were saying we're trained in firefighting. So can you give us some metrics that pretty much adds to your operating costs?
Our crew costs are about a third of our costs. Fuel is another third, and everything else would be thrown into the last third. So when you're looking at, when I gave you the numbers, this is information that this industry has been sharing. We're actually giving you the more optimistic number around what's being paid. Jim is probably painting a better picture of what's actually paid. So when we say crew costs are about a third of ours, they're actually probably less than a third of ours in a lot of cases.
And my last question is, do you have contracts outside of Canada?
At present, we don't. We work across Canada.
We do. We have contracts in Dominican Republic, Mexico, and British Virgin Islands.
And then when you operate outside of Canada, are you still operating at Canadian standards?
With Canadian crew.
Okay.
Here's the problem for Canadian dredgers and why we're discussing reciprocity. We both have vessels that could work. I mean, ours was formerly went all over the world. Our problem is our markets are so far from us, we can't work in the United States because of the Jones Act. For Jean-Philippe on the East Coast, there was no opening of any European market for him other than for under CETA. So we have to go to South America, Australia, New Zealand. So our mobilization costs are so high, it's very hard for us to get to other markets and be competitive. And it gives the companies a lot of time because these dredges are not cheap. They're very expensive to buy. Our cost would be between 30 and 60 million for the size of vessels that we have, and the ongoing annual maintenance is high. So when you're planning your business, you don't want to just base it on the contracts as they arise in Canada, but it's very hard for us to get to be able to travel other places as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
If there's any time left.
2 minutes.
I can start with that. I've heard on a couple of occasions today that ships are more environmentally friendly. I'd just like to know if you could back that up, especially given the use of bunker oil.
Yeah, sure. When you look at, I'm talking Canadian domestic fleet. When you look at our domestic fleet, there's been a new build program ongoing now for a few years. I look at Canada Steamship Lines, I look at Algoma Central, Degagné. They've all updated their fleets and they've all gone to cleaner burning fuel. They've all now are looking at fitting some of their older tonnages with scrubbers. It's a known fact that's backed up by, I think, everyone when it comes to transportation, that ships are the more environmentally friendly way to transport cargo.
Thank you. Now you've expressed concern that flagged ships from all over the world were going to come and move empty containers. Now these are non-revenue moves. These are companies are only allowed to move their own containers. You can't show up and move somebody else's containers. Is that correct?
Well, I think when I looked at the language, I don't know if that's been clarified yet when it comes to sharing agreements for charter, for ownership, for all of those different things. And non-revenue basis, you have to get a really good explanation of what that means. Because they still talk about $400, $500. They still talk about certain things, so you have to dig a little deeper. And you're looking at foreign ships always come in. They come in and out when it comes to import export. It's been happening since Christ was a cowboy, and it'll continue to happen. But those are different movements. They come in, they don't do any domestic trade, and then they go back out. What they want to try to do now is probably pick up something in the middle so because they're not going to leave a ship here because the season's too short, the seaway closes, they got to get the ship back out. So they want to try and pick something up in their movement in between things in order to try and pick up something, maybe pay for fuel, maybe do something. What's revenue? Is revenue covering costs? Is revenue not covering costs? Maybe you can answer that one for me because I don't know.
I would, but don't give me any time.
Thank you very much. I hope that's not any of my time. I have a few questions that have come to mind throughout some of your testimony, so they may not be directly linked one to the other. But I am going to follow up on something that my colleague Mr. Secand asked in regards to the labor costs and the wages that are paid. I guess I've always believed that we have similar safety standards and labor costs with Europe. And so I guess I'm wondering if you can provide any insight for me as to why those wages are so different. Why does a Canadian captain earn 15 grand and someone from Europe earns 7? Like, why? How can they operate so cheaply?
Je pourrais donner un exemple simple dans l'étude qui a été réalisée par.
I could give you a simple example, and this comes from Maritime Innovation. A crew that came here under CETA could do cabotage with a Danish captain, and the rest of the crew could be Filipino or Ukrainian or other, but the flag they flew would allow them to do it. When here, the crew is 100% Canadian. Yes, the Danish captain might be more like the captains here, but the rest of the crew would be paid otherwise.
We heard that most empty shipping containers are moved from port to port by train or truck and not by sea. I'm wondering if you would confirm that, and if that is the case, how does C-49 impact Canadian seafarers' jobs?
En fait, effectivement, la majorité des conteneurs vides sont transportés.
Most of the empty containers are transported by train and not by ship. The problem with Bill C-49 is that we're opening it up, or rather we're widening the breach that was already there, the hole that was already there with CETA. Now, there were discussions, and we were approached, and we were asked what we thought about the transportation of empty containers by foreign vessels. We said no, and then they came back with CETA, and we talked about empty containers and bulk containers, Halifax to Montreal. Now they're going to make this open to everyone, and we know people are saying not just Halifax, Montreal, why not to Sept-Îles, why not to other ports? And then they're saying, if you're opening it to the Europeans, other countries are saying, why don't you open this to us as well? So this is what's happening, and that's what we were afraid of at the beginning when the first questions were put with respect to transporting empty containers.
That came to mind. Are there any, and maybe you've already touched on this and I missed it, are there tangible safety concerns that you have for allowing expanded cabotage?
Well, yeah, absolutely. As I said earlier, I was fortunate enough, and I still am fortunate enough, to be involved with the ITF and inspect vessels that are foreign flagged that come into Canada and travel around the world. There is absolutely no comparison. You've got 5% of the owners that run foreign flag vessels that are good owners, or 6%, or all stretch it to 8%, and then you've got that great big group that aren't. And there's no control. You have a ship flagged Panama that never ever goes to Panama. Who's inspecting it? Who's making sure that there's the safety regimes and everything are in place? Well, if the ship comes to Canada, Port State will control for Canada. Thank God, Transport Canada do a great job. We'll go down and inspect it under the international conventions. It may still not be up to the Canadian standard, but it may pass the international. If you look at the database for Transport Canada on ship inspections, you will see a list, hundreds ships long, of how they've been detained when they come to Canada for no firefighting, no pollution control, no food, no this, no that. They get caught when they come here. But flagged Panama, flagged everywhere, there's no inspection regime. The ship never goes there. I'm not a geography major, but I know a ship flying the Marshall Islands flag has a heck of a time getting to Rexton, Virginia. The controls aren't there. You know, I make light of it, and I shouldn't, because it's a very serious situation. Australia just recently, a foreign flag vessel running in their cabotage, 2 crew members dead because they couldn't get medical care. It happens all the time, all around the world, and I don't think it's something we'll want to be a part of.
Thank you very much. Monsieur Aban?
Just, Madam Chair, I need to excuse myself. I have to. So, but thank you very much,
Thank
and
you
I know
very
my
much for
colleague
coming.
Jean-Philippe
Yes.
can answer any
All right.
further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. We appreciated your comments today.
Merci beaucoup. Bon retour.
Thank you very much. Here's a hypothetical question, but which may help us to understand better. We know that there wasn't reciprocity. Let's say there was reciprocity, both for container transport and for dredging, which seem to be 2 very different approaches. The Canadian industry could be competitive if the rules, working conditions, and salaries were the same. But are we condemned to work in the Canadian market and protect our market because we're the only ones who are really playing by the rule book? Well, I can answer with respect to dredging. Well, you know, there's Saint-Pierre and Miquelon. It's already Europe, so we're competing with European dredgers who go for the big contracts because they have the big equipment. And we are able to be competitive, but it takes takes us 2 weeks to get to the Dominican Republic, and we can get contracts there. What about to the European continent? Well, their volume is so big that they have to have a lot of equipment, and they're already dealing with their own market. Now, reciprocity, Belgium, the Netherlands, you know, they have all these canals, so that's why they're so good at dredging. Exactly. I wanted to add something with respect to dredging. I think Jean-Philippe covered it pretty well. If we're talking about the possibility for Canadian ship operators to compete in Europe, no, they can't, for the reasons I mentioned before, because their vessels are so different. The Canadian fleet is a lake fleet, really. These are vessels that are not designed to navigate in the high seas or to even be able to reach those markets. But the main reason is the question of operations, operational costs, which are just so different to what we have here. Now, dredging. Over the next years, upcoming years, do you think that the Northwest Passage, which seems to be opening up faster than we thought, do you think it will be something for your market, because it would be both at home and yet far away because our country is so immense? Well, we don't know. It could be for volume traffic, but the routes we want are those that are already navigable. And we're quite... the dredging period is a very short one, and you need highly performing equipment to deal with a lot of volume in a very short time. Thank you.
We have completed our preliminary list. Is there any questions on this side here that have to get answers? And I guess none on that side either, so Mr. Graham?
I just want to take on where we left off. I was having some fun here. Just for some comparison, if I was trying to think of a good example of cabotage in land terms, which most people understand. If I rented, or if I have an 18-wheeler in Virginia and I drive it up to Ottawa and I unload it, and I've got another load I got to pick up in Montreal and get it back to Virginia, the cabotage rules that we're bringing in say I can take my trailer from Ottawa to Montreal to pick up that next load, whereas the current system is I have to deadhead my truck to Montreal and hire somebody else to tow my trailer to Montreal. Is that not correct? Would that not be an equivalent to the change?
An expert at the trucking industry, but if I'll attempt anything. If you're looking under NAFTA, I know there's provisions in NAFTA right now that allow for cross-border trucking between Mexico and the United States. And from what I understand, that provision has never been implemented when it comes to trucking in the United States because the Teamsters had them tied up in court since NAFTA was actually negotiated. But again, I'm not an expert in trucking. Let me put it in terms of airline, which I'm not an expert in either. A Canadian aircraft goes from Toronto to Berlin. Is it considered cabotage?
Berlin, if it's got to come back from London, and it's got a deadhead between them.
It's all considered cabotage.
Are you telling me you're going to have to get a larger jumbo jet, like what are those things called?
But it's considered cabotage. Let me got another example that goes right to maritime. Oil or bitumen, whatever the hell it is, leaves the tar sands and goes to Texas, where it's processed, put back in a ship, brought back to Canada. That's all cabotage.
But the rules
because of the origination of it, and that's the definition under Transport Canada. So when you and this is one of the areas that you get into, because that crew, according to the owner of the, and this is a specific one, according to the owner of that ship, his definition of cabotage doesn't kick in until the ship enters Canadian waters. But the real definition is when the ship is loaded with the cargo in Texas because it's a Canadian originating cargo. And that whole trip is cabotage. And it goes into the same with the airlines.
So in the circumstances of this bill of C-49, what we're talking about moving is empty, not load containers. So if
It's still considered a product. The container is the movement of a product.
It's an empty container. It's an empty trailer. And if you're talking about moving the empty trailer from where it was unloaded to where it's going to be loaded, why should you have to hire a third party to move that container? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
But again, if that movement, it is taking place, I think we've established it takes place by rail or truck. Okay, so now the foreign ship operator wants to move it. Why?
Because the ship arrives with a container. The
Right.
ship wants to move their containers. You're not moving somebody else's container. They're moving their own container to the next port where it's going to get loaded and then they're going to leave. And so I'm trying to see.
But it's still a cabotage run, and under the definitions of cabotage that are there, that's cabotage. That's considered cabotage because you're moving something between two Canadian ports. Okay, and that ship owner, and this has to be perfectly clear. That ship owner still has the ability to move that. All he has to do is apply for a waiver, which they'll get if no Canadian ship owner wants to move that particular container. So if you look at all of these years where it's been being done by rail and truck, why all of the sudden is it open? Under CETA, it was open for certain reasons, and I believe the reasons I was told. There were compromises made. It was a negotiation. That's what was done. But to open it more, to liberalize it more under C-49 is opening the gate to any flag, any rogue owner, anything that they want to do. So concessions were made in a trade negotiation. We all understand that. Concessions are made every day. How they got to that concession, like I said, it was explained to me, I accepted. But now it's a conscious choice of whether we open up cabotage more. We're not in a negotiation with anyone but ourselves right now on what we're going to do with cabotage.
Mr. Badaway, a short question.
Yeah, and it sort of resurrected something that happened in our community a few years back, whereby we had a foreign vessel come into our harbor, and it was transiting the canal, and every individual that was on that vessel were sick, with no idea what they were sick from. And my question to you, Mr. Given, is in your experience with a foreign vessel coming in, what is the protocol? Now, and I'll tell you what the protocol was then, and this is only about 5 or 6 years ago. The protocol then was nobody would touch it. Health Canada wouldn't touch it. So we ordered the Seaway not to allow that vessel into our community because we didn't know what they were sick from. It got to the point, just based on human response and want to help, I ended up having to send my fire department out there. A city of 20,000 people, I had to send my fire department out to could have been an international incident. Who knows what they were actually stepping into. So again, when it comes to labor conditions and it comes to protocols within our waterways, And when we talk about the allowance of something like this, what do you see when these vessels come in as a proper protocol when there, as you mentioned earlier, there are health-related issues that have to be dealt with?
Again, I'm going to take the easy way out and go back to the waiver system where it's put in ahead of time. There's screenings done. There's everything is looked at basically, Mr. Badaway. That specific incident, that kind of stuff, it happens more than you think, and there isn't a protocol because again, as you've said, nobody wants to get involved with it. The only protocol I know is ITF inspectors who go down and try to help these guys, the job I used to do. And then we hope that somebody in the community will get involved. Church groups right now get involved with giving these crew members, when they come to Canada in the fall, clothing, winter clothing, because they're not prepared for it. They don't have it. Unfortunately, people die on board ships because there is nowhere to turn. There's nobody to turn to. And there's international conventions. There's a new convention, which is the Convention for Seafarers' Rights, that does go a lot further than what we've ever had. But again, enforcement is the key. And enforcement is only as good as the people that go out and do it.
Thank you.
Very much. Thank you to the panel. Before I suspend, I wanted to ask the committee, Kelly, I wanted to ask the committee, I think if we could have 15 minutes for committee business, either following our next panel, which ends at 6:45, or 15 minutes of our lunch hour tomorrow for some committee business. What are the wishes of the committee? Either 15 minutes following our next panel tonight, or 15 minutes of our lunch hour tomorrow for committee business.
Time now, Madam Chairman, between now and the next set of panelists?
No, the next set of panelists is 5:15.
I have 6:30 on our
Well, that's
schedule.
because we squeezed a half an hour of our lunch hour to keep things moving
great.
along here.
Excellent.
And so,
You're so efficient.
And tomorrow night we will be finished at 7:15 rather than 7:45, as of our schedule now. So what's the thought process for the committee? We could take 15 minutes of our lunch hour tomorrow and discuss committee business. Is that in agreement with everybody? Okay, tomorrow 15 minutes of our lunch hour. Okay.
If I may, will there be an opportunity this evening to possibly put a motion forward as a notice of motion? Or would you
Let's just
want to wait
let's
till
do
tomorrow?
our committee business tomorrow, and following a discussion with the committee, then we can see where we go from there. If I could suggest that. All right?
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to suspend until the next panel gets in, and you get some dinner there, and To order our study of C49, We welcome with us now representatives from Air Canada and WestJet Airlines, as well as a assistant professor from the University of Ottawa. We will open it up. Mr. McKenzie, would you like to start off?
If I could substitute that McKenzie for McNanny,
Okay.
Madam Chair, I can begin.
All right.
Thank you very much. Je remercie Madame la Présidente et les membres du comité.
I'd like to thank you, Madam Chair and committee members, for having invited me to appear this evening. My name is Mike McManey, and I'm Vice President, Industry, Corporate and Airport Affairs at WestJet. One of my colleagues, Lauren McKenzie, is Senior Manager of Regulatory Affairs.
Pleased to participate in your deliberations with respect to Bill C-49 and the critical role that companies like WestJet play in connecting the economies and people of Canada to each other and the rest of the world. Our investments in growth over the last 21 plus years have led to downward pressure on airfares, market stimulation, and incredible job creation in many sectors of the economy, including aerospace, tourism, and regional economic development. Notre succès dans une industrie où la concurrence est forte et où les marges.
Our success in a very tough, low-margin industry is a testament to our frontline employees who strive every day to provide our guests with quality service.
Service is a source of tremendous pride. It is not just what we do, it is who we are, and it influences our approach and our respect for the obligation we have to ensure our social and economic license is strong. In addition to various awards over the years, this year we were very pleased to be recognized as Best Airline in Canada and Traveler's Choice winner mid-sized and low-cost airline North America by TripAdvisor. As members know, this award is based on authentic reviews by the traveling public. Before providing you with an overview of our views on the legislation, I want to provide a broader context of WestJet operations today. WestJet is in the midst of an extraordinary evolution from the carrier that launched in February 1996, with 200 employees, 3 aircraft, and 5 destinations all in Western Canada. In 2016, we carried over 20 million guests. Getting 20 million plus guests where they need to be safely and on time is a logistical and operational challenge. Things will go wrong, and we do our best to get it right when they do. We operate approximately 700 plus flights a day, carrying approximately 70,000 guests daily, with a WestJet plane departing approximately every 2 minutes. Our current fleet consists of 161 aircraft, including Bombardier Q400s, as well as narrow-body and wide-body aircraft from Boeing. This year, we begin taking delivery of the newest version of the 737, the 737 MAX, and in 2019, we take delivery of our first 787 Dreamliner. With respect to the Toronto-manufactured Bombardier Q400, next year we will become the 3rd largest operator in the world of Q400s with the delivery of our 45th Q400 aircraft. Based on our most recent economic impact study utilizing our 2016 operating data, our investments and growth strategy in 2016 has supported over 153,000 jobs in Canada, a labour income in excess of $5.3 billion, over $12 billion of GDP expenditure activity, and an aggregate economic impact greater than $17.3 billion. These employment and economic benefits accrue throughout the country. In terms of communicating with our guests, we are continuously working to find innovative ways to effectively meet their needs. In April 2016, we became the first Canadian carrier to move its social media team to a 24/7 operation, open 365 days a year. We took this step in recognition of the fact more and more consumers utilize social media to communicate with companies in real time. Our social media response team now sits in our 24/7 operations control center to respond to questions, guest questions and concerns in the moment. We also maintain the more traditional communication means of email and phone contact for guests who wish to reach out to us through those means. The Operations Control Center, or OCC, is responsible for all facets of our daily operations: flight schedule, crew scheduling, maintenance, responding to weather, operational delays, as well as guest services. The composition of this team includes experts from all areas of our business. To say this service has been well received would be an understatement. How our guests interact with us on service issues and questions is now 57% through social media, 34% through email, and 9% through telephone. In the last year, we have also made the following enhancements in cooperation with the Canadian Transportation Agency. We developed and posted on our website a plain language searchable summary of the provisions of our tariffs related to events most likely to be of concern to travelers, such as denied boarding, flight delays, and misplaced baggage. We placed a full-page article in our in-flight magazine describing our customer service department and how our guests can get information on their rights should something go wrong. We added a link to every electronic itinerary to make our guests aware of their rights and where to go for additional information. This brings me to the aspects of C-49 dealing with passenger protection. WestJet supports these provisions and the broad framework the bill sets out to create. I do want to note for the committee that WestJet currently has enforceable penalties for many of these areas, which the legislation calls for enhanced regulation. These include lost damaged baggage, delays in cancellation, and tarmac delays. Our obligations are outlined in our tariff and is accessible online and is used by both us and the CTA to resolve complaints. C-49 will bring uniform standards to all of these issues, and we are supportive of that action. Within the context of rights and obligations, I would like to encourage the committee to more broadly examine the role of our partners in the travel supply chain. This would include airports, air traffic control, border, immigration, aviation security, as well as Transport Canada. Our performance is scrutinized by Parliament and the public, and rightly so. However, all these organizations should have the same requirements as far as reporting on performance, as well as overall accountability for their services provided. You will no doubt have seen media reports over the past several weeks concerning breakdowns of airport baggage systems, understaffing at air traffic control centres, CATSA funding shortfalls, delays in processing security clearances for aviation employees. How all these elements of the supply chain, all of which are critical for operations and all of which are completely outside the control of an airline, how will these fit in the new regime established by C-49 as far as accountability? Concerning joint ventures, WestJet supports in principle the Government of Canada's approach to airline joint ventures. Airline partnerships are a critical component of our business model. WestJet does not belong to an international alliance. What we do have is 45-plus co-chair and interline partners, which are all offering greater choice and flexibility for Canadians. These partnerships, coupled with our domestic and international network, are bringing tourists to all parts of Canada and providing the international connectivity our economy needs. While we support the JV policy initiative, we do have further questions that we are discussing with Transport Canada as we seek further clarification on certain points. With respect to foreign ownership, the foreign ownership provisions outlined in Bill C-49 are ostensibly already in effect, with the exemptions granted to two potential ULCCs. Our policy preference with respect to foreign ownership is that any change in the limit should be on a reciprocal basis, particularly with respect to the United States. The government has opted for a unilateral approach, and obviously we respect the government's decision. Within the context of this unilateral policy change, we believe it is critical to ensure that Canada maintains a strong control and fact test. This is a test administered by the Canadian Transportation Agency to ensure that new carriers are controlled and run by Canadians. We believe that Canadian carriers should make their network decisions in Canada for the benefit of Canadian communities, travelling public, and workers. I would also like to remind members that we have recently announced the creation of our own ULCC. This was done without foreign investment or any proposed policy change. The objective is straightforward: provide Canadians with more choice for their travel dollar. We are engaged with both the CTA and Transport Canada on the necessary regulatory approvals to commence service in mid-2018. With respect to the CATSA provisions that will allow small airports to purchase CATSA services and large airports to top up services, we do consider these measures to be stopgap. Delays caused by factors such as passenger screening are becoming more and more frequent in our operation. It is a disturbing trend. From a policy perspective, we have been frustrated for several years by the government's unwillingness to fully allocate funds collected from the ATSC and tie these funds directly to security services, screening services, the services our guests are paying for when they pay for the air transport security charge. The provision in C-49 are a stopgap measure that will allow the industry to spend more money to provide services that we believe the ATSC should be covering. We have recommended comprehensive reforms to the funding model and governance of CATSA. We urge this committee to recommend that all money collected from the ATSC be allocated to screening services at Canada's airports. Before concluding, I do want to briefly comment on another aspect of commercial aviation that is certainly of interest to consumers in Parliament. You may have seen the news from StatsCan last month that base airfares in Canada, domestic and international, are on average down 5.4% in 2016 compared to 2015. In terms of WestJet, our average fare in 2016 was $162, which is down $13 from 2015. Our average fare in the first 6 months of this year is $158, a further drop from the first 6 months of last year. To provide perspective on these numbers, our average profit per guest in the first 6 months of this year was $8.34. I provide these figures to give context when discussions turn to the concept of financial penalties. In conclusion, WestJet
recognizes that Bill C-49 has the potential to benefit the aviation industry and Canadian consumers. We look forward to participating in upcoming sessions with the committee in order to improve the overall travel experience for Canadians. Thank you.
Canada, please introduce yourselves, and you have 10 minutes for your opening comments.
Bonjour, Madame la Présidente. Je suis Lucie Guillemette. So, good evening, members of the Je m'appelle Lucie Guillemette et je suis la vice-présidente générale.
Name is Lucie Guillemette. I am with David Rowe,
President and Chief Commercial Officer at Air Canada. I'm joined by my colleagues David Rowe and Fiti Lourenco this evening. Nous sommes ici aujourd'hui pour parler de la modernisation.
We're here today to talk about the modernization of the Transportation Act. Air Canada is Canada's largest airline. In 2016, in Air Canada, we carried close to 45 million passengers. On average, 1,580 scheduled sites, each day offering direct service to more than 200 destinations on 6 continents since 2009. We have grown by more than 50%, extending the reach of its global network and achieving the ambition to become a global champion. We employ 30,000 people, and 30,000 were hired in this last 3 years alone, providing a significant boost to job creation in this country. Headquartered in Montreal, Air Canada operates 4 hubs: Toronto, Pearson, Vancouver, Montreal, and Calgary. We open Canada to the world and provide travelers unparalleled international access.
Introduced onboard customer service management programs, improved and clarified our customer service plan, created new policies for family seating, family check-in, in products at airports, and carriage of musical instruments. We have also pioneered flight passes and branded fares, offering more choice and flexibility to our customers who can select the attributes and features that are truly most meaningful to them. We recognize valuable services and features for leisure vacationers vary significantly from those for a business passenger, and we aim to meet the needs of all our customer segments, domestically and internationally. The airline industry is extremely competitive, and we view service as an important differentiator. Financial stability and sustainability has allowed us to invest significantly to improve passengers' experience. For example, we have renewed our fleet and acquired modern aircraft such as the Boeing 787 and the Bombardier C-Series. We've reconfigured our cabins, introduced a new premium economy cabin, and also improved the in-flight entertainment systems. We've invested in a new website and developed new applications that simplify the passenger's experience. For all our efforts, we are very proud to have been recognized by Skytrax as best in North America and be the only international carrier in North America to receive a 4-star ranking. I can assure you that we are committed to continuing our efforts to improve the experience of our passengers on the ground, in flight, as well as post-travel. In the current regime, carriers have different standards and offer different compensations in a system that is based on complaints. Having a clear set of standards for all carriers would be appropriate, without, however, imposing an undue financial burden on carriers or limiting their ability to distinguish themselves with the customer service policies they offer. Although Bill C-49 takes positive steps in laying the groundwork for the regulatory process, we do have concerns, and I'd like to address a few now. Number 1, simplifying the regime. The proposed regime would be applicable for flights to and from Canada. This creates complexity for carriers and confusion for passengers, since other regimes are applicable in other countries, which could provide for different rules, different exemption, and different levels of compensation. For example, in a situation of denial of boarding on a flight departing from the United States to Canada, should we apply the Canadian or the U.S. regime? To simplify the regime and make it effective, we suggest that it be limited to flights departing from Canada, like the American regime is limited to flights departing the United States. We also submit that, in the case of co-chair flights, the claim shall be made with the operating carrier, like the European regime. These adjustments would simplify the regime for carriers and passengers and also allow for speedy and timely issuing of compensation and avoid risk of double compensations. Number 2, on baggage liability. Air Canada agrees with the principle of harmonizing the rules of liability related to baggage. The bill should, however, acknowledge that passengers are already protected by the Montreal Convention in the case of international travel, which provides for clear and consistent rules that are applicable internationally. We therefore submit that the rules provided in the bill be limited to domestic travel and harmonized with the rules of the Montreal Convention. This would also simplify the rules for carriers and avoid confusion for passengers. Number 3, applying one decision to all passengers on the same flight. In its current form, the bill could also allow for a generalized type of compensation which would fail to consider the particular circumstances of each passenger. For example, if one passenger submits a claim and is compensated for a delayed flight, the same claim and compensation could potentially be applied to all passengers on that flight. The decision to extend compensation to other passengers should not be arbitrary, but should take into account each passenger's individual circumstance. A connecting passenger who arrives late on the first leg of the trip but catches the next flight is not ultimately delayed. Number 4, future amendments. Future changes should be transparent and involve all stakeholders, including passengers and carriers. As it stands, Air Canada is concerned that the bill could give the Canadian Transport Agency powers to create regulations outside of the specific situation provided in the bill. We ask that the committee clarifies this language to specify that the regulatory power of the CTA is consistent with the scope of the bill. Number 5, joint ventures and foreign ownership. The amendments to how joint ventures are examined by the government are very positive. In our own experience and from other examples around the world, joint ventures are innovative ways for carriers to expand their networks, add new destinations for passengers, find efficiencies, and offer more pricing options for passengers. Joint ventures allows us to develop the Canadian aviation infrastructure by building international superhighways. While giving the Minister of Transport the ability to consider joint ventures is excellent, as his department is best equipped to understand the complexities of our industry, some of the amendments are not in line with best practices around the world. One example is the ability for the Minister to review a new joint venture at the 2-year mark of approval. The initial period of any joint venture is devoted to better cooperation between partners, while the most important changes that pertain to network affairs take more time to implement. We propose that the term for review be lengthened and start from implementation versus approval of the joint venture. The bill also suggests sanctions that are too punitive given the commercial nature of JVs. Indeed, the sanction of imprisonment could dissuade a potential partner from even considering the possibility of a joint venture. These issues alone could be a significant barrier to make any use of the benefits of the bill. We ask that the committee consider our suggestions and our submission carefully on this issue. With respect to foreign ownership, Air Canada is supportive. However, we ask that adjustments be made so that foreign investors cannot negatively influence Canadian carriers or circumvent the spirit of the bill. We also recommend changes that would allow for readily implementation of the new ownership structure. Finally, I would like to stress that we operate in a very complex environment, and the collaboration and efficiencies of many other stakeholders are instrumental to the overall improvement of the traveler experience, including airports, CATSA, the CBSA, and NAV Canada. Unfortunately, the airline is too often left to manage all the negative consequences, but we do because it's the right thing to do for our customers. While the bill would require carriers to provide the CTA and Transport Canada with data, I would submit that all other agencies and organizations required and involved in the transportation system also be equally accountable for their operation and submit data in a public and transparent manner. We also invite government and the committee members to study the measures that could be implemented so that all government-controlled agencies contribute to the improvement of the traveler's experience and support the growth of traffic by Canadian carriers. After all, we are powerful economic enablers. If the world indeed needs more Canada, we want to bring it to them. So I thank you for the opportunity to present our views, and we look forward to your questions. Je vous remercie pour l'opportunité et nous avons hâte de répondre à vos questions.
Thank you for the opportunity, and we look forward to answering your questions.
Assistant Professor, University of Ottawa, Faculty of Law.
Thank you. Good afternoon or good evening, Madam Chair and committee members. I would like to acknowledge that we are on the unceded Algonquin territory. Thank you for the opportunity to present and bring research perspective to the discussion of Bill C-49, particularly to the section on Air Passenger Bill of Rights, which is undoubtedly an issue of importance to Canadians. I'm an assistant professor at the Common Law Section Faculty of Law at the University of Ottawa, and my area of expertise are consumer rights in the contemporary cross-border network digital economy. My work covers areas such as consumer protection, dispute resolution, and access to justice. I'm also an independent director appointed by Canadian consumer groups on the board of the Commission for Complaints for Telecom Television Services, CCTS, which is Canada's communication industry ombudsman. However, I appear in my personal capacity representing my own views. Most recently, my work has focused on the Wireless Code, a Bill of Rights for Canadian wireless consumers, as well as dispute resolution, including ombud schemes for consumer complaints. It is my expertise in these broad areas of consumer protection, and particularly with the Wireless Code, that I'm bringing to the table. While the telecommunications and air travel industries are definitely very different, there are significant parallels when it comes to consumer rights and consumer redress. My comments will focus on sections 17 to 19 of the bill, which deal with the proposed regime to establish Air Passenger Bill of Rights. And I will focus my remarks around three topics: the need for this Bill of Rights, the passengers' rights or carriers' obligations in the bill, and redress mechanisms related to the rights in the bill. As to the need for the Bill of Rights, the current regime of complicated tariffs and related individual carriers' contracts is overly complex and ineffective. Consumer rights regarding air travel are varied and fragmented. They depend on a number of factors, and it is difficult, if not impossible, for consumers to know ahead of the time what rights they have and what are the appropriate redress mechanisms. The market forces alone cannot resolve this issue. Canadians need an Air Passenger Bill of Rights that will provide uniform minimum rights for consumers, or conversely, set a minimum obligations for the carriers. Similar regimes for air passenger rights exist in other jurisdictions, and in Canada, they exist in other industries as well. As I already mentioned, as an example, the Wireless Code sets mandatory code of conduct for the wireless service providers, and a recently established television service provider code sets minimum rights for consumers with respect to television services. A mandatory code that would apply to the industry as a whole is the appropriate way to set minimum consumer rights. It is to the benefit of consumers, and it is to the benefit of the industry. For consumers, it provides a clear set of rights that are found in a single place. A clear set of rights builds and enhances consumers' trust in the industry. It also promotes competition in the marketplace. It offers the carriers an opportunity to distinguish themselves from the competition by setting higher levels of customer service. The Bill of Rights is the floor. It is not the ceiling, which brings me to my next point on the actual passenger rights or carrier obligations in the bill. Bill C-49 in effect does not establish the Bill of Rights for consumers. Proposed Section 86.11.1 sets the broad parameters of issues that the future Bill of Rights in the form of regulation must cover. It is the foundational step for the Bill of Rights to come into place. These parameters, the list of issues that the Bill of Rights should cover, is thorough, but it is not an exhaustive one. It provides for ministerial discretion, both in breadth and coverage, as well as the form, future regulations. Passenger rights on the list are similar to the rights in other regimes and correspond generally to the most common types of complaints that are increasingly being reported by the media. However, there may be other kinds of disputes about which we have not yet heard. It is therefore imperative that the list stays as is or is expanded. Certainly, the committee should not decrease the list. By doing so, certain rights would be chipped away, creating a multi-tier system, which is what we have today. That also includes its geographical scope to cover claims that include flights to, from, and within Canada. Section 86.11.4 provides that the rights form part of the carrier's tariff, unless carriers offer more advantageous terms. The spirit of this provision is that the Bill of Rights sets the minimum standards and that the carriers may adopt a suite of rights that go beyond this. My concern, however, is with the drafting, which leaves a lot of discretion and does not provide who, when, how, and how frequently will assess whether individual carriers' terms meet the obligation of the Bill of Rights, exceed them, or actually are below them. Wireless Code uses the wording that, in my view, is clearer and more precise and does not leave room for discretion. It is a mandatory code of conduct for providers of certain regulated services. My view is that this provision ought to be redrafted to ensure that the rights under the bill are always included in the tariff to avoid case-by-case assessments as well as that the consumers cannot waive those rights by contract. You may have heard or will hear concerns about the form and process by which the Bill of Rights will come into existence, from a broad list of topics in Bill C-49 to a detailed set of rights. I do believe that the Canadian Transportation Agency is best placed to lead this. However, it is imperative that the process be open and inclusive and offer an opportunity to all stakeholders, including individual consumers and public interest organizations, to participate in creating the Bill of Rights. Similar process before the CRTC, Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunication Commission, has been used for both the Wireless Code and TV Service Code, and it has actually worked very well. I also believe that the regulation, rather than an act, is a more appropriate mechanism for the Bill of Rights. However, I have some concerns about the timelines and the feasibility of getting a broad list of topics into the actual Bill of Rights. It is subject to political will, and sometimes priorities shift. There have certainly been instances where the legislation required a regulation of this type, and there have been years, if not decades, without it. I'm not suggesting a specific timeline, but I invite the committee members to consider the impact on any delays. And lastly, I would like to briefly address consumer redress under the new regime. A Bill of Rights and an effective redress mechanism are essential components of a robust consumer protection regime. A set of rights without an effective redress mechanism is ineffective, in the same way that a redress mechanism without a clear set of guiding principles leads to different outcomes and creates different rights. Under the proposed regime, the CTA retains its role as dispute resolution provider for air passenger claims. It will not be able to do that effectively without a significant change of its processes and staffing. And while this is not on the table before you right now, I also invite you to consider whether there are aspects of Bill C-49 that may actually relate to this. I strongly believe that the proposed Section 67.3, which provides that only an affected person can file a complaint, is very limiting. There is a significant body of empirical research that it is consumers themselves who pursue claims, mainly because the value of the complaint does not justify the transaction cost. Actually, very commonly, the transaction cost is much higher than the value of the complaint itself. However, there is also research in consumer literature that provides that it is important to allow other parties, such as public interest organizations, to have standing to file complaints, perhaps as a mechanism to challenge systemic problems. I strongly believe that Section 67.3 should be amended to allow third parties to file claims. On the collective aspects of consumer claims, there are complaints that will be highly fact-specific to a single consumer, but there are events that will affect a number of consumers, most commonly all of those who are in the affected aircraft. Section 67.4 gives CTA discretion to apply the decision to all of those affected, but it is not clear whether there will be a specific mechanism to trigger it, and whether they would do that on their own. And finally, Section 86.3 provides that it is what is a common provision in other jurisdictions and other dispute resolution schemes, that consumers cannot double dip and obtain compensation for the same event through different compensation schemes. In its brief, Air Canada proposed that this provision be significantly limited. My strong view is that the provision as it stands is broad enough to allow CTA to craft a rule to avoid this. So, for example, CCTS, the Canadian Communications Ombudsman, has a rule along those lines in its procedural code. I hope that these comments and recommendations will be useful to the committee. I would be pleased to provide to the members a policy brief summarizing my key points and recommendations and any relevant documentation that may help you navigate, no pun intended, these issues and understand them from not only the industry's perspective, but from the perspective of consumers who are your constituents. Thank you for this opportunity, and I will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all of you. We will now open it up for questions, starting with Ms. Block.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I want to thank our witnesses for joining us here this evening. It's good to change our focus now and to be discussing C-49 within the context of our aviation industry. Similar to our earlier hearings, we do appreciate you being here to provide your comments to the committee in ensuring that we have the information we need to reach our goal. I think it's a shared goal of ensuring that C-49 strikes the right balance in meeting the needs and concerns of both the airlines and the customers that they serve. So I'm going to dig in quickly to the questions that I have, because I know that 6 minutes goes by very quickly, or 5 minutes, whatever it is I have. So my first question would be to Air Canada. Regarding the cost of screening at airports, are you concerned that the proposals in C-49 amount to what we could call an extra tax on the flying public?
Yes, my name is David Rowe. I'm a Senior Director, Government Relations for Air Canada. Sorry. In our brief, we have expressed the concern with the precedent this change opened. Because in the current system, passengers already pay a fee for security that is charged, when they purchase a ticket. Right now, the amount collected from passenger exceed the budget of CATSA. Whereas in the past year, the number of passengers has significantly increased. The amount collected from passenger has increased, yet the budget of CATSA remains stable, relatively stable. So the consequence of that is that you have more traffic and less resources to screen the traffic, which cause delay and waiting time, which ultimately cause Canada Hub to be less competitive to foreign hubs. So this is an opening that CATSA could have an agreement with airports to buy more services. The concern we raise in that respect is passengers already pay for that. So you open the door to a system that is what we call, user pay plus. So passengers pay when they buy their tickets, and they're gonna pay, and airports gonna charge airline, and ultimately this will impact, again, the cost of travel. What we say is if you want to open a door, to the possibility to buying extra screening for extra service, you must set a service level standard that would be, guaranteed by the actual funding from passenger. Now, if airports want to do more, they could buy from CATSA, but at least, the public floor should be clear and standards should be set. Is this answering your question?
Thank you. I could pose that very same question to WestJet, and I will.
In a very rare occurrence, I completely agree with Air Canada. It doesn't happen very often. In all seriousness, yes, I fully agree with that answer. And from time to time, we get to these periods, Christmas time, summertime, and we do, as an industry, the air carriers, CATSA on the ground, the airport authorities, when we know we're going to have a crunch time, and it all goes back to what David was saying in terms of the funding that's provided, we all work like heck to expedite those lines and get through that glut and that problem that's occurred. And I'll be honest, I've often questioned why we do that. Because, again, being honest, if I'm looking for a means of creating public pressure to actually get all the funds that are raised for the ATSC to actually go to that service, then we need to stop fixing the problem on a regular basis. We will never do that because we have to deal with our guests and we have to make those connections. But we will hold flights. We will pull people out of the line. You've all seen it when you travel during the summer and the winter months. So we all do our best to actually overcome those issues. And frankly, from time to time, I think that's defeating to us in the long term.
Okay. How much? Another minute and a half. I'll pose this question, and if you don't get time to answer it fully, I'll come around to it in another round of questioning. So with a view or an eye on the consumer, what other measures could the government have included in C-49 that would have helped or lowered the overall cost of flying in Canada? And I'll pose that to both of you.
The most straightforward, and it's a debate as to whether or not it would actually be germane to what this legislation is attempting to achieve, but there is the broader issue of aeronautical charges and how we deal with AIFs in Canada, which gets into a broader issue about airport governance. I'm not convinced that necessarily would be germane to this legislation, but it is, in terms of your broader question, that is the next big issue. A component to that, and I alluded to it in my comments, As far as I can tell, all these other elements of the supply chain, so CATSA, et cetera, CBSA, airport authority operations, baggage handling, et cetera, I believe information will be requested of these organizations. The question becomes what gets done with it and then who's accountable in the end, because at this point all I see is the point of the spear is pointed at the air carrier in terms of financial penalties, et cetera. If it's an airport that has taken over de-icing and the airport is solely responsible for that, and the air carrier is not engaged in the contract or not engaged in the management of de-icing, and the de-icing process goes down and we end up with delays, from what I see from this legislation, everyone's still going to be pointing at me in terms of paying money for it. When it's something clearly not in my control. So I think that the expansion of this notion of accountability, yes, you can request and ask for constant repetition of information, but we have to have something other than just pointing at one entity when these things go wrong. And again, to be somewhat direct on it, a number of these entities, frankly, they derive their mandate from this institution.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sican.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank everyone for being here today. My questions are going to be directed towards the airlines. I appreciate your opening remarks and welcome them. But having said that, do the airlines, Air Canada and WestJet, understand why passengers are frustrated with the level of service they sometimes receive from your airlines? Why they feel powerless or lacking in rights?
I'm happy to answer that, but first and foremost, we have to recognize that for any airline, I'll speak for Air Canada, the level of customer service that we provide is critical for us. And as in any business, we always aim to do better. So it would be wrong for me to try and convince you that we don't have those types of issues. But I think what we need to recognize is that the airline industry, first and foremost, it is a very complex industry. And at times, we do get into situations where we fail, from a customer service point of view. And I think what is really important is how we recover. And in our opening statements, when I was, suggesting the fact that we are investing in better tools for us to be able to provide compensation faster or to get to customers faster, to be able to, respond quicker to inquiries. But there's no doubt, we carry 45 million passengers a year. Issues will occur. And I think just, to echo the earlier comment when we talk about, the different stakeholders in any process, if we really want to improve the process for customers, it's best for all of us to understand really where the choke points or the failures are. And if we do understand that better, we can aim to improve it. But yes, of course, we understand that, that customers can be frustrated, for sure.
Thank you. And WestJet?
So last week I had an opportunity to help with check-in at one of our bases at West, a relatively small base. And we do these base visits on a regular basis and meet with WestJetters and our guests, et cetera. And I got a chance to probably talk to 20 or 30 guests throughout the course of the day. And in answer to your question, and based on the conversations I was having with them, and I never actually posed that specific question to them, but there's a fundamental thing that occurs. It was quite obvious as I was watching people come into the airport. There's a fundamental thing that occurs when you enter into commercial aviation travel, and that is you lose control from the very moment you step into the airport. And I think part of the issue that we have, as we were saying, we have service failures. We recognize that. 700 launches a day, 700 flights a day. Part of the issue, and it's a challenge for us that we have to deal with, is that regardless of how seasoned a traveler you are, when you step into this process of commercial aviation, you lose control of where you can go, when you can go, and how you can go. And that creates a frustration that we certainly understand.
And again, to both the airlines, do you think it's reasonable for passengers to expect same compensation and service levels across all carriers?
When it comes to expecting, same service levels across all carriers, we all compete with each other. So we hope that we have differentiators. But I would expect that, Canadians would be able to be confident in understanding that if there is a service failure, what is it that an airline provides? So I would expect that, we should make those compensation levels clear to customers. We should post them adequately. We should make it easy and timely for customers to be able to be compensated. when it comes to, should the compensation be equal, in an environment today, even where there is no legislation, we still compensate customers for service failures. So, for example, if flights are delayed, even if there is no legislation, we still do compensate passengers that are traveling within Canada, for example. So the expectation was...
Just to follow up on that, is it reasonable for them to have the same rights and compensation across all carriers? To expect that?
That they would expect to have the same level of compensation?
Yes, and rights.
Yes, but I would say that the airlines should also be able to expand on a compensation if they choose to.
And can I get a quick yes or no from WestJet?
Yes.
Thank you. With the remaining time I have, I'm going to just switch gears here a bit. There's 2.5 million people in Canada that suffer from allergies, and I wanted to know what your airlines have done to implement some policy or safety standards for those that suffer from anaphylaxis.
I can speak to that. Lauren McKenzie from WestJet. So again, it depends on the nature of the allergy. There's a variety of animal versus foods and peanuts. So for each type of allergy, there's a different response. The bottom line is to ensure safety for all guests, of course, and for the individual who has the severe allergy, as well as providing a buffer zone from the source. And there's guidance from CTA decisions that give clarity around what those expectations are. We have to put that language in our policies and procedures and in our tariffs to ensure that people with allergies have an understanding of what they can expect when they fly with us.
And
30 seconds.
Air Canada?
In the case of Air Canada, we have a similar buffer zone, and we also ask our crews to, speak to passengers that are surrounding, the individual that may have an allergy. So we've taken very similar
Thank you for
steps
your
as
responses.
WestJet.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Monsieur Raban.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Merci.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for appearing. In C49, there are quite a few things that bother me, and with respect to air travel, I'll start with Air Canada. I don't want to target you, but the example I have has to do with you directly. A few years ago, there was an agreement, a joint venture agreement with Delta, if memory serves, which was blocked by the competition commissioner. As consumers, as passengers, the commissioner said it was not in the interest of consumers, and that suits me. But in the new bill, in Bill C49, the competition commissioner becomes a consultant only, and the minister can decide to go over his head for reasons that he deems sound. Now, does this mean that we could bring in joint venture agreements that the minister would deem valid, but that the competition commissioner would deem non-valid or non-worthwhile? Well, yeah, we can discuss these hypothetical situations. Yes, but concretely, the agreement with Delta, would it come back? Would it be back on the table if the commissioner says it's no longer an obstacle? Well, the regime in the bill provides for the competition commissioner's input, but also other things. The political principle, the public policy principle, is to look at broader interests in terms of developing air infrastructure. And we're convinced that the most state-of-the-art expertise is with Air Canada. Of course, in working with the Competition Bureau, but these joint ventures, given their very fundamental importance for the Canadian industry, has to consider broader interests, and it's Transport Canada that is mandated to take the decision, to weigh both sides and take the decision. At the present time, there are decision-making mechanisms provided for in the Act under given certain conditions and given the consumer, including the consumer. But yes, but it would be consultative. I want to talk to you, Ms. Pavlovich. I agree that there is no passenger's Bill of Rights, but there are things that might allow us to develop a Bill of Rights for passengers. Now, you said that there were deficiencies or omissions even in the basic principles, which would, what do you feel these deficiencies or absences or omissions are in C49? Thank you for your question.
Pinpoint very specific issues because this is really a very broad list of issues. And for the lack of a better word, but the devil is going to be in the details, how these get implemented. What, for me, which may not necessarily be something that my co-panelists agree with, the ministerial discretion is very important because new issues will arise, and new issues may actually arise after the bill has been passed, which will allow CTA to add them to that specific list. So one of the areas where I think some consideration may be warranted is if there are any human rights issues that may be raised. So we have seen a few cases, and there is currently a case before Supreme Court of Canada, which is on a standing issue, not even on the substance, for passengers who get asked, so overweight passengers get asked to pay for 2 seats, or they get taken off the flight. So any issues that may impact human rights more than commercial economic rights that are currently in the bill. So I think it may warrant some exploration whether some of these could be in the bill, put in the Bill of Rights in the future.
Merci. Assurément, je suis intéressé à recevoir votre mémoire.
Thank you. I'll be very interested in reading your brief. If I still have a few minutes, I'd like to ask WestJet. In my municipality, in Trois-Rivières, there are projects for chartered flights toward the south for a regional airport like mine, but it was impossible to have these flights because the security measures weren't available unless C49 says if you want to pay for it, it'll be available. Do you agree with this double standard for airports? Some have their security services paid for and others don't. Have to pay for them themselves.
Very difficult for me to admit in public. I endorse a double standard. Sometimes it happens. I had a general principle, but seriously though, to your question, to a general principle, I go back to our brief and our statement that the totality of the ATSC should go towards screening, and it doesn't. So you do end up with shortfalls across the system. If you have a small airport, in the example you've given, I don't think we want to be ridiculously strict on how things can go if we could find another way to bring in service to that community and you can drive that connectivity, and then perhaps that airport would pick up some element of the cost. I think we have to have some flexibility. As a general principle, I would want all of the ATSC to go to aviation security, and then if we had to have something for smaller airports or different size, which does happen in the U.S., they have programs for airports of in a given population area and the amount of carriers that they get. If we had to look at something like that so that smaller airports could actually make a go of it, then I think we should do so.
On to Mr. Hardy.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Your story when it comes to the air passengers' rights is kind of a good news, bad news thing. The bad news is that, alarming stories come out in the media, a few times a year. And the good news is they only come out a few times a year. I think in the most part, things go well. But I do have to ask, what on earth is going on when you have a name on a no-fly list and it turns out to be a 6-year-old kid and still the family can't fly? What happened to that poor family who came to the airport with their kids, weren't allowed on the plane, and then were dinged another $4,000 the next day to get on a plane? I mean, is this a systems failure, or is it a customer service failure? What kind of training? And I'm sorry, I'm picking on Air Canada because they're the two that are most recent in memory. everybody, I'm sure, has their moments. So, you know, what's going on there, and do you need government to step in and teach some common sense here?
You know, the answer to that is no. We don't need to be regulated to tell us to do the right thing. But when you ask the question, you know, is it a training issue? Is it a tariff issue? What is it? In those two particular cases, and I don't think you're looking for the answer what happened on those specific areas, but the bottom line is it's there are at times situations that those two, for example, that do on the surface appear to be pretty dramatic. And when we fail, and when it is our fault, is if it's a training issue or we didn't use good common sense or good judgment, most often we are in contact with the customer as some of these stories unfold in the media. Doesn't make it right, but when we say that we want to improve, it's exactly what we mean. Now, I can't comment on the one on the no-fly list because truthfully I don't have all the details, but in many cases, some of the stories that you read, at times it is our failure, you know, but at times, as you say, it's a training issue or it's a situation that is occurring in an airport environment, usually when there's a pretty large irregular air operation. I'm not suggesting that it makes it right, but again, you know, the truth of the matter is we are trying to improve these things, and to be honest with you, we're not at all opposed to having a set of guidelines under which, you know, to operate or to report on these situations. But they are our customers, and we need to, you know, do right. Do right by them.
I do submit it's in some respect a corporate value sort of thing as to, you know, what you default to when something like that comes up. But we'll move on. Let's talk about joint ventures, Ms. Pavlovic. Joint ventures have been problematic over time. Some have been challenged, and we've heard about one just this evening. To your mind, what should be the triggers that the airlines themselves should be watching for when they're trying to put together a joint venture that would draw, you know, at least concerns about anti-competitive behavior?
I think your question is a little bit outside of my area of expertise. I could comment broadly in terms
Please
of
do.
Consumer interests. My view of the Canadian aviation marketplace is not necessarily the same as industries, in the same way that my view of the telecommunication industry is also very different, that I think we have almost virtualized monopolies, and that restrictions on foreign investment in Canada pose significant restrictions, and we don't have enough investment. If we could, probably there would be a little bit more diversified marketplace and consumers would have more choice. But consumers have very little choice, and right now, so, you know, there are a few airlines that offer services, so this is pretty much what they can do, in the same way that in telecommunications, there is some competition, but not a lot. So I can't really comment specifically. I think there are different mechanisms in place, including the new process suggested that goes through Competition Bureau and Transport Canada. I think in those kinds of instances, participation by public interest and consumer groups is really relevant to provide more targeted expertise, what kind of impact that would have on consumers directly. But this is as far as I can really go with your question.
Right. One final quick question. What is the gap between the amount of money collected to pay for CATSA services and the amount of money actually spent on CATSA services? This will go to some of your earlier comments about the cost plus regime that could be settling into place here.
I don't have the exact amount with me. We can provide that with the committee. I know that we have done some analysis when we submit our submission for the Emerson panel. And I'm trying to go by memory, but it was, I think at the time, around $100 million, something like that. But I need to check, and we'll get back to the committee.
Right, thank you.
Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Noah.
But maybe if I can just add, over the last 5 to 6 years, Air Canada has collected almost 90 million more from its passenger on ATC and remitted to the government. So this is a significant amount of money.
Thank you. Mr. Graham.
Thank you. On a competition, I just have to say that last week I flew to Kelowna on Air Canada and came back in WestJet. And WestJet, the granola balls are much better than the pretzels, so thank you. A very quick question for you. To build on Mr. O'Bain's point, my riding has a number of airfields. It's got one international airport, it's Mont Tremblant International. It has seasonal service, it's not very frequent. Customs cost a fortune to get it. Does CATSA cost recovery put airports like mine in danger?
Sorry, yeah. No, I don't think it does. I think if we are actually collecting the totality of the funds that are appropriate, then no, it shouldn't. And CATSA, just to the earlier question that went a few moments ago, CATSA in their corporate plan, I'm not exactly sure the exact name of it, submission that they made to the government in July, outlined that they are going to be facing further funding crunches if the means in which they receive their funds is not consistent with how many passengers they're getting. The biggest issue that's been going on over the past several years, and just in an equal effort, Madam Chair, to annoy both sides of the House, this was under Conservative governments, it was under Liberal governments, for many years, this funding has not actually reached what it should. So you've had a multi-year effort now, a multi-year experience, where passenger counts across the country are increasing. WestJet has been exponentially increasing our capacity in the market. Air Canada has, Porter has, Air Canada through its capacity purchase agreement carriers have. There has been a heck of a lot more people flying today than was the case even 10 years ago. What hasn't kept pace with that is the CATSA funds actually flowing on a one-to-one basis. You pay it, it goes into into security. So for your smaller airports, what you face then is, to some degree, the reality of the policy for the past 5 or 6 years that CATSA has been starved of the totality of its funds. If you change that system, then perhaps you do have to look at some top-ups. It does happen on a per-budget basis. You would look at some top-ups for smaller airports. Again, I go back to the United States. Very different model, but the United States federal government does provide direct financial support on a quantum exponentially beyond anything we do in Canada for small regional airports. And it's probably something we should take a look at from the economic development that then unleashes. And thank you for your earlier comments. We're going to put that on YouTube as an ad.
Most airlines these days overbook flights. I think that's not a mystery to anybody. The United incident a few months ago certainly put that into the forefront. So on both of your airlines, if you have more seats sold than passengers, than there are seats on the plane, and there's no volunteers willing to leave the terminal, what do you do?
I can start. Hold on. Before I answer that, I just want to make a little bit of a distinction because I think it's important. When we look at our statistics and we look at our performance when it comes to denied boardings, it's important for us to recognize what is truly an oversell, meaning it was a commercial decision for us to oversell a flight, versus when we end up overbooked. And it may not seem important, but it's an important distinction to make. Even if a flight wasn't oversold at all, and we end up in a situation where we have more passengers than seats, it may be as a result of an irregular operation or we had a down-gauged aircraft. Irrespective of the reason, if we were in a situation where we didn't have any volunteers on board, and even prior to the incident in the spring, it was in our provisions, we would never, without volunteer, remove a passenger. And by that I mean we would come on board and we would ask for volunteers. At that point in time, truth be told, the compensation level may change, and until such point in time as we do get a volunteer. If we never did, our operations control systems would probably help us and either, look to see if there's an ability to upgauge an aircraft, but we would deal with the situation, as events progress. But generally, I have to tell you, we don't face that kind of situation. When we have voluntary programs, we at times know that we have a situation that's coming, so we pre-move passengers, we contact them, we pay compensation in advance to move them, or we'll buy seats on another airline, or a multitude of things can occur. But in truth, I don't recall in my experience at Air Canada and Revenue Management to have been through a situation like that where we had no alternatives. We always have alternatives.
I have time for one more question. Does it require, in your view, a Bill of Rights to raise customer service across the industry so that you're all rising together, so you're not having to fight over who has better customer service? By putting in the Bill of Rights, you all have to rise. Is that an advantage for us? Is that going to help us improve that customer service overall? Because I know I've flown in Asia, and the customer service is way better than anything we get in North America. So put that out there.
Did you want to go? I think there's a sort of a two-pronged answer there. I think when you speak to customer service, airlines should want to do that on their own. So as I said earlier, we don't need regulation, but we're in favor of having standards across the industry if it makes it better for customers to have clarity in terms of what they can expect if something did go wrong. But we're highly motivated ourselves to have repeat business and happy customers to do what's right. It doesn't mean that we don't fail at times, but we're very motivated to do that on our own. Do we believe that some of the provisions could improve the industry at large? For sure. As we noted earlier, if we had a better understanding of all the steps within the process where there are failures, for sure the industry could improve.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, you have to try to answer somebody else's question and get your point across at this moment. Mr. Shields.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate you being here this evening. It's a service that I've used, both airlines, and appreciate that we have this service in Canada and have used it. Flown airlines around the world. There are some that are a little more scary than what we have in Canada. There are some that are a lot more scary than I've ridden in some countries. So appreciate what we do to get people around our country. But for a couple of other things, I mean, we have, WestJet, you didn't get the opportunity to answer to the joint ventures, or I didn't hear it.
I'll have to cast my memory back to some of the questions that were posed on it. There was a question about, I believe a question around what can carriers do in terms of dealing with consumer concerns, et cetera, and what's an initial metric. And I think the first metric on it would simply be the concentration on the given city pair or city pairs that the venture wants to start to get engaged in, and what happens to the totality then of competition and service if two entities are cooperating on a given route. One thing that does get a little bit lose sight of in terms of the joint ventures is that if it's working appropriately, and I have no reason to suspect it would not, if it's working appropriately, it actually is providing further alternatives for consumers and further options to then connect to wherever else in whomever's network, which ultimately simply drives further connectivity.
I know you both want to answer this one if we can. We'll see if we've got some time. We'll start with WestJet. There's a lot of pieces that you've referred to that end up in that ticket price. We've had a lot of farm organizations, for example, that have been here through the last couple of days. They're the end guy that produces it, no way to get it back. You must have some similar things that price into that ticket in the sense of the things that go on in an airport. Could you define just a few of them quickly? Who else do you pay into that ticket price that you have no control over?
So what you would be most familiar with, and most consumers are familiar with, is the airport improvement fee, which is an add-on to the ticket. So sometimes there's a confusion that is the totality of the funds that then makes its way to that airport for that service. We have what's called aeronautical fees. You might think of them as landing fees or gate fees, et cetera, that come out of the airfare itself to pay for those services to the airport in question. So as I mentioned at the closing of my comments, when you shake it all down and the totality of suppliers and costs that go to the airport authority and suppliers we have on the ground, et cetera, WestJet made on average for those first 6 months, I think it was $8.34, 35 cents per passenger. What that, per guest as we call it, what that underscores is that it is a volume business. So when we talk about a $5 shift here or a $5 shift there on an AIF or some other charge, it is very important to us when you put it in the context then of $8.34. And I do think back to my earlier comments, and yes, I'm trying to grab everything I can possibly say at this moment. If I go back to my earlier comments, in terms of accountability under this legislation, and the entities, yes, we're all going to be providing money, but from what providing information, but there is only one entity that's going to be asked, that I can tell, for compensation.
And with C-49, do you see an increase in that cost?
I'm sorry?
With this bill, does that increase that cost to the passenger at the end?
I suspect it will, because I saw a comment in one of the presentations that was given, I think, in the first day, and the commentary was, well, it shouldn't if the air carriers, quote, up their game. I find that somewhat puzzling. I can't up my game if I'm taking delays because we have guests stuck in CATSA. I can't up my game if we have delays in conveying information with regulatory authorities in the other country for aviation security purposes, and I'm not getting information back as to whether I can go or no go with that passenger or passengers, and therefore I'm delaying the flight. I can't up my game if there's delays at de-icing facilities that I do not control, I do not operate. There's no way around that.
Air Canada?
Just add the issue of cost and tax and fees. In addition to what Mike just said, you know, in our submission for the CTA review panel, our first principle was that the industry should be acknowledged as an economic enabler, and, you know, the taxation regime should reflect that. In addition to what Mike stated, we also have in Canada what we call airport rent, you know, which is a fee that the airport has to pay to government, which goes into general revenue, which money is not put back into the system. And that represents significant amount of money, in fact, billions over the last years. So what we basically say is that, you know, any amount that is taken from the industry should at least be put back in the industry.
Does this piece of legislation going to affect your bottom line ticket price?
I think it would be a little bit difficult for us to assess. I mean, certainly in some areas, when we look at maybe some compensation costs, things like that. But I mean, we haven't, to be truthful, we haven't formulated a view on what the incremental cost overall would be. We have to assume that, in some circumstances, for example, like I said, for compensation purposes, it's important that we understand the impact of the proposal.
Because the regs haven't been written, that makes the okay. I would assume you would have done some financial analysis of what this may do to you.
Just add, right now you have some principle, under which there will be some compensation or indemnity payable to passenger.
Yeah.
Well, right now we have already rules in our tariff that provide for compensation in most of these situations. So it depends, on what will be the regulation to apply that. So that's how for us it's difficult to say exactly what would be the impact. But so I guess we will, and those are our representation that we will make in the CTA regulation and consultation process.
I just assume there's tech guys in the background doing all sorts of ideas of where this could go, and you've got all sorts of documents that would tell you what might happen. Anyways, I'm probably out of time.
You are. Mr. Badaway.
And I thank you for coming out tonight. I don't want to necessarily get into what's happened. I want to get more into what's going to happen moving forward. But I have to say that two of the themes that we've really concentrated on in the last couple of days have to do with both safety as well as business. How do we become more of an enabler for you to be more competitive and to add more value and better service to the customer? But I want to start off in the safety part first. We've talked with the rail industry about video voice recorders, and you obviously know what's happening there with the C-49 and what it's recommending. My question to you is, with what you have now in your industry, which is not necessarily a video recorder but a voice recorder, do you find that with that in place, and although it's not accessible, I get that, but it can be if you really wanted it to be, with new technology, do you find any more that you can use the voice recorders for when it comes to safety, when it comes to prevention of, when it comes to reaction to? Have flight recorders, voice recorders served, or would the airlines request further capacities or capabilities with those flight recorders?
In terms of the use of the recorders for learning purposes or for broadening safety, I'll have to some degree, I'll have to check back with the ranch on some details for you on that, but the head office in Calgary. I think one difference, or one particular aspect, though, about commercial aviation is the specifics of the operation of a flight. So if something is occurring that shouldn't be occurring, that information is being conveyed back and forth to our OCC. The voice recorder is certainly obviously a piece of getting to the bottom of an issue that may have occurred, but the actual data in terms of what's going on with the aircraft and how it's performing, there is robust communication on that front that actually is not necessarily germane to the voice recorder itself.
I would agree with that. I mean, I'm not an expert, and we should have in safety, and perhaps we can, go back with some more specific. But in general, we have very strong safety procedure in place, and to ensure that our operation are safe. And if you have more questions regarding the use of the cockpit voice recorder, we can get back to you on this.
So essentially, your voice recorders are being used in a reactionary manner versus being proactive or for discipline or anything like that. They're not being used for that. There's no desire to use it for that. And I'm just going to cut right to the chase. Right now, with some of the comments being made about the video voice recorders for the rail industry, there's a lot of opinion on how far we should go with legislation, how far the ability for, in this case, CP and CN, or any others that might be out there, what capacities would they be able to be afforded with respect to discipline, keeping an eye on, etc. Is there any desire with the airline industry to have that same capacity?
And just in terms of WestJet, I'm not aware of any discussions internally about that. Okay.
Good. Careful answer. Thank you. Going to the business part of it. Right now, as I mentioned earlier on in this dialogue for the past few days, we've been sort of teasing out not only those issues having to do with C-49 itself, but ultimately how C-49 can contribute to the broader national transportation strategy, especially that strategy that's been outlined by the minister, the trade corridor strategy, not only moving goods, but also moving people globally. How do you see this bill from your industry actually being integrated with other methods of transport in the movement of people and goods to better position Canada with respect to that resource being available to the consumer, to the customer, that being business and or the daily traveler?
It's a good question, and I can honestly say we didn't prepare for that one beforehand. I would think at a general level, and go back to some of the themes from the earlier questions in terms of establishing overall expectations for consumers and creating a bottom level base that the industry has to adhere to from a service standard. There's some utility in that. In terms of the broader corridor issues, I don't think much, to be honest. I think some of the other issues that we've talked about that are not in this legislation would speak to that. I think the issues around some of the accountability issues that we've talked about from other levels, the other actors that are involved. I think some of the comments were made a few moments ago in terms of recognizing aviation as a commercial enabler. By and large, I don't get the sense that we are necessarily seen as a commercial enabler. We are the only mode of transportation that has 100% user pay. I do look at some of the other modes and how they are governed and the extent to which public funds are made available to them, and that doesn't occur with our sector. So I think if we wanted to actually drive those corridors further and commercial aviation would play a strong role in that, we should look at some of the policies that exist for these other modes of transport under that rubric and see if we can apply them to aviation.
Good point. And I'll put that request out there that you folks go back, and when we take this to the next level, past C-49, and start looking at satisfying some of the recommendations that are contained within the strategy overall, how can the airline industry actually integrate, whether it's data, whether it's logistics and distribution of goods globally, or even the movement of people, how you can participate and add to, as an enabler, Canada being better positioned because we have that proper transportation infrastructure in place. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Question. With respect to C-49, I think the review regime that is proposed for joint venture is very positive, and this can help to develop the Canada infrastructure and to develop new gateway through Canada to open our country to the world and enhance the movement of passenger and goods.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Block.
Wow, I didn't realize it was my turn already. Thank you very much for that. I guess I want to ask a question of Air Canada. In your submission on your last page, in your conclusion, you state, Air Canada therefore urges caution and asks the government to strike a balance with the implementation of Bill C-49 so as not to put Canada or Canadian airlines at a competitive disadvantage. Do you believe that Bill C-49 has done this?
No, that's not. We don't believe that. What we basically say in our submission is we are in a very competitive environment, which is worthwhile, and yet the principle of C-49 to have some established compensation and a certain regime, as also to take into account the broader issue of the competitiveness of the industry. And again, this would be submission that we would be making in the consultation for the drafting of the regulation, because we believe that the regulation should take into account also the competitiveness on the industry and the circumstances, in which these regulations should be applicable when you compare with what has been done in other jurisdictions.
So I'm going to see if I heard you correctly. You believe that C-49 does strike the right balance in terms of continuing to ensure that there is a competitive advantage for your airlines?
Sorry if I didn't express myself clearly. What we said is, where the balance will be struck, it will depend what will be the regulation, and what level of compensation and in which circumstances you will apply that. So that's what we say in our submission, is that we have to be conscious when you establish those levels that it might have an impact on competitiveness. And the government, when C-49 was tabled, all public statement from the minister was clear that the intent was not to put at stake the competitiveness of the Canada industry, of the air industry. So this is a message that is well noted by us, because we operate in a very complex and competitive environment, and we want to make sure that the regulation that will implement C-49 take that into account.
Okay. You've also stated in your submission that changes would be required to the definition of Canadian in Bill C-49 to ensure that the policy objectives underlining the new foreign ownership rules are met. Can you tell us more about that? How would you want to see that definition change?
Yeah, that's a very good question. We have proposed some wording in annex of our submission. Basically, we want to add the notion of owned directly or indirectly by a foreign entity, or having the notion that foreign entity cannot be affiliate or acting in concert. So these notions are taken from other corporate law to make sure that yes, the intention is to pose certain limit on foreign ownership, but we want to have a language that clarifies those limits and that makes sure that the intention is not circumvent or that some entity could not do indirectly what they could not do indirectly what they could not do directly. If I'm clear.
Yes, we
maybe I should state it in French so the translator could get it better than me.
No, oftentimes we have been admonished in the House for trying to do that very thing. So I think that's it for my questions, Madam Chair. I just want to thank you again for being here.
Monsieur Robin.
Je reviens avec Air Canada quelques secondes.
I'd like to get back. I have a question for Air Canada. I want to make sure I understood the first recommendation you made, simplifying the regime to make it more effective. Does this apply to flights leaving Canada? For example, if I going to Rwanda, there may not be a flight in Air Canada. I have to go somewhere else, but because I'm flying with Air Canada, you are responsible for me all along the trip. For example, if somebody at Brussels doesn't let me get on board, do I go to you or do I go to the people in Brussels? Well, you're talking about two things here. First of all, the system has to apply to the flight leaving Canada. If the nexus in Canada is, for example, if you're coming from Belgium, there's a system there, the European system. So if you have two systems for the same flight, it gets really complicated for the passenger and for the administrator. But let's say I have a problem in Brussels. I leave Montreal, but I catch another flight in Brussels, a connecting flight. Well, if the problem is in Brussels, it will be dealt with by the European regulator. And you will deal with the airline that has the flight. Yes, even though I bought the ticket from you. Yes, because the law specifies that it is the person who operates the flight who is responsible. If there was an amendment that were to reflect that principle, it would have to be in the European legislation to be part of the Canadian legislation. I'd like to get back to the Declaration of Passengers' Rights with Ms. Pavlovich. I don't think we're reinventing the wheel when we talk about a passengers' rights bill. There are things in Europe. Is there any particularly good example that you could cite as an example for a Canadian Declaration of Passengers' Rights?
Yes.
Limiting it to flights that depart Canada would make sense if every other country in the world would have equivalent protection. European Union does, but there are 100 other countries that do not have equal levels of protection or do not have any protection. So by doing that, we then devoid a number of people from any kind of protection. So I think it's very important. And again, the devil is going to be in the details to figure out how we're going to operate that, but there is really no uniformity across the world. And to your actual question, I think the European Union directive is a good start. It is not fully transferable to Canada, and we ought to be careful about legal transplants and importing things that work in one jurisdiction to other jurisdictions. But I think they have actually spent much more time thinking about this than we have, and we can learn from certainly from their successes, but also from their mistakes.
Juste pour revenir sur une question.
I'd like to get back to the question. Following what Madame said, this is a subject which might be the subject of an international convention such as the Montreal Convention, which regulates certain responsibilities. At the present time, if you apply the system outside Canada, if you have a passenger who's going to Israel who goes through Europe, there are potentially 3 responsibility jurisdictions. Different countries, different carriers, so that really complicates things for us, the carrier, but also for the passenger. What door do you knock on? What compensation do you get? So it becomes really hard to manage. Well, would I deal with the person? Why wouldn't I deal with the person I bought the ticket from? I guess I have no more time.
Question still, Monsieur?
Yes. Alors, oui, très rapidement.
Yes, quickly. In a climate of increased competition, if you bring in an amendment or a rule, I'll give you 2 examples that have come up over the past 2 years. For example, the ratio of crew members to passengers, or the ceiling of funding in foreign capital. Do you think it's proper that we're dealing with companies, airlines, which have done more lobbying? Or do you think every time we bring in an amendment or a change, it should be uniform across the industry? Well, I've never found the equivalent in French. You need a level playing field. This is very important. So legislative changes, creating exemptions, for example, for allowing foreign ownership of certain airlines, well, we all have to play by the same rules because we are in the same industry and we deal with the same passengers, so it should apply to everyone equally.
of the foreign ownership. One other piece that we do have to recognize is that there is no WTO for commercial aviation services. There's no one global agreement. So in all the bilaterals that go across all the different jurisdictions in which we operate, nationality is part of the agreement. So that 49%, if you eliminate that or go beyond it, then you're going to get into issues of whether or not you qualify as a Canadian operator, for example, in this instance, under a bilateral with another nation. So there's broader contexts, and that's why the U.S. is at 25%. The EU will go up to 49%. It is very interesting that some of those carriers and entities that are perceived to be the largest that are going to be on the global sphere, they have zero foreign ownership because they view the airline as a competitive asset in terms of their economic growth.
Mr. Fraser.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I think we'll probably only have time for one, maybe two questions. Most of us here fly twice a week when the House is sitting, and I got to say, most of the time the service is actually pretty good. I mentioned the other day during the opening panel how frustrating it can be when you see those videos on the internet with egregious treatment, because we're all familiar with the frustrations that come across when a flight may be overbooked and you have to sit through this awkward auction. When you have trouble finding a seat next to your child, when I recounted one instance where my size 16 basketball shoes rolled out on the carousel at the end of a long flight, and it is very, very frustrating. With this Bill of Rights, WestJet, I appreciate your answer saying, you know what, we can live with this, it's good, we'll look forward to the details in the regulation. Air Canada, you proposed a handful of amendments that give me some cause for concern, to be frank. When I'm looking at rights, what I'm hoping for is through competition, you guys are going to raise the roof and hold each other to account and give me the best possible travel experience. When I look at the proposed amendments, instead of raising the roof, I fear that you're asking us to lower the floor in the name of harmony and ease of operation. When I look at adopting the Montreal Convention when it comes to baggage, or the departure from location with the U.S., or the carrier obligations like the EU that you mentioned, are we risking lowering the floor? Because to me, that's not a conversation about rights.
I just want to add something. If you think about, you take the specific example of baggage liability, well, if you apply the limit of the Montreal Convention to domestic travel, you will actually upper the floor, because the limit of liability in the Montreal Convention is around $2,000 right now, while, you know, different limit and passenger tariff would vary from $500 to $1,500. What we say basically is that, you know, if there is a limit that is applicable internationally, why don't we just have the same limit domestically, so it's easier for us to manage? Customer is aware that there is no two limit. Like, the system is simpler for us, which make it more efficient, and
I would love to dig down more on this. I've got one more question. We've only got about one more minute. There was an important issue Ms. Pavlovic raised about third parties being able to launch claims for causes of action for systemic problems. This is a conversation going on in human rights around the globe right now. Can an NGO bring a case on behalf of a large group of complainants who can't bring it on themselves? Is this something you think is possible, reasonable, and workable within the context of the aviation industry and the context of the Air Passenger Bill of Rights?
In our submission before the panel, this is a point that we made, you know, that you have to be direct interest to be entitled to file a claim. So that's a principle that we submit to the CTA review panel, and this principle is enacted, you know, in this. We see that, you know, this principle is included to a certain extent in Bill C-49, and we're comfortable with that, although we propose amendment to put some clarity over it.
Okay, I think we're out of time. If Ms. Pavlovic had an opportunity to comment, could we allow maybe just a short answer?
I think we could manage another minute.
Thank you. So there is currently actually a case before the Supreme Court of Canada that is going to be heard on October 2nd on standing by non-parties to challenge some of the policies. I think it is really important to have third parties standing, so not necessarily to encourage complaints industry, and you might hear from somebody tomorrow who is in that business, but to actually provide for legitimate challenge of systemic practices that an individual consumer cannot do. So I strongly suggest actually to include language that would allow third parties with some interest, not random third parties, to actually have standing in these kinds of issues.
Okay, thank you all very much. Everybody seems satisfied with all of the answers, so I think you've done a good job. Thank you all very much for coming this evening, and we will now adjourn for the day.